Chapter 694. The fight between the two men was quite fierce. They basically ignored each other's attacks and wanted to kill each other first by risking their lives. If it went on like this, they would both die at the same time. Venomous Vulture and his fellows had come here to take advantage of the situation. Brother Long Chen, these two men are on the verge of death. You've joined our team and haven't had a chance to show off. I'll leave these two to you. Venomous Vulture turned around and said to Long Chen with a smile. His smile was really cold. The two men fighting should be at the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Venomous Vulture could easily kill them, but he asked Long Chen to do it. He just wanted to see how strong Long Chen was. They're fighting. Let them finish. We can go up and take advantage of them. Why do you want Brother Long Chen to go up? Xiao Yu said, feeling strange. He still didn't know that Venomous Vulture was targeting Long Chen. This fatty was really stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined this team. Venomous Vulture and his fellows killed without batting an eye. Xiao Yu was kind in nature. How could he be with them? Fatty Yu, if these two men run away, you'll be responsible. Next to Venomous Vulture, many warriors stared at Xiao Yu like tigers watching their prey, forcing him to swallow his words. Long Chen smiled. Without saying a word, he directly rushed towards the two people who were fighting. The two of them were already fighting to the point that they didn't care about their lives. If Long Chen came out at this time and wanted to take advantage of the situation, he would undoubtedly be hated by the two of them. The two of them quickly separated and looked at Long Chen with sinister eyes. There were many wounds on their bodies. At this time, they were bleeding, but they didn't care about it. Boy, we're fighting. What are you doing here? Do you want to die? If you come one step closer, we'll kill you first, the other man said tacitly. No matter how much they hated each other, they would never allow their brothers to die just to have their treasures taken away by someone else. So, at this moment, when Long Chen approached, they would not hesitate to join forces. Long Chen turned a deaf ear to their words. He continued forward and suddenly accelerated, instantly appearing in front of the two of them. Seal of Desolation. A divine seal of desolation suddenly attacked the two of them. He didn't use the dragon's soul transformation. His genuine chi was only 4 times that of the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. He hadn't reached the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm yet. However, because the two of them were seriously injured and the divine seal of desolation was a high king-level combat skill, this attack directly suppressed the two of them. The palm, which was filled with death chi, pounced directly at the two of them. The gray mass of chi completely enveloped the two of them at lightning speed. Courting death. When Long Chen moved, the two of them hurriedly moved as well. They saw that Long Chen was only in the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, so they were a bit unscrupulous. They didn't know that Long Chen could actually explode with such strength in such a short period of time. The power of the divine seal of desolation, in addition to the power of the Golden Crow's true yuan, instantly swept towards the two of them. The Golden Crow's fire was also a powerful bonus that Long Chen had obtained. As Long Chen's strength increased, it also increased. The scorching heat mixed with the death energy of the divine seal of desolation, and the eruption of combat strength was amazing. Whoosh, whoosh. The gray mass of chi swept past the two of them. When Venomous Vulture and the others saw clearly, Long Chen had already reached the back of the two of them. There was a gray handprint on their chests. At this time, the handprint was spreading in all directions. The death chi instantly spread throughout their bodies, sending them to heaven in a very short period of time. They died directly and happily. This was the kindness that Long Chen had given them. When they came to the archaic cemetery, they had the awareness that they were going to die. The weak were prey to the strong, this was the natural order of this world. After Long Chen killed the two of them, Venomous Vulture and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Long Chen to deal with them so cleanly. Venomous Vulture originally wanted to feel out Long Chen's strength. If Long Chen was weaker than him, he would immediately kill Long Chen. But this time, Long Chen's strength was still like a mystery. Venomous Vulture, who was originally ready to attack, forcibly suppressed his desire. As for the others, they also slightly restrained their thoughts. They believed that if it was them just now, it wouldn't be so easy to kill the two of them in such a short period of time. However, after Long Chen killed his opponents, they immediately followed Venomous Vulture and instantly arrived in front of the two of them. Venomous Vulture's speed was the fastest. As soon as Long Chen killed the two enemies, they pulled out their Cosmos sacks. In one of their Cosmos sacks, Venomous Vulture took out a sharp axe. Long Chen fixed his eyes on it. It was a metal axe. It was completely black, and there was a dark blue light flowing on it. The axe's blade was shining, and there was a faint powerful energy fluctuation. At a glance, one could tell that it was a divine weapon above the king level. It was at least a mid-grade king level, or even a high-grade king level. How unlucky, it's actually an axe. Which of us brothers uses an axe? One of the men looked at the axe that was glowing with a dark blue light and hurriedly cursed. There was no doubt that this was a good divine weapon, but unfortunately, it wasn't suitable for him. The others were also a little disinterested. Brothers, when I was fighting the steel demon wolf, my axe was destroyed. Can I use this battle axe? At this time, Xiaoyu looked at the blue light battle axe with a burning gaze and said timidly. As soon as he finished speaking, Venomous Vulture had already put away the blue axe. He looked at Xiaoyu and said expressionlessly, "This axe must be of the high-grade king level. It's the first precious thing we got after coming to the archaic cemetery. With your strength, you can't use this axe to its full potential. Leave it with me for now. When you reach the 5th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, I can rest assured to give it to you." "That's right. Brother Xiaoyu, you can't use such a good axe. It's better for us to sell it and exchange it for king crystals and elixirs. It can benefit everyone. You've made the least effort along the way. How can you get the best loot?" "That's right. Anyway, I don't agree," the others said one after another. Xiaoyu had been looking forward to it, but when they finished speaking, his face was already very ugly. No matter how stupid he was, he also knew that they were bullying him. If such a good axe was exchanged for king crystals, it would really be a pity. Venomous Vulture put it away, but didn't give it to him. Moreover, he really lacked a weapon. Without this axe, his strength would be greatly reduced. However, Xiaoyu didn't dare to resist. His face was full of helplessness. He shook his head and could only sigh. Long Chen saw all of this. At this time, he walked in front of Venomous Vulture, stared into his eyes, and said in a flat tone, "According to the rules, this axe is completely mine. I have the right to give it to you, but Boss Venomous Vulture put it away himself." What does this mean? For Venomous Vulture, letting Xiaoyu use such a good thing was like sticking a fresh flower on cow dung. He didn't expect that Long Chen would directly clash with him for Xiaoyu, this trash. Venomous Vulture originally had his eyes on Long Chen. He didn't make a move before because he didn't know Long Chen's background. Now that Long Chen was directly confronting him, Venomous Vulture wasn't a good-tempered person. The killing intent in his heart immediately rose. The two people faced each other with cold eyes. When the others saw this posture, they also sneered. They rubbed their fists and walked behind Venomous Vulture, looking at Long Chen and Xiaoyu with bloodthirsty eyes. At this time, only Xiaoyu stood behind Long Chen. "Long Chen, forget it. Boss Venomous Vulture is right. I don't have the strength to use that axe. If I lose it, I'll let everyone down. Forget it, forget it." Xiaoyu hurriedly pulled Long Chen's arm and said with some fear. He could see that Venomous Vulture and the others had already raised their killing intent. No matter how strong Long Chen was, he couldn't face all of them alone. Long Chen gently pulled him away. He really couldn't swallow this, so he said, "We're all in the same team, so we're treated equally. As a boss, the most important thing is to prioritize the interests of your brothers. How can you be a boss if you don't even know this? Long Chen directly questioned Venomous Vulture. Do you want to be a boss? It doesn't seem to conform to the rules when you've just arrived. Of course, you can be a boss, but it depends on whether my brothers agree or not. Venomous Vulture smiled coldly. The scar on his face was affected by his smile, like a wriggling worm, which was quite disgusting. What a joke. If he can be a boss, I'll directly cut off his head. Such a little kid, do you know what a boss is? Huh, the others all laughed one after another. Long Chen remained indifferent. He narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, I won't waste any more words. I obtained the battle axe. If you hand it over, I can let this matter rest. If you don't hand it over, are you going to kill me and take it out yourself? Venomous Vulture continued with a smile. Although this kid was mysterious, he really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. There were more than 10 people at the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm here, and Venomous Vulture was an expert at the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm. How could Long Chen say such a thing? At first, Venomous Vulture thought that Long Chen had some trump cards, so he didn't dare to act rashly for fear of losses. But now it seemed that he was purely a hothead who was not afraid of death. To be honest, after reaching the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, Long Chen had a rough estimate of his own strength. If it weren't for the fact that after killing them, Xiao Yu would have no one to rely on, which would be more troublesome, Long Chen would have already killed them. But now it seemed that even if he didn't kill them, Xiao Yu would die with them sooner or later. In this case, Long Chen had decided to send them on their way. The only trouble was that Long Chen definitely couldn't let Xiao Yu follow him on his next journey. For now, Long Chen could only kill all these wild wolf-like big men and then send Xiao Yu to the Steel City. And just when he was about to start, the metal ground unexpectedly trembled, and a terrible feeling descended. Catastrophe. No one knew who shouted. Chapter 695. This change was far beyond everyone's imagination. The original confrontation was completely disrupted by this sudden change. Long Chen didn't know what had happened, so he was a little confused. However, he could see that everyone's faces were showing a look of horror. Even Venomous Vulture, who was at the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm, had forgotten about Long Chen. The only thing everyone could think of was to run away. Venomous Vulture was the fastest, and the others followed behind him. Even Xiao Yu knew that it was time to run away. Of course, he wouldn't drag Long Chen down with him. When the change occurred, he hurriedly shouted at Long Chen, "Brother, it's one of the 5 disasters. Run, or you'll die." Long Chen wasn't an idiot. If they all ran away, even if Xiao Yu didn't say it, he would still run. Moreover, his reaction speed wasn't any slower than Xiao Yu and the others. In addition, his speed was much faster than theirs. In an instant, he ran in front of everyone. Just as they moved, the dark brown ground behind them suddenly shook. At this time, there were countless terrifying sounds of sizzling. Streams of rich golden airflow suddenly drilled out of the ground, like a blowout. Thousands of golden airflow the size of an arm suddenly converged together. This golden airflow gave Long Chen a feeling of horror. The devil ancestral fire of 9 serenities controlled by Xiao Lang was something that Long Chen didn't dare to get close to, and this golden airflow was also something that Long Chen didn't dare to get close to. There was a feeling of sharpness coming from the golden airflow. Every bit of golden light was like the sharpest knife. Long Chen estimated that if he was touched by this golden airflow, he should be chopped into pieces. Not should be, but without a doubt. This golden airflow, as soon as it appeared, was so terrifying. One of the 5 disasters, called disasters, I'm afraid it's not simple. Even Venomous Vulture is so scared. Long Chen thought to himself, and he was secretly vigilant. At this time, the golden airflow converged in the air and instantly condensed into a huge golden lion. This golden lion let out an earth-shaking roar and chased after Long Chen and the others. In an instant, when its feet landed on the ground, the entire ground trembled. Sensing that the golden lion was chasing after them, everyone's faces turned pale. The golden lion sometimes turned into a golden gale, and sometimes it turned into a running lion. Wherever it went, the steel mountains along the way were all cut into pieces, not even scraps were left. Moreover, not only was its speed not slower than the rest of them, but it was also much faster than them. Long Chen finally understood why they were so afraid. If they let this golden lion touch them lightly, they would be turned into minced corpses. How could they not be afraid? One of the 5 great natural disasters should be able to easily take their lives. Long Chen was especially aware of the seriousness of the matter. The first thing he did was to slow down and pull Xiao Yu, who was at the back of the pack, up. Regardless of whether Xiao Yu was willing or not, Long Chen placed him in the Taishu realm. In the Taishu realm, Long Chen could use the Taishu Qi to block Xiao Yu's eyes so that he could not see anything. After putting Xiao Yu into the Taishu realm, Long Chen was much more relieved. However, the speed of the golden lion that was transformed by the golden airflow was quite terrifying. In just a moment, it pounced in front of Long Chen. If Long Chen did not save Xiao Yu just now, Xiao Yu might have been dead by now. Blood escape. At this critical juncture, Long Chen executed the blood escape for a moment. He didn't dare to ignite all of his true essence into the blood escape, as without true essence as a foundation, he would die a graveless death if he were to encounter danger, and within the primeval cemetery, danger was simply everywhere. Blood escape teleported a distance of about 1 mile in an instant. It directly consumed 1/10 of Long Chen's spiritual ether. The golden lion that was originally behind Long Chen was now hundreds of meters away from him. Long Chen deviated from his original direction, so his golden lion did not chase after him. Instead, it turned into a golden whirlwind and instantly pounced in front of Venomous Vulture and the others. Ah! A burst of heart-wrenching screams came from this direction. Long Chen watched with some fear. He saw that those who ran too slowly were directly swallowed by the golden whirlwind. In an instant, they turned into flesh and blood and dissipated in the air. The burly men under Venomous Vulture died in this golden whirlwind just like that. Long Chen was now considered to be out of danger, so he got Xiao Yu out. For Xiao Yu, all of this had happened in less than 2 breaths. He did not know what had happened or where he was when he was rushed out of the Taishu realm by Long Chen. Long Chen, I. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Yu saw that his companions were turned into minced meat and blood by the golden whirlwind a few hundred meters away. This scene was quite tragic. They could only let out desperate screams, and then there was nothing else. Xiao Yu's face turned pale. He understood that if it were not for Long Chen, he would have definitely become minced meat. He once again felt endless gratitude towards Long Chen. Now, even if Long Chen asked him to climb a mountain of knives and plunge into a sea of fire, he would probably not even frown. One by one, his companions died in the hands of the golden whirlwind. Xiao Yu did not feel any pain. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. Basically, there was no one here who had not bullied him. He had been enduring it in order to survive. Today, they finally suffered retribution. Within the primeval cemetery, the names of the 5 great natural disasters were like thunder reverberating in one's ears, causing one to tremble with fear upon hearing their names. Countless people had died under these 5 great natural disasters in the primeval cemetery, so when they saw the golden airflow appear, the expressions of every single one of them were so terrified. In the process of Long Chen and Xiao Yu's indifference, more than a dozen warriors were soon swallowed up, and that was Venomous Vulture. He was at the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm, and his speed was several times faster than the others. Moreover, he ran in time, and the golden whirlwind could not catch up with him for a while. In the process of Long Chen and Xiao Yu's indifference, more than a dozen warriors were soon swallowed up, and that was Venomous Vulture. He was at the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm, and his speed was several times faster than the others. Moreover, he ran in time, and the golden whirlwind could not catch up with him for a while. People only had one chance to live, and he did not want to die in the hands of the natural disasters, especially when Long Chen and Xiao Yu seemed to have a way to escape. More than a dozen of his brothers were now dead, and only he was left. Needless to say, Venomous Vulture was in great pain. This was a natural disaster, and he could not blame others. However, Venomous Vulture's heart was full of anger. This anger could only be poured out on Long Chen and Xiao Yu. Long Chen was looking at the golden airflow deeply, and his eyes were full of awe. He knew that if he was directly touched by the golden airflow, the result would be death. There were too many golden airflows, and he could not avoid them, so he asked, "Brother Yu, what is this thing, and what are the 5 natural disasters?" Xiao Yu still had a frightened expression on his face. He murmured, The five natural disasters are the 5 life-taking disasters that often appear in the archaic cemetery. They are natural disasters, not man-made. The golden airflow in front of us is a natural disaster that belongs to the glazed gold domain, and it is one of the 5 natural disasters, the gold-devouring qi. The gold-devouring qi. Long Chen did not expect that there would be such a thing in the archaic cemetery. The gold-devouring qi appeared as it pleased, without any pattern, and it would even chase relentlessly. From this, it could be seen how terrifying it was. It was very likely that if one was unlucky and happened to stand where the gold-devouring qi appeared, they would be cut into countless pieces. This gold-devouring qi was simply an airflow formed by countless extremely tiny golden blades gathered together. Long Chen, this is bad. Boss Venomous Vulture is going to hide. At this moment, Xiao Yu said in a panic. He could see that Venomous Vulture's face was full of malice. So many of his brothers had died, and it was inevitable that he would develop a crazy emotion in his heart. If he came to take revenge, then the 2 of them would be finished. Long Chen was indifferent to Xiao Yu's words. He carefully looked at the lion formed by the gold-devouring qi behind Venomous Vulture. Sure enough, after chasing for a long time and failing to finish off its opponent, the golden lion let out a powerless wail, and then turned into thousands of airflows, all of which drilled into the dark brown ground. It's still over. Xiao Yu's eyes revealed a trace of helplessness. Looking at the crazy and ruthless Venomous Vulture, he knew that he could only resign himself to fate. Sure enough, Venomous Vulture stopped. He panted heavily, and when his physical strength was almost recovered, he suddenly looked in Long Chen's direction. His face was full of hatred and malice, and the ferocious look in his eyes scared Xiao Yu a few steps back. Long Chen, let's run. Xiao Yu knew that there was no room for reconciliation at this time. Venomous Vulture was determined to kill them both. The only thing he could do now was to hope that Long Chen's speed could be a little faster. However, when he turned around, he helplessly found that Long Chen had already grabbed him. Compared to Xiao Yu's arm, Long Chen's arm looked like a baby's arm, but it was such an arm that was placed on Xiao Yu's arm and held it firmly. Long Chen, you. Xiao Yu looked at Long Chen in confusion. The opportunity had been lost. He really didn't expect that Long Chen would actually seek death, or rather, he really thought that he could defeat Venomous Vulture. Chapter 696. Stand here, stand there, don't move. What made Xiao Yu speechless was that after Long Chen said these words to him, he directly went in front of him and faced the approaching poisonous vulture. Their eyes met in the air, one was ruthless and the other was indifferent, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Don't fight with him, you are not. Xiao Yu's voice was getting lower and lower. At this time, Long Chen had already walked a long distance away from him, and there were some small changes in Long Chen's body. It was these changes that made Xiao Yu understand that Long Chen might still have a chance to win. Long Chen transformed into a dragon soul. Blood-red dragon scales covered his entire body, sharp bone spurs burst out, and sharp claws flickered with a cold light. His body was full of a bloody and murderous aura. This aura was not much different from Venomous Vulture's ruthless and ruthless aura. Not bad, you still know how to seek death. Venomous Vulture snarled coldly. He couldn't be bothered to say anything else and directly pounced towards Long Chen. The death of so many of his brothers had caused his mood to plummet to the bottom. Perhaps only by killing Long Chen and Xiao Yu would he be able to ease his mood a little. Long Chen also didn't bother to talk nonsense with this guy. His opponent was a warrior in the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Long Chen did not dare to slight him in the slightest. After all, no matter what, his opponent was 2 levels higher than him. Even if the nature of his true chi increased tenfold after the dragon's soul transformation, his opponent was still 1 level higher than him. Devouring bloody world. Under the situation of devouring the blood world, not only could Long Chen slightly suppress Venomous Vulture's true chi, but he could also control many things. If Venomous Vulture was careless, it was very likely that Long Chen would take advantage of this opportunity. As soon as the two fought, they used a desperate way. Under the display of Long Chen's devouring bloody world, the blood-red mist soon completely filled the surroundings, like a blood-red cocoon, completely enveloping Poisonous Vulture. The infinite swallowing force acted on Poisonous Vulture's body, and this kind of terrible suction force came from all directions. What the hell is this? It seems that you have a lot of magical means. Poisonous Vulture smiled coldly. Although he looked relaxed, he was quite surprised. Under the suppression of this devouring bloody world, he could only use 70 to 80% of his true chi. If Long Chen was a higher level, he would not be a match for Long Chen at this time. It's enough to deal with you. Long Chen's cold voice reverberated in Venomous Vulture's ears. He used the Willow Catkin wind steps and quickly circled around Venomous Vulture, looking for an opportunity to attack. Courting death. Long Chen's fearless appearance made Venomous Vulture feel that he was being underestimated. Although he had already consumed a lot of quintessence while being chased by the gold-devouring chi, Venomous Vulture didn't believe that the remaining quintessence was insufficient to kill Long Chen. 7 Evils Poison Devil Finger. With a whoosh, one of Vulture's fingers stretched out from his right hand. The color of this finger was a little different from his skin. The color of this finger was much darker, almost like black charcoal. A lot of black air flowed around this finger like disgusting insects. Poisonous Vulture's true chi broke out all over his body. He used all the true chi in his body, and his whole body turned into a phantom. In an instant, he appeared in front of Long Chen. The finger of his right hand suddenly burst out with a terrifying force, stabbing towards Long Chen's forehead. In front of his finger, the black chi formed 7 layers of whirlpools. Each layer of whirlpools had some cold devil phantoms. In Long Chen's ears, a tragic laughter sounded. You want to compete with me in this? Long Chen laughed in his heart. This 7 Evils Poison Devil Finger was full of evil chi and poisonous chi, which belonged to the sinister type of power. However, Long Chen also had this type of attack, and that was the Divine Desolation Seal. Currently, Long Chen was in the state of his whole body. Under his control, all the true chi in his body crazily rushed towards the acupuncture points on his right hand. At this time, the Golden Crow's fire and the Dragon's Soul true chi was also called by Long Chen. As he formed a seal, it burned fiercely on his palm, covering a gray handprint that appeared on his palm. Whoosh! After the 7 Evils Poison Devil Finger appeared, Long Chen quickly struck out with the Divine Desolation Seal. The sinister finger and the Divine Desolation Seal suddenly collided. The Divine Desolation Seal contained a strong death chi. Frankly speaking, it was a sinister type of combat skill. At this time, although Long Chen was a level lower than his opponent in terms of true chi, in terms of combat skills, Long Chen was a level higher than his opponent. The Divine Desolation Seal and the 7 Evils Poison Devil Finger collided in a frenzy. The surrounding airflow was twisted, and the dark brown iron sand on the ground was unexpectedly corroded. This time, the result of this confrontation was actually evenly matched. Both of them moved backwards, preparing for the next round of attacks. Looking at this scene, Xiao Yu was a little stunned. He had thought that under the famous 7 Evils Poison Devil Finger of Venomous Vulture, Long Chen would definitely die. After all, there was a huge gap between their levels. He didn't expect that Long Chen could really burst out a move at this time and block the opponent's attack. For Xiao Yu, this was already very difficult. But thinking that Venomous Vulture might display more unique skills, Xiao Yu's face was full of misery. Long Chen was a good person. He didn't want Long Chen to die in the hands of Venomous Vulture. It didn't matter if he died, but Long Chen was clearly still a teenager. It was not worth it to die. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu quietly moved forward, hoping that he could help Long Chen a little bit, or even resist Venomous Vulture, so that Long Chen could have a chance to escape. After the previous move, Long Chen had a general understanding of his opponent's combat strength. It could only be said that even if he was at the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm, he could not be strong enough to defeat Long Chen. Of course, Venomous Vulture was some wandering warriors. He didn't have the foundation of a family, nor did he have the superiority of inheritance. If the core figures of the 9 clans had a lot of treasures, if they were at the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm, it would not be easy for Long Chen to defeat them. In the eyes of Venomous Vulture, Long Chen was indeed a shocking opponent. The middle-level king-level combat skill he had just displayed was very good among all his combat skills. He didn't expect that his genuine essence at the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm would not be able to kill Long Chen. Little bastard, dodging once was luck. Try it again. I haven't used this high king-level battle skill on many people. You should be satisfied with the honor of using it on me. Venomous Vulture let out a savage laugh. After he finished speaking, he turned into a black shadow and charged towards Long Chen. This time, Venomous Vulture exhausted all his genuine essence to kill Long Chen, the mysterious young man. Long Chen was only at the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, but he could exert such strength, which showed that he must have something special. After Venomous Vulture killed Long Chen, he might get something that could make him a hero of the generation. Why not? In this world, the rule of survival was the law of the jungle. Go to hell. A black mist covered Venomous Vulture's eyes and even spread to other parts of his body. Soon, he was completely shrouded in the black mist. 9-headed vulture possession, violent kill. A bird's cry resounded in the black mist. The sharp sound even pierced Long Chen's eardrums. When this Venomous Vulture went all out, it really wasn't just for show. With one look, one could tell that it was a very powerful attack. 9-headed vulture was a kind of high-level demonic beast in legend. It must be at the Emperor level. The 9-headed vulture possession was also a combat skill born from this demonic beast. At this time, the black mist on Venomous Vulture suddenly swirled. One part of it condensed into a pair of huge black wings behind him, while the other part condensed into 9 black heads on top of Venomous Vulture's head. This appearance was quite terrifying, and the deterrence was quite heavy. A cold aura shrouded the surrounding area, and Long Chen in front of him was the first to be affected. At this time, Venomous Vulture seemed to have transformed into the legendary demonic beast. Sinister, vicious, and cruel. The misty eyes were filled with the savagery of a beast. This time, a total of 9 birds' cries were emitted. The 9-headed vulture's shadow instantly pounced towards Long Chen under Venomous Vulture's control. The pitch-black wings flashed, providing him with extraordinary power. The 9 heads were like sharp and agile spears, piercing towards Long Chen. Since it's Yin, then I'll use Yang to break it. To deal with this attack, I'll use the Scarlet Emperor Burning Heaven imprint. Long Chen was glad that he learned the Scarlet Emperor Burning Heaven imprint for the first time. If it was the Mystic Emperor Burning Heaven imprint, it would probably be a little troublesome to deal with this 9-headed vulture. The first time he used the Scarlet Emperor Burning Heaven imprint, it was easily blocked by the Divine Race's young master. However, this did not mean that the power of the Scarlet Emperor Burning Heaven imprint was not strong enough. On the contrary, with a difference of 6 or 7 levels in strength, Long Chen was able to use this combat skill and directly shake off the Divine Race's young master. It could be seen how terrifying the Scarlet Emperor Burning Heaven imprint was. Once an Emperor-level combat skill was used, who could compete with it? The blood-red flame suddenly burned on Long Chen's right arm. The Scarlet Emperor's seal in his palm shone brightly like never before. Long Chen used all the qi in his body to activate the Scarlet Emperor Burning Heaven imprint. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The flame burned and condensed into a huge flame seal under Long Chen's palm. This Scarlet Emperor Burning Heaven imprint appeared quickly and suddenly. When Venomous Vulture rushed over, Long Chen's Scarlet Emperor Burning Heaven imprint suddenly shot out and instantly swept towards Venomous Vulture. Chapter 697. The huge mark directly swept across Venomous Vulture's body amidst his screams. Venomous Vulture's screams immediately grew louder and louder. The terrifying impact of the Scarlet Emperor's scorching seal had directly shattered his internal organs and bones. He could not have been more dead in an instant. At the same time, the soaring flames directly turned Venomous Vulture into a flaming man. Unexpectedly, Long Chen was unscathed, while Venomous Vulture was sent flying like a firebird. The smell of barbecued meat wafted through the air. Long Chen's body quickly swept past Venomous Vulture. When he landed on the ground, he was already holding Venomous Vulture's cosmos sac. As for Venomous Vulture's corpse, it fell to the ground with a bang in the burning flames. Other than the flames that were still burning on its body, there was no other sound. He never thought that Long Chen would actually possess such a terrifying combat skill. This was not the most impressive thing. The most impressive thing was that Long Chen had actually learned this combat skill. A combat skill that could suppress a high-level king-level combat skill was undoubtedly an emperor-level combat skill. Emperor-level combat skills were only in the hands of a few people. Venomous Vulture had never thought that Long Chen would actually possess one. Too many unexpected things led to Venomous Vulture's death. This result made Xiao Yu simply dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Long Chen, his mouth wide open. This youth actually made his mouth dry for a moment. He could not say a single word. It was as if there was an egg in his mouth. After he finished executing the Crimson Emperor Incineration Seal, the true essence in Long Chen's entire body had already been completely exhausted. The primeval cemetery was a place of slaughter, and with such a great commotion occurring here, perhaps there would be people coming over in a while. This wasn't a good thing, so Long Chen hurriedly said, "Brother Yu, we can't stay here for long. Let's leave first, hurry up." Under Long Chen's final instructions, Xiao Yu hurriedly returned to his senses. He swallowed his saliva and hurriedly said, okay, I'm coming." The shock in his heart was like a thorn stuck in his throat. He couldn't swallow it no matter how hard he tried. The others in Xiao Yu's group had been killed by the metal-devouring energy, so it had nothing to do with Long Chen. As for Venomous Vulture, he also deserved to die. However, Xiao Yu had stayed behind. Long Chen had to make arrangements for him before he could walk his own path. After walking for a while, Long Chen handed Vulture's cosmos sac to Xiao Yu and said, "Brother Yu, this is yours. The battle axe you wanted is inside. Take a look." Xiao Yu hurriedly pushed the Qiankuan pouch back to Long Chen and stammered, I can't accept it. This is your spoils of war. How can I have the face to accept it?" Long Chen pulled out Xiao Yu's hand and directly placed it on his broad palm, saying, "I'll tell you the truth. This thing is useless to me. I took it for you. If you don't accept it, then you're not giving me, Long Chen, face." Long Chen's harsh words made Xiao Yu think that if he hesitated, he might be looked down upon by Long Chen, so he readily took the Qiankuan pouch and looked at Long Chen, saying firmly, "Brother, thank you for your kindness. I, Xiao Yu, will never forget today's kindness." Long Chen nodded. He was not a procrastinator. At this time, while walking, he directly said to Xiao Yu, "Today's matter was because I had no choice. Even if I didn't do it, Venomous Vulture would have taken your life sooner or later. But if I killed him, your companions would be gone. And I also have some things I need to do. Brother, you don't have to worry about this matter. I've already thought about it." Xiao Yu smiled and directly said, "Although I don't have a goal for the time being, I'll first go to a steel city. I'll stay there for a month, and I'll definitely be able to make some like-minded friends. After experiencing this matter, I know how to look at people, who are brothers, and who are people who will stab me in the back. You don't have to worry about me. I can find a city myself. If you have your own things to do, just go ahead. Xiao Yu was not an insensible person. He already felt bad enough that he let Long Chen save him. Long Chen was much stronger than him, and they were people from different worlds. There were many things that he had to do. He did not want to be a burden to Long Chen and become Long Chen's burden. Only when he heard Xiao Yu say this did the misgivings in Long Chen's heart vanish, and he said, I do have my own things, but there's no rush. The journey will be dangerous, so I'll send you to a steel city first and ensure your safety. If that's the case, then I'll thank Brother Long Chen. Xiao Yu looked gratefully at the young man before him. He seemed to have a premonition that this young man might become one of the most dazzling people in the primeval cemetery this time. Long Chen didn't know anything, and he knew nothing about the primeval cemetery, yet he possessed so many trump cards. Who exactly is he? Xiao Yu already felt slight admiration towards this young man. Next, Long Chen and Xiao Yu headed towards the direction of the city. After a period of hurrying, they seemed to be nearing it. On the way, they encountered many attacks. There were demonic beasts, and there were also humans. In order to fuse with the ancient tomb medallion, everyone was madly slaughtering. In the previous battle, the ancient tomb medallions of the other dead were fused with Poison Vulture's group, and the ancient tomb medallions of Poison Vulture's group were directly destroyed by the metal-devouring Qi. However, Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. After that, a total of 2 groups saw that there were only 2 of them, so they attacked them. In the end, they were all killed by Long Chen. Half of their ancient tomb medallions were in Long Chen's hands, and the other half was in Xiao Yu's hands. The fusion of the ancient tomb medallions seemed to be an extremely simple matter for Long Chen. After all, the level he recorded at the beginning was too low. A total of 7 people's ancient tomb medallions made Long Chen's ancient tomb medallion already half golden, and Xiao Yu's was more or less the same. As for the rest, Long Chen couldn't help them anymore. If they wanted to survive in the primeval cemetery, they still had to rely on themselves in the end. Xiao Yu and Long Chen were fated, but Long Chen could only help him to this point. After spending 5 or 6 days, the outline of a city finally appeared in front of the dark brown land. It was still very far away, but Long Chen could see that this city was actually completely formed by black steel. It was like a ferocious monster, hibernating on the other side of the sky. Vaguely, Long Chen saw a huge green flag at the top of the city. I finally found the city. There is a green flag on top of the city, which means that this city has been occupied by the Feng clan. I was originally a member of the Tianfeng sacred dynasty, so the treatment I received in this city should be better. Brother Long Chen, I really have to thank you for this period of time. I didn't expect that a trash like me, Xiao Yu, would be able to meet such a noble person like you. Long Chen also heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, Don't be too calculative. It's fate that we met each other. You also told me a lot of things. The Feng clan. Since it was a city occupied by the Feng clan, Long Chen wouldn't go there. After all, he had killed Feng Xian. Feng Xian had left a mark on his body. It would be very troublesome if he was discovered. Moreover, there were countless experts in the Feng clan. Many of them were comparable to the young lord of the divine race. Long Chen didn't want to lose his life for no reason. I'll send you here. You can go there by yourself. We'll meet again if fate allows it. Long Chen pursed his lips and said with a smile. To be honest, Long Chen had saved his life twice in a row. It was impossible for Xiao Yu not to feel grateful. After a few days of getting along with Long Chen, he understood a lot about Long Chen. He was a little reluctant to part with him. However, the 2 of them weren't from the same world. Their friendship ended here. If there's a chance, I will certainly repay you. Brother Long Chen, you're my benefactor. Xiao Yu firmly said. All right, let's go. Don't be so wishy-washy. Long Chen said with a smile. Xiao Yu nodded and bid farewell to Long Chen. He turned his head to look at Long Chen a few times before walking towards the direction of the distant city. However, at this moment, something unforeseen happened. Long Chen suddenly felt two powerful auras coming from behind him. He turned his head and saw two men wearing cyan robes flying towards the direction of the city. Because Long Chen and Long Chen were blocking their way, they would inevitably pass by. From the look in their eyes, it could be seen that they were just casually looking at Long Chen and Long Chen. They didn't have any intention to attack them. If it was someone else passing by, Long Chen wouldn't be worried at all. However, based on the clothes and aura of these two men, as well as their super fast speed, it was clear that they were from the Feng clan. Oh no. Long Chen hurriedly dodged to the side. He pretended to make way for the other party in a very normal manner. If he acted too much, the other party might even notice that something was wrong. The two men from the Feng clan quickly passed by Long Chen and approached Xiao Yu's location. Xiao Yu also felt their presence and quickly turned his head. After seeing that it was two people from the Feng clan, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. The other party didn't discover him. This was already a fortunate thing. However, at this moment, the two men from the Feng clan stopped between Long Chen and Xiao Yu. They were about 10 meters away from the two. After the two men stopped, they suddenly turned their heads and stared at Long Chen. Their puzzled eyes swept over Long Chen's body and immediately said coldly, "Brat, you actually killed people from my Feng clan. You're courting death." After saying that, the two men didn't say anything else and rushed towards Long Chen. Damn, I've been exposed. Long Chen felt a little helpless. This time, his luck was really bad. After coming here, there were actually people passing by. This was something he didn't expect. Chapter 698. The two people of the Feng clan, because of the mark left by Feng Xian, knew that Long Chen had killed the people of the Feng clan. The two of them revealed bloodthirsty expressions and rushed towards Long Chen. These two people were both in the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Long Chen could kill one of them if he risked his life, but the other one would be troublesome. Moreover, he didn't know what special methods the Feng clan had, so Long Chen prepared to run away directly. Before he had enough strength, running away was the best plan. However, at this time, the two warriors could roughly see the strength of Long Chen. He was only in the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, so there was no need for the two of them to make a move. Therefore, one of them suddenly retreated in the process of rushing forward and said with a smile, "Brother, this guy is only in the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. I'll leave him to you. There's an accomplice over there." The accomplice he was talking about was naturally Xiao Yu. After saying that, his speed increased a lot and he instantly swept towards Xiao Yu. With his strength, he could absolutely cause an absolute instant kill to Xiao Yu. Long Chen didn't expect that such a situation would occur. His mind was blank. Everything happened in an instant. When he desperately rushed towards Xiao Yu, the expert of the Feng clan had already arrived at Xiao Yu's side. Under Xiao Yu's frightened eyes, the expert lightly pressed his palm on Xiao Yu's chest. Long. His Adam's apple moved. He didn't even have time to call out Long Chen's name. Xiao Yu softly fell to the ground and lost his breath. Before he died, his expression was still blank. Originally, after being saved by Long Chen twice, he was safe and had already escaped from danger. He also finally had some plans for the future. However, he didn't expect that he would actually lose his life at this critical moment. Xiao Yu. Like a bolt from the blue, Long Chen's entire person was sluggish. He stopped his steps and looked at Xiao Yu's body that had fallen down. His eyes, which were blank except for his pupils, gradually became bloodshot. A bloody aura burst out from Long Chen's body. Die. Xiao Yu's death had triggered Long Chen's anger and hatred. He was in a state of deep self-blame. If it wasn't for him, Xiao Yu wouldn't have died. But if it wasn't for Long Chen, Xiao Yu would have died long ago. This was probably fate. For those who were unlucky, no matter how much they struggled, the end result would still be the same. Long Chen's mind went blank. His blood rushed to his head, staining his entire world with blood. He hadn't been so angry in a long time. Last time, it was because Feng Xian wanted to plunder Huangfu Qi's heavenly wind vein. This time, it was because Feng Xian killed a friend he acknowledged. All of you, die. Blood-red scales appeared on Long Chen's body and an even more powerful aura erupted from Long Chen's body. Oh, he's a beast warrior. What kind of beast soul is that? The two people from the Feng clan didn't take Long Chen seriously at all. Who knows? But it seems like this kid wants to fight us with his life. Interesting. He has already cultivated to this level, but he still doesn't know how big the gap between the realms is. Between the two of us, who's going to fight? Of course it's me. You've already killed one just now, and now you want to fight with me? Huh, alright, it's yours. But that fat pig just now was really weak. This little guy looks more powerful. You better have fun. Don't be like me and get killed immediately. The two of them laughed as if there was no one else around them. They did not place Long Chen in their eyes at all. As one of them laughed, his body abruptly transformed into a whirlwind that spun at high speed as he charged towards Long Chen. The whirlwind was like a tornado, with blade lights flashing within it. Tornado Storm. The warrior from the Feng clan launched his killing move. Long Chen dared to kill the people of the Feng clan, killed their compatriots, and even left a mark on him. It could be seen how much the people who were killed hated Long Chen. Therefore, the warrior from the Feng clan planned to use this move to slowly torture Long Chen to death. However, he underestimated Long Chen's strength. Long Chen, who had transformed into a dragon soul, had infinite strength. If he could kill a warrior in the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm, he could kill the second one, especially when the opponent looked down on him. This place was so close to the city that the Feng clan occupied. Long Chen naturally knew that he couldn't stay here for long. You're already gone. No matter what, you can't come back. Since it's like this, let me take revenge for you. Long Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. Then, a cold light burst out from his eyes. The blood-red flame suddenly burned on his right arm. The fiery red Emperor seal in his palm suddenly lit up. The martial aperture that hid the flame was already covered by the flame. A huge shadow of the Red Emperor sky-burning seal appeared in Long Chen's palm. Red Emperor sky-burning seal. When the opponent was attacking him, Long Chen's first move was a killing move, an absolute killing move. Even during the process of the Red Emperor sky-burning seal, Long Chen also used the devouring world of blood to suppress the opponent's genuine qi. Such a fierce attack made the warrior from the Feng clan who was showing off his strength a bit ridiculous. After the devouring world of blood, the Red Emperor sky-burning seal suddenly shot out. Rumble. What? The warrior from the Feng clan who was using the killing move of the tornado was startled by Long Chen's devouring world of blood. Before he could react, Long Chen's majestic Red Emperor sky-burning seal suddenly shot out and directly hit the top of his head. How can it be so strong? It's definitely an Imperial-level combat skill. The two warriors from the Feng clan were simply stunned. They originally looked down on Long Chen, but at that moment, their expressions became quite interesting, especially the warrior who was fighting against Long Chen. At that moment, he was directly suffering the power of the Red Emperor sky-burning seal from Long Chen. The huge seal that covered the sky and the earth directly pressed down on the top of his head. No! After letting out a miserable howl, his attack was directly engulfed by Long Chen's Scarlet Emperor incinerating seal. The powerful might of the Empyrean seal directly blew his body into charcoal, and nothing was left of him. An expert in the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm was killed in one move. And Long Chen was only in the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. To be able to kill an enemy 2 levels higher than him, in the primordial cemetery, probably only Long Chen was able to do so. To the other expert from the Feng clan, this was a terrifying thing. He originally thought that Long Chen was the same as Xiao Yu and could be killed easily. Who knew that such a situation would happen? When he saw that his companion, whose strength was similar to his, was actually killed by Long Chen just like that, the first thought that came to his mind was to escape. The city that the Feng clan occupied was right in front of his eyes. At the moment when his companion died, his body immediately turned around and madly fled. The Feng clan had a lot of advantages in terms of speed. At least for the warrior in front of him, if Long Chen didn't use the speed of the blood escaping technique, he wouldn't be able to catch up with him at all. However, the blood escaping technique was only suitable for escaping. If he chased after the enemy, it wasn't easy to control the distance. If he was too fast, he would pass the enemy in an instant. Long Chen didn't want to let any of his enemies go, especially this warrior who was the one who really killed Xiao Yu. How could Long Chen be willing to let him live? Thus, he unleashed his greatest speed and chased after him. But just at that moment, a strong wave came from the city. Obviously, the people who were stationed there had already found out what happened here. They also knew that a member of the Feng clan had actually been killed in front of their own gate. So, the people there were furious. There were already quite a few warriors who surpassed the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm rushing over here as fast as lightning. If they came, Long Chen definitely wouldn't be able to catch up with that person. Damn it. Those warriors were quite fast. In a split second, Long Chen felt that they were approaching him. Because of the delay when he was killing the warrior, the other warrior had already run far away. Long Chen had no way to avenge Xiao Yu before the other warrior arrived. There's still time. I don't believe that I, Long Chen, can't kill you and the Feng clan. A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. He went to Xiao Yu's side and put his body into the great virtual realm. Then, before the warriors of the Feng clan arrived, he immediately used the blood escaping technique. He turned into a bloody light and disappeared into the horizon. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find any trace of Long Chen. Who is that guy? Quick, find him. How dare he attack our people in front of the city where the Feng clan is stationed? He's really audacious. Find out for me which clan he belongs to. As long as he's not from the 9 clans, destroy his entire clan. Yes. Carrying Xiao Yu's body, Long Chen walked for a long distance. When he looked back, he couldn't see the city anymore. In the distant horizon, there was a silhouette the size of an egg. It was probably the city where the Feng clan was stationed. Long Chen gritted his teeth bitterly. After coming to the primordial cemetery, although his performance was very heaven-defying, he still felt that his strength was not enough. With this kind of strength, how was he going to face the people of the 9 great clans? How was he going to get the wolf cub back? It would probably be even more difficult for him to go to the unknown imperial region. Don't think too much. After burying Brother Xiao Yu, I'll cultivate properly. In the glazed gold domain, the ground was quite hard. It took Long Chen a long time to find a relatively remote place and bury Xiao Yu there. In front of Xiao Yu's grave, Long Chen sighed and said, "This is how the world is. The strong prey on the weak. If there are so many unsatisfactory things in life, I hope that I can get some peace and contentment after death." After staying silent for half a day, Long Chen left. Chapter 699. Long Chen's goal was naturally to sneak in and kill that person. This time, he didn't take the original path. After half a day, he saw the city again. The green flag swaying in the wind was quite dazzling. This time, coming to the Wind clan was undoubtedly very dangerous. However, Long Chen had escaped from the hands of the young lord of the divine race, so there was no need to mention this place. The strongest expert of the Wind clan would definitely not stay here. With the blood escape, Long Chen basically didn't have to worry about his life. Moreover, with the spirit-devouring demon pupil, Long Chen could carefully avoid others. The ground beside the steel city wasn't very flat. There were a lot of iron blocks that suddenly emerged from the ground. Long Chen hid behind these iron blocks and sneaked into the city without being discovered. This city was actually very big. If it was outside, it could at least accommodate more than 100,000 people. But now, at most, there were only a few hundred people in this city, so it seemed very spacious. Long Chen could keenly grasp the movements within a mile. To be honest, it wasn't easy to be discovered by others. This city is actually made entirely of steel. Long Chen was a little surprised as he looked around. There were many buildings in this city, houses, streets, taverns, and so on. However, the place that was originally made of bricks had been replaced with steel. It was cold and solemn, exuding a sense of desolation. There was also a faint smell of rust in the air. Even the floor was cast with hard steel. There were some beautiful patterns carved on it. This city is obviously man-made. Could it be that a long time ago, this primordial cemetery was the same as the Myriad Kingdom territory, a place where people lived? However, some unforeseen events happened afterwards, causing this place to become desolate and uninhabited, just like a graveyard? Long Chen guessed. In this steel city, Long Chen just wanted to find the person who killed Xiao Yu. As long as he killed him, Long Chen could leave safely and then do his own thing. He didn't think that he was meddling in other people's business. Instead, he really treated revenge as his own business. The people of the Wind Clan would definitely be in the direction of the city center. Long Chen headed in that direction. He didn't expect that after taking a few steps, Long Chen would raise his head and see a strange thing in the center of the city surrounded by countless steel pillars. That thing emitted a strong fluctuation. When that fluctuation passed through Long Chen's body, Long Chen felt as though his blood was boiling. He discovered that he was actually filled with battle intent at this moment. The distance was too far, so Long Chen couldn't see clearly what was in that direction. But at this time, Kitten laughed and said, "Kid, your luck is really good. I didn't expect to encounter this thing after sneaking back into this city." "What is this?" Hearing Kitten's words, Long Chen knew that this thing was definitely a treasure. This is a warrior who carved his lifetime's comprehension on a stone tablet. This stone tablet has the remnant of his martial soul. If you can obtain this stone tablet and comprehend the comprehension of the stone tablet, your cultivation will increase. With someone guiding you, your speed will increase at least tenfold. Kitten said lazily. Stone tablet. Long Chen's heart instantly became excited. A tenfold cultivation speed was extremely tempting for Long Chen. But for the current him, this stone tablet was definitely a treasure among treasures. It was even more suitable for Long Chen than the 5 Emperor Seals. This was because Long Chen's weakest point was his cultivation. As long as his cultivation improved, his overall strength would definitely reach a super leap. At first, Long Chen couldn't see clearly what was in the distance. After all, there were a lot of steel buildings in the way. So, Long Chen could only see a corner of it. But after listening to Kitten, Long Chen looked carefully and found that it was indeed a corner of the stone tablet. This stone tablet was black, and it emitted a mysterious fluctuation that could stimulate Long Chen's fighting spirit. As for the other things, because it was too far away, Long Chen continued to move towards the direction of the steel city. At this time, there were traces of many people in front of him. With the soul-devouring demon pupil, Long Chen could first find the other party. The people of the Feng clan were quite easy to recognize because they needed a uniform logo. So, most of them wore cyan robes. The men were elegant and the women were elegant. As long as they weren't from the Feng clan, Long Chen could come in contact with them. The people who came here were basically like Xiao Yu. They first looked for a base. This city was under the control of the Feng clan. Fights were prohibited, so it provided them with safety. Therefore, they settled down here. This city was firmly under the control of the Feng clan. Very few people could sneak in like Long Chen. They were all registered. After a month, they would be expelled. After discovering the two people, Long Chen stood not far away from them, as if he was also a normal person who came in. Sneaking around would instead make others suspicious. As long as he didn't meet the people of the Feng clan, Long Chen would actually be fine. I didn't expect that in this corner of the city, the martial god steel map would appear. The Feng clan obtained the martial god steel map and immediately sent experts over. I believe that before long, even more experts will come here. Under the strict guard of the Feng clan, we don't even have a chance to take a look at the martial god steel map. Under the guard of more than 10 warriors in the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm, let alone looking at it, even if we get close, we will probably be killed. Moreover, the experts of the Feng clan will continuously come from afar. The martial god steel map that appeared in this steel city is the first treasure that appeared in the ancient cemetery. The last time was dozens of years ago. A martial god steel map appeared and was obtained by the demon clan. It directly made the strength of the demon clan rise a lot. Many experts in the demon clan advanced continuously by comprehending the martial god steel map. I'm really envious. If I can take a look at the martial god steel map, I'll be satisfied. Maybe it can even help me break through to the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Don't think too much. We'll stay here and not have to worry about the attacks of enemies, demon beasts, and the chi of gold devouring. We'll be satisfied. If the people of the Feng clan heard what you said, they would definitely skin you and pull out your tendons. You'd better be a bit more careful. I know. From their conversation, Long Chen heard a lot of information. So many people are guarding the martial god steel map. If the people in the Earth martial arts realm can comprehend the martial god steel map, it seems that this thing was at least left behind by the experts in the sky martial arts realm. Maybe apart from the inheritance of the 7 lords, this martial god steel map can be considered a very strong treasure. The Feng clan should value it very much and even do their best to send experts to guard it to prevent others from fighting for it. However, even now, there are more than 10 experts in the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm. With Long Chen's strength, he could at most deal with 1 expert in the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm. If 2 experts in the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm besieged him, he didn't even know if he could deal with them. In this way, it seemed that it would be very difficult for him to get the martial god steel map. Long Chen shook his head. His strength was still too weak. The desire to become stronger burned fiercely in his heart. Even though he quickly reached the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, he still couldn't be satisfied. The martial god steel map was his opportunity to rise up. The people of the Feng clan should be guarding near the martial god steel map. I think the person who killed Xiao Yu is also there. I have the soul-devouring demonic eyes. I should go and observe for a while. After I understand the situation of this steel city, I can finally make my move. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Thinking of that, Long Chen sneaked towards the center of the city. 100 miles away from the steel city, there was an even larger steel city. That seemed to be the largest city in the glazed gold domain. The area of its territory was at least 10 times larger than the city that Long Chen was in. It was a city about the same size as the Martial Emperor's city, and the Martial Emperor's city could house hundreds of thousands of people. In the pitch-black steel city, there were many golden buildings, especially the buildings in the center of the city. They were all golden. It was a golden palace, standing in the center of the steel city. It was majestic and domineering, which meant that it might be the core of the entire glazed gold domain. The name of this city was called the Huge Glazed Gold City. The patriarch of the Feng clan and the others led the entire Feng clan to guard this place. At the same time, they spread out in all directions, completely infiltrating the majority of the glazed gold domain and occupying the glazed gold domain. This time, the Feng clan and the Divine clan were divided into 2 groups. The Divine clan occupied the abstruse fire domain of the 5 major domains, while the Feng clan occupied more than half of the glazed gold domain. The remaining half was occupied by the Jin clan of the 5 Element Alliance. This also meant that the Feng clan's biggest opponent in the glazed gold domain was the Jin clan of the Five-Element Alliance. The two could be considered as old enemies, and there were many grudges between them. In many aspects, the two clans had many conflicts. In the vast huge glazed gold city, there were about 1,000 warriors. With the patriarch of the Feng clan overseeing this place, it could be considered as the safest place in the entire glazed gold domain. Even the gold-devouring Qi wouldn't be swept to this place. Of course, everyone couldn't stay in this city forever. Otherwise, why would they come to the primordial cemetery? They came to the primordial cemetery to kill people and seize their treasures. Truly ruthless people would directly throw themselves into the slaughter once they came to the primordial cemetery. They would obtain treasures in the process of killing to improve themselves. A portion of people would die, and a portion of people would survive. Those who survived, without exception, would basically become true elites. Chapter 700. One of them was sitting on a golden chair. That chair was grand and domineering. Even though it was a bit old, one could still see how grand and magnificent it was in the past. The person who was sitting on that chair looked like a sage. He had white hair and white clothes. His eyes were deep and cold. He was the patriarch of the Feng clan that Long Chen had seen on the astrolabe. His strength was similar to the patriarch of the Five-Element Alliance. His age should be similar as well. The other was a graceful young girl wearing a light green dress. Although her face was covered with white muslin like Feng Xian, her exquisite figure and the outline of her face showed that she was a rare beauty. Moreover, the young girl exuded a youthful aura. At a glance, one could tell that she was not old. She was not someone that an old woman like Feng Xian could compare to. Moreover, the aura she exuded was much stronger than Feng Xian. Since this young girl was brought into the primeval cemetery, her status was obviously not much different from the young patriarch's status in the primeval cemetery. This young girl was presumably the proud daughter of heaven in the Wind clan. Her light green dress fluttered in the wind. She was talking to the patriarch of the Feng clan with a voice that sounded like an oriole. The patriarch of the Feng clan looked at the young girl with a smile. He looked satisfied. Time slowly passed. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked into the palace. His face was filled with excitement. He forced himself to kneel on the ground and excitedly said to the Feng clan's leader and Princess Lin, "Greetings, clan leader and Princess Lin. From the direction of Black Gold City, there is great news." "What news?" asked the patriarch of the Feng clan. The martial god's tablet appeared in Black Gold City. According to the report, the martial god's tablet can help people comprehend the 9th level of the Earth martial realm, said the middle-aged man excitedly. The patriarch of the Feng clan hurriedly stood up. His face was filled with surprise and joy as he said, "The martial god's tablet really exists, and it has appeared in the city we're stationed in?" The middle-aged man said, "The news came from Black Gold City." "It's true." The Feng clan's patriarch laughed 3 times and said, "Good, good, the heavens are really helping my Feng clan. With this martial god's tablet, my Feng clan's strength will definitely increase greatly." After laughing for a long time, he frowned and said, "Ji Lin, the size of the martial god's tablet diagram is not small. The cosmos sack cannot contain such a huge martial god's tablet diagram. I'll give you a spatial ring. Go to Black Gold City and get me the martial god's tablet diagram. If the Gold clan gets wind of this, they will definitely fight with us for it. I still have some matters to attend to in Glazed Gold City, so I'll leave this task to you." The beautiful young girl hurriedly nodded and said, "Don't worry, grandfather. I guarantee that I'll handle this matter beautifully. I'll hand the martial god's tablet diagram to you in 2 days. You're really my good granddaughter. You've always been more promising than your siblings since you were young." Feng Jilin smiled indifferently. She was already used to the elders' compliments. In the Feng clan, only Feng Jilin had 17 celestial wind veins. That meant she could at least reach the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Even the patriarch of the Feng clan only had 16 celestial wind veins in total. In the Wind clan, the number of heavenly wind veins was equivalent to a cultivator's potential. The more heavenly wind veins one had, the better their potential and physique, and the higher their future achievements would be. In the Wind clan, there was currently no one with the same number of heavenly wind veins as Feng Jilin. In the Feng clan, she was the most powerful princess. That was why her grandfather brought her to the ancient cemetery and kept her by his side. Feng Qing always gave Feng Jilin something good. This time, he let Feng Jilin get the martial gods tablet diagram. After they got the martial gods tablet diagram, Feng Jilin could use it first. She was only 18 years old and she was already in the 8th level of the Earth martial realm. She was even about to break through to the 9th level of the Earth martial realm. Such a genius was very rare in the Tianfeng dynasty. The martial gods tablet diagram could help Feng Jilin reach the 9th level of the Earth martial realm. For Feng Jilin, it was the most precious treasure among all the precious treasures. However, Feng Jilin wasn't very excited. She had always been blessed by fate. She was already used to good luck. Feng Yang, is there anything special happening in Black Gold City? Will the news of the martial god monolith be leaked to the Jin clan? Feng Qing was worried about his precious granddaughter's safety, so he asked. The kneeling middle-aged man hurriedly replied, "No, I definitely didn't leak it out. Not a single one of the ordinary warriors in Black Gold City has left. If it weren't for the fact that I was afraid of attracting too much criticism, I would have killed them long ago. However, I'll keep them imprisoned until Princess Lin obtains the martial god steel diagram. Only then will I let them go." Good. You did well. You'll have a share of the martial god's tablet diagram, said Feng Qing indifferently. Thank you, clan leader. Feng Yang will work hard and break through to the 8th level of the Earth martial realm. I'll do my best for the Feng clan, said Feng Yang excitedly. The martial god's tablet diagram was in Feng Jilin's hands. As long as Feng Jilin finished using it, the others could still get a share. Good. If that's the case, Jilin, you can go now. Feng Qing looked at his granddaughter with kind eyes, and then took out a dark ring. This small ring was engraved with many fine runes. It felt like the inside of a cosmos sack, but the space inside it was much larger. This was the storage ring that Feng Qing was talking about. Take good care of the ring. Even in the Feng clan, we don't have more than 5 rings. Today, I'll give it to you, said Feng Qing, smiling. Thank you, Grandpa. Feng Jilin smiled indifferently. She slightly bent her knees and bowed to the leader of the Feng clan. Right, clan leader, there's a small thing, said Feng Yang. What small thing? Asked Feng Qing. This morning, 2 people came in the direction of Black Gold City. Coincidentally, 2 of our clan's warriors were returning to Black Gold City. When they passed by them, our clan's warriors discovered that one of them had actually killed our Feng clan's warriors before. He had the mark of our Feng clan on his body. And then? Feng Qing's voice was a bit unhappy when he heard that his clansmen were killed. After that, the warriors of my clan attacked them. They killed one of them but let the other one escape. The one who escaped also killed one of my clan's warriors. That warrior was still a long distance away from Black Gold City. I presume he didn't know about the descent of the martial god monument diagram. Feng Yang said. It's good that he didn't know. We haven't had any casualties in the past few days. Maybe that person came to the archaic cemetery after killing a member of our clan. Feng Qing didn't care too much about that. How strong was the person who escaped? Why didn't they attack? Did they just watch the enemy leave? Just at that moment, Feng Jilin's voice was a bit cold. It could be seen that her temper was even a bit worse than her grandfather's. Feng Yang knew the young lady's temper, so he didn't dare to contradict her. He hurriedly said, "That's the strange part. That person only had the strength of the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm, but he used a battle skill that should be a royal level battle skill. He directly killed a warrior of the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm from my clan. He also used an escape technique and turned into a bloody light, instantly escaping. A person in the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm used a royal level battle skill and killed a member of the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Feng Qing's face showed surprise. He looked at Feng Yang in shock and asked, "You must be joking with me. He's only in the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Where did he get a royal level battle skill?" "I don't know either." The warrior who escaped said that a person in the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm wanted to kill someone in the 6th level of the Earth Martial Realm without a royal level battle skill. So it's him. Just at that moment, a faint smile hung on Feng Jilin's face. "Jilin, do you know this person?" Feng Qing asked. "Grandfather, do you still remember the matter of the young master of the God clan, Wu Guanyu? When he first came to the archaic cemetery, he stole a strange demonic wolf. He treated the demonic wolf as a treasure, and the demonic wolf was stolen from a mysterious young man called Long Chen. That person called Long Chen had once used a royal tier battle skill to force Wu Guanyu away, and at the same time, used an escape technique to escape right in front of Wu Guanyu. It's very clear that they're the same person." Feng Jilin calmly analyzed. "So there's actually such a mysterious person. Jilin, pay close attention to this person when you go. If you can steal his royal tier battle skill and other things, that would be even better." Feng Qing smiled. "That's right. Of course. Grandfather doesn't need to worry." Feng Jilin smiled sweetly. Feng Qing suddenly thought of something and had Feng Yang leave first. He then said to Feng Jilin, "This time, Bai Lian came in such a hurry to bring Wu Guanyu to the Xuanhua region. I'm guessing that they're going to find the legacy of the Azure Lotus Emperor. If Wu Guanyu obtains the legacy of the Azure Lotus Emperor, his strength will soar and he'll be able to stabilize his position as the strongest in the younger generation." The Azure Lotus Emperor, huh? Feng Jilin pursed her lips and looked out the window. She said, "My fiancé, my man, if he doesn't have such achievements, how can he be worthy of me? Do you dislike this marriage?" "This marriage was decided by me and Bai Lian together," Feng Qing asked. Feng Jilin smiled sweetly. "Grandpa, don't think too much about it. In the myriad kingdoms, is there anyone more outstanding than Wu Guanyu? If you really want to marry someone, then he'll be the one." Chapter 701. Under the surveillance of the devouring demon eyes, Long Chen avoided meeting people and directly went to the center of the Steel City. The closer he got to there, the clearer the martial god steel map became in Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen's current direction should be the back of the martial god steel map. His gaze passed through the heavy steel buildings and landed on the martial god steel map. The martial god steel map was like a huge black slate. It was rusted and full of the marks of time. Waves of black light flowed on it. Because it was the back, Long Chen couldn't see what was special about the martial god steel map. The only thing that shocked Long Chen was the ancient feeling on it and the aura that belonged to martial arts. Even if he didn't look at the front, the strong spiritual power on the martial god steel map caused a strong spiritual impact on Long Chen. Long Chen had a premonition that if he could get the martial god steel map, his strength would definitely increase a lot. Now he was only in the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Compared to others, he was really too weak. However, there was a person in the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm guarding it. How could Long Chen get the martial god steel map? The 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm was no joke. Long Chen quickly approached. At that moment, there was still about 300 meters between the martial god steel map and Long Chen couldn't go forward. In front of him, there were at least 30 people from the Feng clan stationed there. Most of them were in the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm, and the least were in the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm. They were all in the field of vision of Long Chen's devouring demon eyes. Long Chen estimated that among the 9 clans, those who could come here were at least in the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm. The 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm was a relatively strong force. Those above the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm were already considered strong. After all, the higher the level, the greater the gap between each level. They were all from the Feng clan. The Feng clan set a boundary 300 meters away from the martial god steel map. People who weren't from the Feng clan couldn't get close to it. Otherwise, they would be killed. The distance of 300 meters was within their perception. Even if Long Chen didn't kill Feng Xian, he would be killed if he got close. Quietly hiding in an inconspicuous corner, Long Chen used his spirit-devouring demon eyes to size them up. Finally, he found a familiar aura on one of them. That's right, he was the one who killed Xiaoyu. Long Chen firmly remembered this person's position in his mind, but he was hiding in the middle of so many people, so Long Chen had no way to kill him. The only thing he could do now was to wait for the other party to run out on his own. He could only wait for him to run out. Long Chen didn't know whether he would have the chance or not. Just then, Long Chen quietly went to the front of the martial god steel map. Taking advantage of this time, he could finally take a good look at the martial god steel map. The martial god steel map was black all over. It was more than 30 meters high and more than 10 meters wide. The people from the Feng clan were pitifully small compared to it. The martial god steel map should have fallen from the sky because Long Chen saw that the bottom of the martial god steel map had directly pierced into a tall steel building. It directly shattered the building and then deeply pierced into the steel ground. Coming to the front of the martial god steel map, Long Chen's eyes were quickly attracted by the martial god steel map. On the martial god steel map, there were a total of more than 10 rows of words. Every word was the size of a human head. These words were directly carved. They were like flying dragons and dancing phoenixes. They were quite ancient. Many of the words were used a long time ago. Long Chen didn't know what they were, but it wasn't important. He only took a glance at them and they were deeply imprinted in his mind. Judging from the words, it was just an article describing the magnificent rivers and mountains. There wasn't anything magical about it. However, for some reason, Long Chen was deeply attracted by it. He couldn't come back to his senses for a while. What's so magical about this martial god steel map? It's the same as the Seal of Desolation. Can it be comprehended? Long Chen thought to himself. He looked at it for more than 2 hours, and his eyes were a little tired. The martial god steel diagram emitted an ancient aura, as well as a power that could make one's blood boil. Gradually, Long Chen found that the black words were actually twisting. He knew that it was twisting in his eyes. In other people's eyes, maybe it was the same as before. Long Chen understood that there was a threshold to understand the martial god steel map. Not everyone could understand it. At least, one had to have the strength of the Earth martial arts realm. The faster one could see the clues of the martial god steel map, the more potential it proved. Long Chen spent 2 hours before the martial god steel map finally changed. He didn't know how strong he was. However, among the warriors of the Feng clan who surrounded the martial god steel map, there were a few people who were secretly observing. From their eyes, it could be seen that none of them could enter the state of selflessness that Long Chen had. The words changed for the first time. The next time Long Chen observed it, the time it took him to enter the state was much shorter. In Long Chen's world, the surrounding steel buildings and the people of the Feng clan all disappeared. The only thing left was the ancient martial god steel map in front of him. The martial god steel map was more than 30 meters tall. However, in Long Chen's eyes, the whole world was only left with the martial god steel map. The martial god steel map was more than 1,000 miles tall. It touched the sky and covered the sun. In front of the martial god steel map, Long Chen was as small as an ant. He raised his head high and looked at the martial god steel map in awe. Boom! In front of Long Chen, the words on the martial god steel map changed rapidly. They twisted into line segments. Then, these line segments wriggled and combined. In Long Chen's eyes, these words gradually condensed into a human figure. This human figure was like a shadow that was trapped in the martial god's steel map. At first, it didn't move at all. While Long Chen was waiting anxiously, it finally moved. As Long Chen expected, this human figure was actually practicing a fist technique. The fist technique was the earth martial fist technique in front of him. However, the feeling of the earth martial fist technique performed by this human figure was completely different from Long Chen's. It was even slightly different from other people's. The moves were still the same, but the feeling of the fist technique was very different. At least, compared to Long Chen himself, it was much stronger. Compared to him, Long Chen had a feeling of being dwarfed. As soon as the figure's earth martial fist technique unfolded, Long Chen was completely immersed in this magical rhythm. Starting from the first level of the earth martial arts realm, watching the figure's fist technique, he could almost dig out some things that Long Chen hadn't noticed before. He felt like a person who hadn't reached the earth martial arts realm and had to start learning from the first level of the earth martial arts realm. In the process of learning again, many things that he had missed were made up. The path of martial arts was incomparably mysterious. What Long Chen had come into contact with now was just a little bit of it. The figure's practice of fist technique gave Long Chen a lot of enlightenment. Just when the figure's fist technique progressed to the fourth level of the earth martial arts realm, Long Chen was about to welcome a new enlightenment. Suddenly, there was a feeling of extreme danger that enveloped Long Chen. Long Chen quickly woke up from it. Just now, he was completely immersed in the martial god's steel map and forgot the situation around him. After waking up, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. In such a dangerous place, he was actually immersed in cultivation. If he was discovered, it would be troublesome. After waking up, he breathed a sigh of relief and found that he hadn't been discovered. The reason why he had just woken up was that in this steel city, there were new people coming. Moreover, they were the strongest among the strong. Without saying anything, Long Chen directly hid far away from the martial god's steel map and mixed with other ordinary martial arts practitioners. Those ordinary martial arts practitioners came here mainly to seek protection. However, now that the martial god's steel map was in trouble in this place, they also came to join in the fun. They stared at it from a distance. However, even though they were cursing in their hearts, they didn't go near it. After all, the prestige of the Feng clan was still terrifying enough. Long Chen hid in a corner and obediently looked at the two people flying over from the horizon. They quickly arrived in the sky above the black gold city and slowly landed near the martial god's steel map. They were two women. The woman in the lead looked very young and wore a light green dress. Her face was covered with a white veil. Although it was separated by a veil, there was still a stern and cold aura emanating from her face. Behind her was a woman in a purple dress. She had a tranquil expression and an elegant smile. It was unclear how young she was, but she seemed to be less than 30 years old. This woman was not wearing a veil, and her figure was curvaceous. Her entire body was filled with a mature charm, and her well-rounded figure attracted many gazes. The woman in the purple dress should be more than 30 years old. It's not a big deal for her to have such power. However, that young girl is so young, but her strength is so terrifying. She must be in existence at the level of the Shen clan's young master. This young girl comes from the Feng clan. Could she be a young genius of the Feng clan? Long Chen was puzzled. Just when he was puzzled, some people next to him discussed, if I'm not mistaken, she's the legendary princess of the Feng clan, Feng Jilin, who has 17 celestial wind veins. It's definitely her. The one next to her is a strong guest of the Feng clan. She's called Xuanu. Both of them are terrifyingly strong. I've heard that they're both in the 8th level of the earth martial realm or above, especially Feng Jilin. She has countless resources of the Feng clan, including fighting skills, spiritual medicines, and so on. They're all the best. Besides, she has many secret skills. I'm afraid she's invincible in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Chapter 702. Everyone's faces were filled with helplessness. Even if the treasure wasn't destined to belong to them, their hearts still twitched when they saw such a precious treasure being taken away just like that. I heard that Feng Jilin is already engaged to the young master of the Shin clan, Wu Guanyu. Maybe they'll get married after they leave the primordial cemetery. Within the divine wind lineage, they're the top young experts. This combination is a match made in heaven. Yeah. With such strength and status, even her beauty is top-notch. She should be matched with a man of the same level, or even better. In the younger generation, I'm afraid only the young master of the Shin clan is suitable for her. When everyone was discussing this, Long Chen listened carefully. Feng Jilin. Long Chen memorized this name in his heart. So she's Wu Guanyu's fiancée. What a coincidence. But this woman is too strong. I'm not her opponent. She wants the martial god monument map. Could it be that I'm not fated with it? Such a precious treasure that could even be a chance for him to make a comeback was taken away by Feng Jilin. Long Chen's heart was in a mess and he was unwilling to accept it. Long Chen knew about the storage ring. It was an item that had a bigger space than a cosmos sack. The material of the storage ring was much sturdier than a cosmos sack. Normal attacks wouldn't be able to damage the storage ring. Moreover, the storage ring had the function of recognizing its owner by blood. It was considered a treasure. Of course, there weren't many storage rings. At least, Long Chen hadn't seen any of them. The space in Long Chen's Taishu realm had increased along with his strength. At least, it was bigger than a normal storage ring. The martial god monument map was completely placed into the Taishu realm by Long Chen. However, he didn't know the weight of the martial god monument map. If it was too heavy, it would take some time for Long Chen to put it in. After all, it was completely inserted into the ground. Long Chen wasn't sure if he had the power to take the martial god monument map out, so he didn't dare to act rashly. After Feng Jilin came, he didn't dare to act rashly. Like the other warriors, Long Chen's gaze fell on Feng Jilin. This legendary girl seemed to be very arrogant. She only had eyes for the martial god steel. As for the others, she didn't even spare them a glance. Feng Jilin only stopped when she was 10 meters away from the martial god steel diagram. She raised her head and looked at the huge martial god steel diagram. Her tender pink lips curled up slightly as she said, "Martial god steel diagram, huh? What an interesting thing, young miss. For the sake of avoiding any undue delay, put this diagram of the martial god tablet into your spatial ring first. The primeval cemetery isn't a good place." The nearby woman in a violet dress smiled tenderly as she spoke. "There's no rush. Let me see what's so special about this thing first." As she spoke, she walked up to the martial god's tablet and extended her slender, fair, and filled fingers. She gently caressed the black martial god's tablet. Her fingers brushed past the words one by one. In the end, she frowned slightly. It truly is a mysterious thing. As she spoke, she lightly smiled and moved aside. The martial god's tablet is left behind by a heaven realm expert. At least the 3rd level of the heaven realm. It is normal that you don't understand it immediately. The martial god's tablet descended from the sky and a third of it has sunk into the metal ground. If you want to put the martial god's tablet into your spatial ring, you have to pull it out from the ground. Leave that to me. Thank you, Aunt Shui. Feng Jilin did not refuse and she directly said that. It could be seen that she was not very polite towards Aunt Shui. If she was truly an elder, she would probably do it herself. No trouble at all. Aunt Shui sweetly smiled. After speaking, she walked past Feng Jilin and arrived in front of the martial god's tablet. Her body tightly stuck to the martial god's tablet, and the purple-clothed woman silently tried for a while. At the end, she opened her hands and put them on the martial god's tablet. Her fair fingers had a strong visual impact on the black stone tablet. Quickly after, the true energy on the purple-clothed woman's body quickly surged and all flowed to the acupuncture points on her palms. Icy blue power surged out from her hands and all flowed into the martial god's tablet. It tightly sucked the martial god's tablet up. Only after lightly snorting did the purple-clothed woman start to truly use her strength. Although she was lifting a heavy thing, her movements and expression were very elegant. The martial god's tablet is stuck in the ground. As long as she loosens it, I can probably put it in the ring. Long Chen's heart was in his throat. At the moment when the martial god's tablet diagram loosened, I used the blood escape and teleported to the martial god's tablet diagram. I reckon that I can still control the distance of 300 meters. Then, I put the martial god's tablet diagram into the Taishu realm and used the blood escape to leave. This method seems a little risky, Long Chen thought carefully. There were 2 warriors in the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm. If he wanted to take advantage of them, it wouldn't be an easy thing to do. However, in the midst of danger, Long Chen understood that the map of the martial god steel was very important to him, so he wanted to try. He would not die anyway. If his plan failed, he would have to use the blood sacrifice. Although he did not know what the result would be, it was better than dying on the spot. Time reversal, blood sacrifice, these powerful magical powers made Long Chen like an undying cockroach. At that moment, Long Chen already held his breath. He could already feel that under the great strength of the purple-clothed woman, the martial god's tablet was gradually loosening. When it completely loosened, Feng Jilin would be able to put it in the ring. At that moment, the girl named Feng Jilin already raised her arm. On her finger, there was a black ring. The ring had some beautiful patterns and a black gem was inlaid on it. Within the gem, there was actually a magical space in the ring. The ring could completely put the martial god's tablet in it. Long Chen held his breath and waited for the martial god's tablet to finally loosen. At that moment, he would make his move. Feng Jilin did not know of his existence at all. If he made his move, he might succeed. Wait, at that moment, something unforeseen happened. 2 rays of golden light suddenly burst out from the distant sky. The golden light was actually 2 rays of burning light. They were as thick as a person's waist. The target of the 2 rays of golden light was the purple-clothed woman who was trying her best to loosen the martial god's tablet. Golden Eye of Devastation. Long Chen was shocked. He was most familiar with the Golden Eye of Devastation. When he clashed with Zhao Danshan had used it more than once. He did not expect to see such an attack in the primordial cemetery. Moreover, the attack came from far away. With one look, he knew that it was definitely much stronger than Zhao Danshan's attack. Ancestral. When Feng Jilin reacted, it was already too late. Ancestral thought that saving her life was more important, so she immediately dodged. The 2 rays of golden light directly hit the martial god's tablet. The martial god's tablet shook slightly, but it seemed to be relatively firm. There was no trace of the Golden Eye of Devastation at the place where it was hit by. Golden Eye of Devastation. The people of Jin clan are here. Feng Jilin and Ancestral expressions changed. Ancestral looked worried, while Feng Jilin had a sneer on his face. After the 2 Golden Eye of Devastation disappeared, the other 2 rays of golden light flashed in the sky and arrived at this place. 2 old men appeared in front of everyone. The 2 old men had golden hair and even their eyes were completely golden. There was a golden round mark on their foreheads. The most surprising thing was that the 2 old men looked exactly the same. That Zhao Danshan actually has the bloodline of Jin clan. Only Zhao Danshan's eyes are golden. He also has the golden battle body and the golden eye of devastation. The people of Jin clan probably all have these. Looking at the 2 old men of Jin clan carefully, Long Chen realized that their strength should be similar to Feng Jilin and Feng Jilin's. I was wondering who it was. So it's the famous twin brothers of Jin clan, Jin Xiong and Jin Ba. They're already so old, yet they still come out and risk their lives together. Aunt Shue's eyes flashed with fear when she saw the two of them. However, she hid it quickly and said with a smile. The twin brothers' golden eyes were looking at the martial god monument greedily. After Aunt Shue spoke, they looked over. One of them said, "So it's Lady Shue. And this girl, she must be the famous Feng Jilin. The Feng clan is really well guarded. If we hadn't happened to pass by, we wouldn't have known that there was such a good thing here." "What do you want?" Feng Jilin interrupted him and asked decisively. "What do you want? What do you think? As the saying goes, the treasures of heaven and earth belong to the virtuous. We merely passed by this place, yet we happened to see the birth of the martial god's tablet. This means that we brothers are fated with the martial god's tablet. This martial god's tablet should belong to us. So, you two women should stop your work and scram back to your colossal glazed gold city." The two men of Jin clan saw that they were women, so they looked down on them. Indeed, in many fights, women were no match for men because of their personality and physical disadvantages. This was very normal. Chapter 703. Little girl, what the hell do you know? That's because the main force of our Jin clan is not here. If our clan chief were here, that trash of yours, Feng Qing, would not be a match for our clan chief. Our clan chief doesn't even care about that glazed gold city. One of the Jin clan elders anxiously retorted. "Stop talking. Whether you two are trash or not, let's fight to prove it," Feng Jilin said coldly. Since she said that, the atmosphere became more and more tense. Both sides stopped talking. They just stared at each other coldly, waiting for a chance to fight. Long Chen was speechless. He had planned well. Aunt Shay was about to loosen the martial god's steel. He hadn't expected the two old men of the Gold Clan to show up. If Aunt Shui were to touch the martial god steel diagram again, she would definitely be attacked by the other party. Therefore, she could not touch the martial god steel diagram for a while. As for the other people from the Feng clan, in front of an expert like Feng Jilin, they seemed to be of no help. As for Long Chen and the others who were purely watching the show, there was no need to mention them. The atmosphere that was filled with the smell of gunpowder was completely ignited by Lin of the Wind. She was not used to the arrogant expressions of the two elders of the Gold Clan. Before they even made a move, she said directly, "Since you're here, don't be shy. Since you know you're going to fight, don't waste your time. Whatever you say is just nonsense. In the end, what decides everything is still strength. Aunt Shay, let's go one by one and see who can destroy their opponent first." She didn't even give them a chance to speak. She moved and her light green dress fluttered. She was like a fairy. She appeared in front of the two warriors of the Gold Clan in an instant. Mississippi, Auntie Shui felt helpless facing this arrogant lady. She hurriedly followed Feng Jilin and came to the other old man. The other people of the Feng clan stood in front of the martial god steel to prevent the other people from attacking. The two old men of the Gold Clan looked at each other and sneered. They split into two groups and went to fight Feng Jilin and Aunt Shay. Feng Jilin moved away and went to the other side. She left the place for Aunt Shui to fight. One of the golden old men chased after her with a hideous grin. "Little girl, your grandfather is actually at ease to let you come here. He's actually willing to let you come here. Then I'll accompany you to have some fun." Looking at this exquisite and youthful delicate body, the old man's heart was also a little capricious. Feng Jilin sneered. Her smile was full of cruelty. He had seen too many people like this. When the fight really started, he would regret the words he had said. After the two of them confronted each other for a short period of time, they quickly started fighting. The first one who could not hold back his anger was the old man from the Jin clan. His brother had not even started fighting with Aunt Shay, yet he had already started fighting. The two of them had been brothers for almost 200 years. They knew each other very well. Aunt Shay was a very famous person in the Feng clan. She was outstanding among the cultivators in the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm. She was very difficult to deal with. In their opinion, Feng Jilin was a young girl. She should be much easier to deal with. As long as they held Feng Jilin hostage and threatened the Snow Lady, it would be easy to get the martial god's steel. Therefore, when one of them was fighting Feng Jilin, the other one was confronting Aunt Shay. Even though he was old, he was still very lecherous. He was staring at the Snow Lady with his fiery eyes. He looked like he was drooling. On the other side, Jin Xiong of the Gold Clan had started fighting with Feng Jilin. The Gold Clan's golden body? He has already reached the 2nd level. Feng Jilin sneered while looking at him. In front of her, Jin Xiong's body was flowing with golden light. A layer of golden light enveloped his entire body. This was the golden battle suit that was formed when the Jin clan's golden battle body was activated to the 2nd level. With this golden battle suit, his attack, defense, and other aspects would be greatly enhanced. Little girl, it's good that you know. Jin Xiong laughed. His body turned into a golden whirlwind and he punched Feng Jilin. His punch was full of explosive power. The attack power formed by the genuine essence of the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm and the 2nd level of the golden body was quite terrifying. Compared with Zhao Danshan's attack, it was not the same concept. Boom, boom, boom. The air exploded countless times in the blink of an eye. After the punch, even the space was slightly distorted. Impressive. The Gold Clan should be good at strength and defense. Zhao Danshan is strong enough in that aspect. However, he is not a purebred Gold Clan member. He doesn't even have the round golden mark on his forehead. Long Chen was surprised. His target was the martial god steel. While watching the fight, Long Chen was also waiting for an opportunity. He was ready to attack at any time. The more chaotic his opponent was, the better it was for him. He was curious. Feng Jilin was so arrogant. How strong was she? Very quickly, Long Chen saw Feng Jilin's speed. It was so fast that Long Chen couldn't see her with his naked eyes. She was using a movement technique. It was the same movement technique as the catkins in the wind. However, when she used it, it had reached a peak. Her silhouette was like a real catkin. Jin Xiong punched 8 times in a short time, but he couldn't even touch Feng Jilin's clothes. Little girl, do you only know how to run? Jin Xiong cursed angrily. He had wanted to kidnap Feng Jilin, but she was like a loach. How could he catch her? Boom, boom, boom. Punch after punch, the air trembled and the surroundings were filled with golden light. However, under Feng Jilin's movement technique, Jin Xiong still couldn't hit her even once. This made him a little mad. To him, this was simply a humiliation. Little girl, don't run if you have the guts. Let me see if your Feng clan has any other tricks other than running away. You are just a group of slaves that climbed up to the God clan. Do you really think you are one of the 9 clans? What the Feng clan feared the most was being said to be the slaves of the God clan. In fact, after many years of development, the Feng clan had a very strong foundation. Although it couldn't be said to be as strong as the God clan, it could at least be mentioned in the same breath. However, Jin Xiong was humiliating them so blatantly. This made Feng Jilin's eyes burst out with killing intent. This girl's killing intent was actually so terrifying. Jin Xiong thought that Feng Jilin was going to hide and stall for time. Right after Jin Xiong said that, Feng Jilin moved. Without saying a word, her entire body turned into a fierce blade wind and slashed towards Jin Xiong. Fast, it was really too fast. The blade wind was more than 2 meters long. The edges were filled with dazzling green light. At this moment, Feng Jilin's body had already disappeared. The Feng clan's high-level king-level battle skill, the wind blade. Jin Xiong squinted his eyes. He had already realized that something was wrong. The speed of Feng Jilin's wind blade was beyond his imagination. In the Feng clan, which was famous for their speed, speed was strength. She could use the wind blade to such a degree. Did that mean that her strength had also reached such a level? There was no time to think too much. Seeing that the wind blade was about to reach him, the sharp chi was already rushing towards him. Even with the golden battle suit, Jin Xiong still felt a little pain on his face. This is a good chance. This girl chose to fight me head-on. Jin Xiong was pleasantly surprised. At this time, he crazily revolved his own true essence, and the golden air flowed from his body to the index finger of his right hand. When the index finger shone with a golden light, Jin Xiong let out a loud shout and suddenly thrust his finger. Golden dragon comes out. Obviously, this was a powerful battle skill. Compared to the power of his fist, this battle skill hid all the power in a small finger. The power that erupted was unimaginable. A shadow of a golden dragon burst out from his finger. Instantly, it collided with the cyan wind blade of Feng Jilin. The huge power of the two people exploded at this moment. Suddenly, cyan and golden energy surged, sweeping everywhere. The hard steel buildings were slightly deformed under their attacks. Suddenly, it exploded. Everyone was watching the fight nervously. Jin Ba and Auntie Shu were facing each other. This was the only fight that was interesting. Feng Jilin rarely fought, so no one knew how strong she was. They could only guess. Feng Jilin looked at Jin Ba and Auntie Shu. The Feng clan was famous for their speed, but they were fighting against the Jin clan who were famous for their strength. The situation was beyond everyone's expectation. Feng Jilin was able to retreat without any injuries. Although Jin Xiong was not injured, he was directly swept by the wind. He rolled a few times in the air. For a famous expert like him, this was a great humiliation. Brother, don't be polite. Let's do it. Seeing his brother embarrassed, Jin Ba hurriedly reminded him. Jin Xiong stabilized his body and looked at Feng Jilin. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. After hearing Jin Ba's words, he gritted his teeth and nodded, okay. He spread his arms and legs, and the golden power gathered in his body. With a whoosh, a golden stone-like object suddenly emerged from his chest and appeared in front of him. This was a pure golden stone with an irregular shape. It was about the size of a normal person's heart. This golden stone was filled with even denser golden runes. What is this? Long Chen looked at it in surprise because the golden stone seemed to exude a rather strong power that belonged to metal. Looking at the other people's faces, it seemed that they were very shocked by this thing. This thing, could it be the Metal Clan's profound golden soul? One of the men said. Chapter 704. As soon as the profound golden soul appeared, the expressions of the people from the Feng clan changed. Clearly, the profound golden soul was very famous. It was probably a very important treasure of the Jin clan. Even Auntie Shay's expression changed slightly. Hee, you didn't expect this, did you? The profound golden soul was bestowed to us by the clan leader. With the power of the profound golden soul, you should hurry up and run. Once the profound golden soul shows its power, it'll be too late for you to run, Jin Ba said coldly. Auntie Shay did not comment. She looked at Feng Jilin worriedly, but she saw that there was no panic in Feng Jilin's eyes. She was still cold and indifferent. The young lady isn't even afraid of the profound golden soul. Does she have something to rely on? Auntie Shay was not the only one who thought so. Long Chen thought so too. Feng Jilin's calmness had exceeded his expectations. Hey, kid, let me tell you a piece of good news. Suddenly, Kitten's voice rang out from the great virtual realm. What is it? Long Chen asked hurriedly. It was a critical moment right now. Every piece of good news could be a turning point for Long Chen. Do you see the mystical golden soul above your head? This is a magic treasure that contains a lot of metal-type energy. It can amplify the power of metal-type sacred arts by several times. Of course, with such a small mystical golden soul, the amplification of power is limited. However, it is enough for those two fellows. Of course, this has nothing to do with them. What I want to tell you is that this magic treasure, mystical golden soul, can help you successfully cultivate the Gold Emperor Heaven Covering Seal. The Golden Emperor Heaven Covering Seal. Long Chen stared at the golden stone floating in the sky before Jin Xiong with a burning gaze. The power of the Scarlet Emperor Heaven Incinerating Seal was incomparable, and the Golden Emperor Heaven Covering Seal was the same. However, the special thing about the 5 Emperor Seals was that they were fused together. The power of each Emperor Seal was actually equivalent, and the power of fusing 2 Emperor Seals would increase by several times compared to a single Emperor Seal. The further one cultivated the 5 Emperor Seals, the more terrifying their power would be. A normal Emperor-class combat skill would not be able to compare to the 5 Emperor Seals. Long Chen was currently having a headache. The things placed in front of him, whether it was the martial god monument diagram or the profound golden soul, were all very useful to him. However, the problem was that his current strength was too weak. He couldn't take these things at all. Perhaps he could only risk his life to have a glimmer of hope of obtaining what he wanted. The greatest people were often the craziest people. Long Chen was prepared to go crazy for once today. At this moment, facing Jin Xiong's profound golden soul, Feng Jilin still had a smile on her face. This made Jin Xiong feel humiliated. He clenched his teeth and coldly said, "Feng Jilin, if you know what's good for you, then leave this black gold city. The martial god's monument is not something your Feng clan can obtain. Otherwise, I won't be polite. The profound golden soul can amplify the power of my golden eye of annihilation by several times." After saying that, he laughed coldly. "Miss," said Auntie Shui worriedly. Originally, she wanted to tell Feng Jilin that her life was more important. However, after seeing Feng Jilin's face, she swallowed her words back down. Under everyone's gazes, Feng Jilin finally spoke. She waved her hand and indifferently said, "What profound golden soul? Use it as much as you want. The one who should leave will be revealed very soon." Her tone was very cold. She didn't care about the 2 strong cultivators of the Jin clan at all. The 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. That was an existence countless times stronger than Long Chen. They could easily kill Long Chen. However, Feng Jilin basically ignored them. She even ignored the profound golden soul. If that's the case, Jin Xiong and Jin Ba glanced at each other. They knew that in front of such an arrogant girl, they had to be serious. For the martial god Steel, it was worth it to have a conflict with the Feng clan. It was said that Feng Qing loved Feng Jilin the most. She was his flesh and blood. However, today, for the martial god Steel, the 2 brothers decided to throw caution to the wind. In reality, it was still too early for the battle between the 9 clans. Before, on the astrolabe, the 9 clans were still polite to each other. In reality, in the countless years of struggle, the 3 clans were already mortal enemies. Only because of the tripartite confrontation, none of them dared to make the first move. That was why there was such a peaceful attitude. The trials in the primeval cemetery this time were especially important. He could foresee that there would surely be a great battle that shook the heavens in the later stages of the trials, and there would surely be a life and death enmity between the 9 great clans. Since they still had to fight in the end, then why not bring it forward now? Detonating this fuse for the sake of the martial god tablet diagram was actually worth it. The 5 Elements Alliance was arrogant. They were the true descendants of the 5 emperors, so they were never afraid of anyone. Therefore, at that moment, Jin Xiong clenched his teeth and controlled the profound golden soul to attack. Mississippi, Aunt Shui frowned and rushed towards Jin Xiong. She didn't care about anything else. However, Jin Ba suddenly stood in front of her and said coldly, "Woman, your opponent is me." In order to help Feng Jilin, Aunt Shui did not hesitate to use her authority to fight against Jin Ba. Aunt Shay was worthy of being an expert with the word shui in her name. Once she made her move, a cold frost surrounded her. The surrounding temperature immediately dropped. Looking at the woman who was covered in a layer of cold frost, everyone felt a little frightened. The battle was very intense. Before coming to the Black Gold City, Feng Qing had entrusted Feng Jilin's safety to Aunt Shui. At that moment, seeing that Feng Jilin was in danger, she simply put her life on the line. Snowflakes danced in the air. Each snowflake was filled with a cold murderous aura. The legendary Snow Lady. The snowflake fist is indeed extraordinary. However, can such a light thing cut the golden battle armor of our Jin clan? Jin Ba laughed heartily as he stood beside Aunt Shui. He laughed casually. Actually, when facing Aunt Shui, who was putting her life on the line, it wasn't easy at all. Those snowflakes dancing in the air could really cut someone if they weren't careful. As Jin Ba and Auntie Shui were engaged in an intense battle, Jin Xiong finally couldn't help but use his killing move. He manipulated the mysterious golden soul, which danced rapidly in front of his eyes. Very quickly, he and the mysterious golden soul rushed towards each other. Feng Jilin's expression didn't change at all when she saw Jin Xiong rushing towards her. At that moment, Jin Xiong roared. His eyes were fixed on the profound golden soul in front of him. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Go to hell, golden eye of annihilation. Buzz. With a loud sound, 2 rays of light suddenly burst out from his eyes. These 2 rays of light quickly converged together, and then instantly hit the profound golden soul in front of him. The profound golden soul suddenly shook, and the deep golden runes on it suddenly flashed. In a short period of time, it had actually shaken at least 1,000 times. Break! Jin Xiong's face was ferocious as he roared. When he said that word, the profound golden soul shook violently. A similarly golden ray of light that was about 10 times thicker than the previous one shot towards Feng Jilin at a speed that was at least 10 times faster than the previous one. The golden eye of annihilation was the most famous mystique of the Jin clan. The power of this mystique could increase as one's strength increased. It was just like the 3,000 phantoms of the Feng clan. It could also increase as one's strength increased. However, Feng Jilin hadn't used the 3,000 phantoms yet. In fact, Feng Jilin rarely fought. Every time she did, people would look at her in a different light. Even now, when she faced the golden eye of annihilation that was magnified by the profound golden soul, she still didn't show any expression. Mississippi, this time, Auntie Shui was really anxious. Feng Jilin rarely appeared in public, so she didn't know her strength very well. She had only heard Feng Qing praise Feng Jilin's strength. Auntie Shui had even forgotten that she was fighting Jin Xiong. She was frantically trying to save Feng Jilin. Don't come over, Feng Jilin said coldly. As she spoke, she suddenly waved her palm. Before this, her surroundings had looked very normal. However, at that moment, when she waved her right arm, a huge wave suddenly moved towards Jin Xiong. Long Chen was stunned. Feng Jilin's movement just now looked like she was waving a long whip. However, her right hand was empty. Where was the long whip? In the next moment, the result was revealed. When the golden eye of annihilation passed through the profound golden soul and attacked Feng Jilin waved her arm decisively. Then, everyone saw that the profound golden soul seemed to have been hit by a long whip. Although it was under Jin Xiong's control, it was still whipped away. This shocked everyone greatly, as they all knew what this meant. The profound golden soul had moved. Naturally, the direction of the enlarged golden eye of annihilation had also changed. Feng Jilin stood still on the spot, but the golden light passed her body from 2 meters away and bombarded the distant sky. The profound golden soul broke away from Jin Xiong's control and was whipped away. However, both Jin Xiong and Jin Ba didn't care about the profound golden soul. They looked at Feng Jilin in shock. Their mouths were wide open, as though they were holding an egg in their mouths. Besides Long Chen, everyone else looked at Feng Jilin in shock. Their eyes were filled with admiration, including Auntie Shui. She covered her mouth gently and said in shock, Chief Feng actually gave the invisible whip to Miss. Chapter 705. The formlessness of the shapeless whip was its greatest characteristic. Just like at that moment, even Long Chen couldn't see what Feng Jilin was holding in her hand. He could only see that her fingers were slightly bent, but he didn't know that there was something in her hand. In addition, the shapeless whip was also a type of weapon, and it was an elementary emperor-level weapon. It was the highest-level weapon that Long Chen had ever seen. The reason why it could send the profound golden soul flying was because the shapeless whip contained a great amount of power. Under Feng Jilin's control, the power of the shapeless whip, in addition to her own true qi, had reached a terrifying level. The profound gold soul directly flew over the martial god steel diagram, and fell behind it. At that moment, no matter if it was the people of the Feng clan or the ordinary cultivators, they were all focused on Feng Jilin and the shapeless whip. They had forgotten about the profound golden soul. As for Jin Xiong and Jin Ba, it wasn't that they didn't want to find the profound golden soul, it was because they were completely frightened by the shapeless whip. Super strong power, in addition to the shapeless whip, even if they had golden battle suits, they wouldn't be able to resist it. Die. Feng Jilin smiled coldly. Her body suddenly changed. In an instant, whirlwinds formed around her, turning into 3,000 illusions. They surrounded the two strong cultivators of the Jin clan. Feng Jilin's 3,000 phantoms were countless times stronger than Feng Xian's 3,000 phantoms. Each of the 3,000 phantoms had the power of at least the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm, which was comparable to the current Long Chen. With such a strong power, Jin Xiong and Jin Xiong could break through under normal circumstances. However, because Feng Jilin was hidden among the 3,000 phantoms, she could launch a fatal attack at them at any time. Jin Xiong and Jin Ba's eyes were filled with fear. They looked miserable. When they knew that Feng Jilin had the shapeless whip, they had completely lost the courage to fight. Facing death, they chose to surrender. The two brothers hurriedly said, Feng Jilin, our Jin clan and the Feng clan haven't reached the point where we want to fight face to face. With the shapeless whip, we admit that we are no match for you. We surrender. Please withdraw the 3,000 phantoms. We don't want the martial god steel anymore. Both of them were old. They wanted to live, but at the same time, they cared about their reputation. These words sounded nice, but they were actually quite disgusting. After hearing them say such words, everyone revealed disgusted expressions. Feng Jilin, do you agree or not? Ah! Jin Xiong shouted when he saw that Feng Jilin didn't say anything. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly cried out in pain. His waist had been cut open and there was a deep wound under the golden battle suit. You're right, Feng Jilin. Feng Jilin said. Jin Xiong's face suddenly became extremely painful. The wound caused by the shapeless whip wasn't just a superficial wound. The power of the shapeless whip had penetrated deep into Jin Xiong's body, destroying his body and twisting his internal organs into a mess. Brother, are you okay? Jin Ba's face immediately revealed a concerned expression. However, as soon as he said that, he let out a blood-curdling scream and fell forward. Deep wounds appeared on his back as well. He was also screaming in pain, just like Jin Xiong. The power of the shapeless whip was really terrifying. Brother, let's go all out. I can't. Even if the two of us join hands, we still won't be able to break the girl's 3,000 illusions. She's only using the shapeless whip. She's not a match for us with her real power, Jin Ba said heartbreakingly. Jin Xiong and Feng Jilin recovered from the pain and became extremely vigilant. Feng Jilin, you're so cruel. We already gave up, but you still won't let us go. Don't blame us for being impolite. Jin Xiong and Jin Ba shouted crazily. They were using all kinds of skills, trying to break out of the encirclement. No matter what, they were both in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. They were using all kinds of skills. One by one, the 3,000 illusions were destroyed, but very quickly, new 3,000 illusions were formed. In terms of pure qi, Feng Zhilin wasn't any weaker than them. However, Feng Zhilin's shapeless whip was very difficult to dodge. The two brothers had their backs against each other. Under Feng Zhilin's bombardment, they were leaning against each other. Even though the shapeless whip was shapeless, when it broke through the air, it still made some noise. That way, they would have a chance to relax. However, in the afternoon, they would still die in Feng Zhilin's hands. Their eyes were filled with hatred and fear. There were at least 3 wounds on their bodies. Those wounds were burning, they were difficult to heal. A lot of blood was flowing out of their bodies. If it went on like that, they wouldn't be able to hold on anymore. Die. Feng Zhilin's cold voice came from the 3,000 phantoms. Every phantom had the same voice. Countless cold voices bombarded the brothers of the Jin clan to a certain degree. Ah! Ah! After being distracted, the two brothers were hit again by Feng Zhilin. This time, Jin Ba's head was hit. A bloody mark appeared on his face. The shapeless whip hit his ear. Even though he had a strong golden body, he was still deaf. His right eye also exploded under Feng Zhilin's attack. That was extremely disgusting. Second brother. Jin Xiong endured the pain in his body and looked at Jin Ba with concern. One of Jin Ba's eyes and one of his ears had been destroyed by Feng Zhilin's attack. Originally, it was hard for the brothers to tell them apart, but now it was easy for others to tell them apart. Feng Zhilin, you're so young, but you're so cruel. You. The two brothers were going crazy. They used their last skill to fight against the 3,000 illusions. One by one, the 3,000 illusions disappeared in their hands. The 3,000 illusions weren't enough to stop the two brothers of the Jin clan. However, with the shapeless whip, it was different. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. They were completely convinced by the princess of the Feng clan. Everyone stared at the three people's battle without blinking. They had actually forgotten about the profound golden soul and the martial god tablet diagram. Compared to the formless whip, the profound golden soul was not considered an important treasure. The martial god tablet diagram and the formless whip had different uses. However, if the Feng clan could obtain it, its status would at most be similar to the formless whip. At this moment, the quick-witted Long Chen secretly moved to the back of the martial god tablet when everyone had forgotten about the mystic golden soul. He secretly placed the mystic golden soul into his great void realm. When he finally got the profound golden soul, Long Chen's beating heart finally calmed down. He was very careful during the process. He was worried that if Feng Zhilin found out, she would use the shapeless whip on him. Then, Long Chen would be done for. If Long Chen were to be lightly hit by the invisible whip, he would probably lose his life. Long Chen admired the power of the shapeless whip. Of course, he admired Feng Zhilin. She was so young. She was just a girl. Yet, she was so powerful. What was even rarer was that she had such a ruthless character. It could be said that Feng Zhilin was a terrifying person. Before his strength reached its peak, Long Chen didn't want to fight with her. He secretly put the profound golden soul into the great virtual realm. Feng Zhilin's performance was too eye-catching. It was obvious that nobody was willing to move their eyes away from her. Therefore, Long Chen was able to snatch the profound golden soul. The profound golden soul landed 400 meters away from the martial god steel diagram. After obtaining the profound golden soul, Long Chen stared at the martial god steel diagram with a greedy gaze. In for a penny, in for a pound. Long Chen took advantage of the intense battle between the Jin clan brothers and Feng Zhilin to sneak toward the martial god steel diagram. There was no craziest, only crazier. The appearance of the Gold clan had given Long Chen a huge opportunity. If he didn't grasp this opportunity, he would hate himself in the future. In any case, he still had another chance to reverse the flow of time. He even had the chance to undergo the triple blood sacrifice. Long Chen wasn't afraid of death. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to increase his strength. Everything else was fleeting. Only strength was a man's true capital. Jin Xiong and Jin Ba were roaring and fighting with all their might. The further they went, the weaker their resistance became. Even Long Chen could see that the two brothers would definitely die in Feng Jilin's hands. As for Long Chen, he had to obtain the martial god tablet diagram within this period of time. Under the effect of Aunt Shay's power, the martial god steel diagram had almost completely loosened. Long Chen wanted to try using his strongest attack to bombard the martial god steel diagram, hoping that it could completely loosen it. He only needed one chance. If the martial god tablet could loosen up, Long Chen could instantly put it into the great virtual realm. If he failed and made such a loud noise, everyone would definitely notice. Not to mention Feng Jilin, even Aunt Shay and the other warriors of the Feng clan wouldn't let Long Chen continue attacking. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, Long Chen had to quickly leave after attacking the martial god tablet. Long Chen held his breath and controlled the fluctuation of the spiritual energy on his body to the lowest level. It was as if he had entered a state of death as he got closer and closer to the back of the martial god tablet. Everyone's attention was focused on the battle. Therefore, not many people paid attention to the back of the martial god monument. At this moment, there was a person slowly sneaking over. Chapter 706. Then, 20 meters, 10 meters. When he reached 10 meters, Long Chen stopped moving forward. Fortunately, there were many steel buildings around. Long Chen hid in one of them and held his breath. He looked nervously at the martial god steel diagram not far away. The closer he got, the more astonished Long Chen was by the grand and ancient feeling of the martial god steel diagram. Especially the aura of martial. On the other side, Feng Jilin was slaughtering the brothers of the Jin clan. Long Chen calculated the time. At this moment, blood-red scales started to spread from his body. Very quickly, they covered his entire body. He stood behind the martial god steel diagram and looked at it. His eyes gradually turned red. Under the cover of the martial god steel diagram, no one noticed Long Chen. Long Chen had the soul-devouring demon eyes. He could accurately observe everyone's movements. Whoever discovered him, Long Chen could sense it immediately. Using the soul-devouring demon eyes, Long Chen could sense the specific position of the warriors of the Feng clan. The person who had killed Xiao Yu was standing at the side of the martial god steel diagram. Among all the warriors, he was the closest to Long Chen. Although Long Chen really wanted to kill him to avenge Xiao Yu, he knew the importance of the diagram of the martial god monument. If he missed this opportunity, he would never have the chance to obtain the diagram of the martial god monument again. As for this enemy of his, as long as Long Chen grew stronger, he would be able to kill him at any time. Thinking of this, Long Chen temporarily put him out of his mind. He focused all his attention on the martial god steel diagram. When the fight between Feng Jilin and the other party reached its final juncture, Long Chen was about to make a move. Suddenly, the Feng clan martialist standing at the side of the martial god monument turned his head and walked towards Long Chen. Coincidentally, Long Chen was about to make a move at this moment. Hence, he instantly saw the martialist in blood-red clothes appear in his field of vision. Long Chen didn't know why he suddenly turned around. This was too coincidental. It could only be said that his luck was too bad. As expected, after discovering Long Chen, the warrior opened his mouth wide and was about to let out a scream. Yesterday, Long Chen had surprised him by killing one of his brothers. He had a deep impression of Long Chen. Now that Long Chen suddenly appeared behind the martial god steel diagram, how could he not be shocked? Damn it. At this critical moment, Long Chen didn't care about anything else. He had an idea. The warrior was standing in front of the martial god steel diagram. Long Chen shouted coldly. Flames surged in his right hand. The Scarlet Emperor seal of the 5 Emperor seals in his palm suddenly lit up. Phew! The devouring world of blood was activated. The surroundings were enveloped in a scarlet space. At the same time, it suppressed the opponent's move. Long Chen suddenly raised his right hand. The huge Scarlet Emperor seal instantly rushed towards the warrior. Scarlet Emperor Scorching Seal. He originally wanted to use this move on the Martial God Steel Diagram. He was hoping to loosen the Martial God Steel Diagram. However, this person suddenly appeared and discovered him. Long Chen didn't think anything and decisively attacked him with the Scarlet Emperor Scorching Seal. It could be said that from the appearance of Long Chen to the use of the Scarlet Emperor Scorching Seal, it was too sudden. The warrior absolutely didn't expect Long Chen to appear in this place. Long Chen's Scarlet Emperor Scorching Seal instantly arrived in front of him. Save! He remembered that his brother had died to this move of Long Chen's. For a moment, he was so frightened that he forgot to resist. As Long Chen clenched his teeth and persevered, the Scarlet Emperor Incinerating Heaven stamp directly imprinted on his chest. Boom! Die! Under Long Chen's all-out attack, the Scarlet Emperor Scorching Seal directly hit the warrior and brought his corpse to the Martial God Steel Diagram. Through the corpse of the warrior, the remaining power of the Scarlet Emperor Scorching Seal bombarded the Martial God Steel Diagram. The tyrannical power directly exploded the warrior's corpse into pieces. Long Chen's palm directly imprinted on the Martial God Steel Diagram. Scarlet flames burst out in all directions of the Martial God Steel Diagram. Rumble. The Martial God Steel Diagram emitted a loud noise and started to tremble. Long Chen exploded with all his power. The power of the attack was still very strong. Only then did he know how correct his decision was in a panic. In this way, not only did he avenge Xiao Yu in a short period of time, but he also directly hit the Martial God Steel Diagram. Although the power of the Scarlet Emperor Scorching Seal decreased a lot because it attacked the warrior, Long Chen could feel that the Martial God Steel Diagram had already loosened. Whether it could reach the level where the Taishu realm could collect it would depend on Long Chen's luck. When Long Chen activated the Scarlet Emperor Scorching Seal, it could be said that at this moment, everyone noticed the movement of the Martial God Steel Diagram. Everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction of the Martial God Steel Diagram in shock. What they saw was that at the side of the Martial God Steel Diagram, there were pieces of flesh and blood splattered, as well as the scarlet flames. Even Feng Jilin, who was in the middle of the battle, was attracted by the movement. At this moment, she was about to unleash her final move to take the life of the Jin clan brother. How could she have known that the Martial God Steel Diagram would react? She was incomparably arrogant. She was only waiting to kill the Jin clan brother, then she would take the Martial God Steel Diagram. Someone is behind the Martial God Steel Diagram. Aunt Shue shouted in surprise. She rushed in front of Feng Jilin and rushed towards Long Chen. The speed of the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm was unimaginable. With the soul-devouring demon eyes, Long Chen already saw that apart from Feng Jilin, Aunt Shue and the warriors of the Feng clan had already surrounded him. Let's do it. Long Chen directly used the Taishu Dragon Talisman on the Martial God Steel Diagram. He could only pray that the Taishu realm could store the Martial God Steel Diagram. Damn it, it seems like it's still stuck, just a little bit more. Long Chen helplessly felt that his luck wasn't always good. If the warrior hadn't suddenly discovered him, maybe he would have already taken the Martial God Steel Diagram away. At that moment, he was just a little bit away. Because of this little bit, Long Chen hadn't been able to take the Martial God Steel Diagram away. He had taken such a big risk, but in the end, he hadn't succeeded. It was a huge pity. Seeing that the others were about to surround him, in a few seconds, he wouldn't have a chance to escape. Long Chen knew that it was time to give up. He was about to use the blood escape technique. Kid, let me give you a hand. At that moment, Kitten's words seemed to have brought Long Chen a life-saving gospel. Long Chen hurriedly kept the martial god steel diagram again. This time, with the help of Kitten, the Taishu realm emitted a strong suction force. Rays of black light burst out and enveloped the martial god steel diagram. The martial god steel diagram shrunk instantly and was swallowed by Long Chen's Taishu realm. The martial god steel diagram disappeared instantly. Long Chen's blood-red figure appeared in front of everyone. Everyone saw Long Chen and Long Chen saw everyone. Aunt Shui, who was the closest to him, was less than 10 meters away. The other warriors also surrounded him in a semicircle. When the martial god steel diagram disappeared, everyone knew that the intruder had a storage ring on him. While Feng Jilin and the brothers of the Jin clan were fighting, he snuck into the martial god steel diagram and took advantage of the chaos to take the martial god steel diagram. The people of the Feng clan were furious. However, when they saw Long Chen, they were dumbfounded because they could feel that Long Chen's qi wasn't strong. His pure qi was around the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Among the people of the Feng clan, the weakest was at the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Even the 3,000 shadows of Feng Jilin were at the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm. They could easily kill Long Chen. How could such a weak person take the martial god steel diagram? Who is this? Aunt Shui was puzzled at first. She was quite shocked that the martial god steel diagram had been taken. However, when she saw Long Chen, she was dumbfounded. How could such a weak person dare to have designs on the martial god steel diagram? Did he not want his life anymore? Furthermore, where did his storage ring come from? There were not many people who could recognize Long Chen immediately. However, Feng Jilin was one of them. Even though she had never seen Long Chen, she had heard about Long Chen twice. The first time, the young master of the God clan had stolen his pet, but he had escaped unscathed. The second time, he had killed people of the Feng clan in front of the Black Gold City. A mysterious young man had appeared in front of her and stolen her martial god steel diagram. Feng Jilin wasn't angry at first, she was curious. But soon, she changed her expression. She remembered that Long Chen had a skill that could allow him to escape from the young master of the God clan. Go to hell. The shapeless whip in her hand turned into a long snake that dashed towards Long Chen. If the shapeless whip was aimed at Long Chen, it could smash Long Chen into pieces. Blood escape. As soon as the martial god steel diagram was taken away, Long Chen turned into a ray of crimson light and ran away. Even Feng Jilin's shapeless whip could not catch up to him. When Long Chen ran away, everyone realized how serious this was. The martial god steel diagram was taken away by that mysterious young man. Feng Jilin's shapeless whip failed to stop him. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. The only ones who felt lucky were the two brothers who were struggling in Feng Jilin's hands. They had to thank Long Chen because they knew that Feng Jilin would go after Long Chen. As expected, they can run away from Wu Guanyu, but they can't run away from me. Aunt Shui, I'll leave those two to you. Divine wind escape. He turned into a gust of wind and chased after Long Chen's blood escape technique, which had disappeared into the horizon. Feng Jilin's speed was already very fast. With the addition of divine wind escape, her speed was almost at the level of Long Chen's blood escape. However, Long Chen's blood escape could only cover 10 miles, while Feng Jilin could use it at will. On the 29th of March, the viewership of Dragon Blood War God broke 10 million. Congratulations, and thanks for everyone's support. The explosive update week that ended on the 28th has ended. All 50 chapters have been released. Lunatic will send a feast of 50 chapters to everyone on the 4th of April during the Qingming festival holiday. Please reload your KB and prepare to slaughter them. Chapter 707. Everything that happened was too sudden. Other than Feng Jilin, who had already used divine wind escape, everyone else was dumbfounded. First of all, Long Chen suddenly appeared and took away the martial god steel diagram. They originally thought that Feng Jilin would kill Long Chen, this extremely daring and strange guy. Who would have thought that Long Chen would actually be able to use a mysterious escape technique and directly escape from here? This mysterious escape technique made many people think of Long Chen's identity. Long Chen had come here before and even killed the people of the Feng clan. Then, he used the blood escape technique to escape. In this black gold city, there were only a few people of the Feng clan. Everyone was familiar with them, so they recognized Long Chen. It's that brat. Didn't he escape yesterday? I didn't think he would dare to come back. Oh right, there was blood and flesh splattering behind the martial god steel diagram. Who died? The experts of the Feng clan searched for a while and quickly determined who was killed. Without a doubt, it was the murderer who killed Xiao Yu yesterday. After knowing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This kid has such a terrifying personality. He's really good at hiding. He actually dared to come here with such a low strength and successfully deceived us. In the end, he was even able to safely escape from Palace Master Lin's attack. He hasn't escaped yet. Didn't Princess Lin chase after him? She has the invisible whip and the divine wind escape. It won't be easy for that brat to escape from her hands. Princess Lin better kill him. Otherwise, with his personality and all kinds of mysterious abilities, as well as the martial god steel diagram, if he is allowed to become stronger, it will be very terrifying. That's true. Hey, he came from that direction. The profound golden soul. Everyone was shocked. Apart from Aunt Xue, who wanted to trap the Jin clan brothers, all the warriors of the Feng clan went in that direction. Indeed, there was no trace of the profound golden soul in the large area behind the martial god steel diagram. Everyone's feelings were complicated. They all knew that not only did Long Chen take the martial god steel diagram, he also took the profound golden soul. Hearing that the profound golden soul had also been taken away by that kid, the Jin clan brothers, who were originally quite grateful to Long Chen, gritted their teeth. Big brother, what should we do? We lost the profound gold soul. What else can we do? We are lucky that we didn't die this time. Feng Jilin has gone after that bastard. If we go after him, we will die. Let's get out of the encirclement while Feng Jilin is not here. The two of them were already on the verge of death. It was still unknown whether they could escape from Aunt Xue's hands. Black Gold City was in a state of chaos. Using blood escape, Long Chen narrowly dodged Feng Jilin's shapeless whip. Blood escape gave him a feeling of speed. This feeling of breaking through the air was very satisfying. What made him feel even better was that after his gamble and risking his life, the martial god's tablet diagram and the mystical golden soul were now in his hands. The martial god's tablet diagram could increase his cultivation speed by 10 times, while the mystical golden soul could allow Long Chen to successfully cultivate the Golden Emperor Heaven-encompassing seal. Of course, cultivating the Golden Emperor Heaven-encompassing seal was still difficult. Long Chen was rather excited. It could be said that he had not been this excited for a long time. Before coming to the 5 king seals, he had obtained the 5 king seals. After coming to the ancient cemetery, he had obtained the mystical golden soul and the martial god's tablet diagram. Don't be happy too early. That girl has already caught up. Kitten's voice caused Long Chen to break out in a cold sweat. Of course, it was impossible for him to break out in a cold sweat in his current state. Long Chen instantly covered the distance of 10 miles. Under normal circumstances, in order to ensure his own safety, Long Chen would use time reversal to allow himself to use blood escape once more. However, this time, he clearly felt that Feng Jilin was about to catch up. He turned his head back and saw the madly surging wind coming towards him at an extreme speed. Kitten, what should I do? From great joy to great sorrow, Long Chen's mood fell to the bottom of the valley. He had never expected Feng Jilin to also possess an extremely powerful escape technique. She had actually caught up to him. Given Feng Jilin's strength, Long Chen, who had lost his blood escape, was no match for her at all. the situation had instantly become extremely urgent. Seeing that Feng Jilin was about to catch up, Kitten said, "Don't panic. You have a way to escape. Just do as I say. First, drip your blood onto the mystical golden soul and let it recognize you as its master." Without a word, Long Chen immediately took out the golden stone and controlled his blood to drip onto the mystical golden soul. Your bloodline is even more powerful than the metal race's bloodline power. Now that the mystical golden soul is under your control, you can use your bloodline to attack the bloodline left behind by the metal race. Follow my instructions and let the mystical golden soul recognize you as its master. Long Chen nodded. Although this was his first time, his perception had always been exceptional. Following Kitten's instructions, Long Chen quickly used his blood to defeat the bloodline left behind by the metal race and completely controlled the mystical golden soul. Immediately, Long Chen felt as though the mystical golden soul had become a part of his body. He could use the mystical golden soul like an arm. There was a very powerful and majestic golden power within the mystical golden soul. Long Chen's mind instantly felt as though it was immersed in a golden ocean. Is this the power of metal? It's tough, tenacious, and sharp. It's really not bad. Long Chen had just immersed himself in the power of metal, but he immediately felt an extreme sense of danger. When he had just fused with the mystic golden soul and opened his eyes, Long Chen discovered that the veiled girl was already standing 10 meters in front of him, looking at him curiously. Seeing this terrifying girl, Long Chen took a deep breath. Don't be afraid of her. Most of the ground in the glazed gold region is made of metal gravel. As long as you control the mystical golden soul, you can quickly escape through the metal gravel. Although this girl is strong, her speed underground is definitely not as fast as yours. Kitten's words finally gave Long Chen some confidence. Now that he had a backup plan, he would be much more relaxed. At least there was still a glimmer of hope for survival. Feng Jilin's bright eyes were fixed on Long Chen from behind the veil. It was obvious that she was very interested in Long Chen. The martial god's steel diagram and the mystical golden soul have both been taken by you. Feng Jilin's pleasant voice rang out. That's right. Long Chen nodded indifferently. You're actually not afraid of me? Do you know that I can casually take your life? Feng Jilin asked with some surprise. That's right. Long Chen continued to speak indifferently. Can you say something else? Feng Jilin's voice contained a hint of anger. She moved her arm a little. Although he couldn't see it, Long Chen knew that the invisible whip was in her hand. If she moved at that moment, Long Chen would really die. That's right. What made Feng Jilin want to vomit blood was that Long Chen still said the same thing. Feng Jilin silently looked at Long Chen for a while. No matter how calm Feng Jilin was, facing such a strange person like Long Chen, she still couldn't control her emotions. If it had been anyone else who dared to snatch what she wanted right in front of her, she would have long since killed them. However, Long Chen was a little special. On one hand, it was because Long Chen's strength was too low, yet he was able to complete such a difficult task. On the other hand, it was because Long Chen had some sort of relationship with her fiancé, the young master of the divine race, Wu Guanyu. I heard that you swore that you would kill Wu Guanyu. Feng Jilin said. Long Chen blandly smiled. He stayed silent for a while and finally said, That's right. Are you really not afraid of death? Feng Jilin's voice was cold. This Long Chen really made her feel like she was going crazy. That's right. Facing Feng Jilin's cold eyes, Long Chen still said the same thing. Originally, I was quite looking forward to seeing if you had the potential. But now, I don't have that thought anymore. I'm very curious as to how you're going to escape my killer move. I'm very, very curious, so, go and die. Then, she waved her hand. An invisible power broke through the space and headed towards Long Chen. Dark Gold Soul. Long Chen was already prepared. At the last moment, he directly controlled the mystic gold soul and escaped into the hard underground that was filled with metal gravel. You want to escape underground? Too naive. Feng Jilin coldly smiled. She used her superpower to break the metal floor. Again and again, she kept moving forward in the metal floor. However, she soon realized that Long Chen's speed was beyond her imagination. Long Chen's speed in the metal floor was beyond her imagination. How can he be so fast? Could it be the effect of the profound golden soul? The underground is filled with metallic sand, and the sand is incomparably hard. It is precisely because of the metallic sand that my speed of breaking through the underground is limited, but Long Chen doesn't seem to be limited at all. Seeing that Long Chen was like a fish in water, quickly leaving before her eyes, Feng Jilin's heart, which had been cultivated to a state of tranquility, was now filled with an indescribable rage and frustration. Nobody had ever provoked Feng Jilin to this extent. Feng Jilin had never thought that Long Chen could really escape from under her eyes. She was most proud of her speed. In terms of speed, even the young master of the God clan couldn't convince her. So she was very confident in her speed. She was so confident that even though the picture of the martial god steel was in Long Chen's storage ring, she still didn't panic. Chapter 708. Even if Long Chen used the blood escape, she was sure that she could catch up with him. But now, she couldn't. Damn it. Long Chen had already disappeared in front of her. Feng Jilin stopped. She waved the shapeless whip in her hand. Instantly, the soil in front of her flew out and formed a large space in front of her. Many of the hard metal gravel were smashed even more by her. Damn it. Go to hell. Feng Jilin was furious. She was like a crazy beast. She was going crazy underground. Next to her, the gravel and sand were flying. She used the shapeless whip to create a large space underground. But no matter what, Long Chen still escaped. Long Chen, I will definitely take out the painting of the martial god steel. Just you wait. I don't believe that you will stay underground forever. As long as you come out, Feng Jilin, will cut you into pieces. Long Chen, I will definitely take out the martial god steel. That furious roar reverberated in the underground space. The map of Martial God Monument was an important opportunity for Feng Jilin to break through to the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm. It was also the key to the prosperity of the Feng clan. The leader of the Feng clan, Feng Qing, gave this important mission to Feng Jilin. He even gave her the shapeless whip. He hoped that Feng Jilin could perform well and accumulate some capital for her future. To Feng Jilin, this was supposed to be an easy mission. Unfortunately, because of her pride, she completely messed up this mission. Long Chen. Feng Jilin finally calmed down. She looked in the direction where Long Chen disappeared. Her eyes were bloodshot. A warrior who hasn't even reached the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm can defeat me. In this hollow underground space, her cold laughter echoed. Of course, Long Chen could not hear her laughter. However, he could imagine the ugly expression on Feng Jilin's face as she was left far behind him. She did not take a small character like Long Chen seriously at all. However, she did not expect that Long Chen would actually snatch the martial god monument diagram. Finally, he succeeded. Long Chen felt much more relaxed. If I'm outside, I'll probably have to worry and be afraid. However, with this mysterious gold soul, I can completely cultivate here and move freely underground. It won't be too late to leave after I have some achievements. Thinking of this, Long Chen moved forward for quite a distance. After walking for at least 25 miles, Long Chen stopped. On the way, he changed his direction a few times. It was impossible for Feng Jilin to find him underground. In order to hide from others, he had already dived for quite a distance. In this way, even a god would have a hard time finding him. Just like Feng Lin, Long Chen had opened up a space underground that could hold dozens of people. This space was filled with metallic sand. The deeper one went, the more metallic sand there was. The surroundings were filled with a dense metallic aura. This is a world of metal. I have the dark golden soul, so it will be much easier to cultivate the gold emperor heaven covering seal here. This should be the most suitable place to cultivate the gold emperor heaven covering seal. Looking at the cultivation place he created, Long Chen was quite excited. He didn't need to worry about any danger here. Moreover, he had the natural capital to cultivate. But before that, I still need to study the map of the martial god tablet. No matter what, it's a treasure among treasures. Indeed, I'm already strong enough in terms of battle skills. Once the Red Emperor Heaven Burning Seal is used, as long as it's not a royal level battle skill, it won't be a match for it. What I'm lacking the most is my realm. Let's see if I can increase my realm first. When he first arrived at the primordial cemetery, Long Chen broke through to the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Only 10 days had passed and he started to study the Earth Martial Fist Manual of the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm. With the map of the Martial God Tablet, if he could comprehend something from it, Long Chen should be able to reach the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm very quickly. After all, the map of the Martial God Tablet was said to be able to increase a person's cultivation speed by 10 times. Let's study the map of the Martial God Tablet first. Long Chen made up his mind. Then, he sank his consciousness into the Taishu realm. He was the master of the Taishu realm. He could see everything in the Taishu realm, especially a huge thing like the map of the Martial God Tablet. In other words, other people put the map of the Martial God Tablet in their storage rings. If they wanted to study it, they could only take it out of the storage ring. However, Long Chen was different. His eyes could directly see the map of the Martial God Tablet in the Taishu realm. The map of the Martial God Steel was placed in an independent space in the Taishu realm by Long Chen. It was surrounded by gray Taishu Qi. The Taishu Qi was like a silk scarf wrapped around the map of the Martial God Steel. The map of the Martial God Steel was hidden in the clouds, which added a mysterious feeling to it. The map of the Martial God Tablet completely belonged to him now. Therefore, Long Chen was much more at ease. He sat down cross-legged in this safe place and his consciousness was completely immersed in the map of the Martial God Tablet. After the first experience, the words on the map of the Martial God Tablet would soon gradually evolve into an illusory figure in Long Chen's eyes. The illusory figure very quickly started practicing the punching skills in the fist technique of the earthly martial arts realm. It even started from the first level of the earthly martial arts realm. Although it was only the first level of the earthly martial arts realm, Long Chen still did not let it go. A solid foundation was the prerequisite for climbing to a higher level. As long as his foundation was extremely solid, he might even be able to directly break through the 5th level of the earthly martial arts realm. Following the movements of the illusory figure on the map of the Martial God Tablet, Long Chen also tried to imitate it. No matter how simple the punching skills were, in the hands of the illusory figure, there was a mysterious feeling. Long Chen learned and practiced at the same time. His progress was much faster than before. Just like that, the speed of his practice had already increased by at least 10 times. If he had a deeper comprehension, it would be even more abnormal. The map of the Martial God Tablet condensed that senior's lifelong pursuit of the word martial. The more Long Chen was immersed in it, the more moved he felt in his heart. The spirit of the senior warrior who left the map of the Martial God Tablet was tirelessly pursuing. Even though he was about to die, he still did not give up. This was a kind of strong undying vitality. This kind of state of mind and thought matched Long Chen's. Long Chen was also a rebellious person. Therefore, the benefits that the map of the Martial God Tablet brought to him were undoubtedly very great. From the 1st to the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, Long Chen was consolidating his own foundation. The map of the Martial God Tablet gave him a lot of ideas. A lot of changes that he had completely not noticed before were all noticed by him. Long Chen believed that he could still make more progress, provided that he was always practicing. After a total of 5 days, when Long Chen's foundation was really solid and far surpassed people of his age, he was truly moving towards the 5th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. The fifth level of the Earth martial arts realm was undoubtedly unfamiliar to him. If Long Chen wanted to practice the fifth level of the Earth martial arts realm before, he would have to study the secret books again. But now, it was different. He could completely follow the figure in the stone tablet, follow his movements, and improve in the process of practicing the punching skills. The important thing was that the feeling was right. Once the spirit was present, the martial spirit would naturally grow. At that time, the body and the genuine qi would also have a certain degree of improvement. Long Chen was completely immersed in it. He had reached a state of forgetfulness. In this underground space, no one would disturb him. Even Kitten didn't say a word. He looked deeply at Long Chen, who was improving his strength little by little. A crazy figure was practicing the fifth level of the Earth martial arts boxing technique in this underground space tiredly. Time passed slowly. Under the detailed guidance of the map of the martial god tablet, on the 15th day, the situation finally changed. At that moment, an endless amount of spiritual qi in the earth veins rushed towards Long Chen. Wherever the wind from his fists went, the spiritual qi in the earth veins swept over. In every punch of his, there was a mysterious trajectory. Even the space seemed to be distorted. Occasionally, a little bit of the aftermath hit the surrounding ground, which could make the underground shake. Rumble. The spiritual qi in the earth veins completely surrounded him. After the final punch, Long Chen suddenly withdrew his fist. He quickly sat down cross-legged. When he withdrew his last punch, he had already completed the fifth level of the Earth martial arts boxing technique. His martial spirit had finally changed. In his sea of consciousness, the fog swept towards the dragon-shaped martial spirit in the center. After Long Chen completed the fifth level of the Earth martial arts boxing technique, the dragon-shaped martial spirit became more solid. One could even vaguely see the traces of dragon scales on its body. This dragon was almost lifelike. Rumble. The strengthening of the martial spirit formed a sucking force. The surrounding spiritual qi in the earth veins all surged into Long Chen's body. Long Chen converted it into dragon soul genuine qi. More and more dragon soul genuine qi appeared in his body. The strengthening of the martial spirit also made the meridians in his body thicker and stronger. They could contain more genuine qi. In the 9 apertures, the size of the pills became more solid due to the increase of the dragon soul genuine qi. Time passed little by little. In the end, Long Chen finally stopped cultivating. This meant that he had completely reached the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm. It had been a month since he came to the primordial cemetery. Long Chen's strength had made a leap from the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm to the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm. In addition to his dragon soul transformation and 5 emperor seals, in the primordial cemetery, Long Chen could at least be regarded as a middle-level warrior. Everything was quiet. Long Chen stood up and felt the movement in his body. This feeling of power filled Long Chen with confidence. To be more precise, he was full of confidence in the map of martial god steel. Only 15 days had passed and Long Chen had directly broken through to the next level. What would happen next? Chapter 709. However, Long Chen thought about it. Since he had already reached the 5th level of the Earth martial realm, there was no need to rush to cultivate the 6th level. After all, he still needed a period of respite. During this period of time, the most suitable thing for Long Chen to do was to cultivate the Gold Emperor Heaven-Covering Seal. In order to avoid trouble, Long Chen took out the mysterious Golden Soul from the Taishu realm. He had just reached the 5th level of the Earth martial realm, but he did not stop for a moment. He immediately started cultivating the Gold Emperor Heaven-Covering Seal. It was obvious how hard he worked and how serious he was. These were the capital for him to take Lingxi away in the future when he was surrounded by strong enemies. Kitten, if I use the mysterious Golden Soul as a primer and use it to cultivate the Gold Emperor Heaven-Covering Seal, how am I going to get out of here without the mysterious Golden Soul? If he did not have the mysterious Golden Soul, with Long Chen's strength, it would be very difficult for him to come so deep underground. That was why he asked such a question. Don't think too much about it. The mysterious golden soul is used to cultivate the Gold Emperor heaven-covering seal. It doesn't disappear, it just exists in your body in a different way. You are not a metal-attributed warrior, so the mysterious golden soul has no other use for you. Hurry up and cultivate it. However, to increase the power of fire and metal in a martial aperture, the pain you have to endure is not something an ordinary person can bear. With Kitten's guarantee, Long Chen was much bolder. He had no more worries. After a period of respite and consolidating his cultivation of the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm, he started cultivating the Gold Emperor Heaven-covering seal. The Red Emperor Heaven Incinerating Seal and the Gold Emperor Heaven-covering seal. If these two seals were to be combined and fused together, how terrifying would the final combat power be? Long Chen was looking forward to it. Of course, the big hurdle in front of him was how to successfully cultivate the Gold Emperor Heaven-covering seal. Long Chen was very familiar with the cultivation method of the Scarlet Emperor Heaven Incinerating Seal. The same principle applied to the Golden Emperor Heaven-encompassing seal. The difficulty lay in the process of merging the two types of vital energy. The Scarlet Emperor Infernal Seal was of the fire attribute, while the Gold Emperor Heaven-encompassing seal was of the metal attribute. As the saying goes, true gold fears no fire. The two attributes of metal and fire complemented each other and there was not much conflict between them. Hence, the difficulty of success would probably be lower. If it was water and fire, it would be more troublesome. If water and fire clashed, it might even cause Long Chen's body to explode. Come on, kid. Your body can withstand this kind of conflict. The key is whether you can endure it or not. If you can endure it, you will be a dragon among men. If you can, you will be a stinky bug. Kitten said with a smile. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. At this moment, under his control, the mystic golden soul was floating in front of him. Long Chen took a deep breath. Begin. Under his control, the mystic golden soul was gradually lowered and landed on Long Chen's palm. This was on his right palm and there were traces of the 5 Emperor seals on his palm. Among the 5 Emperor seals, only the Scarlet Emperor seal was bright. When the mystic golden soul was placed on his palm, the golden Gold Emperor seal actually glowed. Long Chen realized that it was already very difficult for him to control the mystic golden soul. Under the Gold Emperor seal's absorption ability, the mystic golden soul quickly stuck to his palm. Under the Gold Emperor seal's absorption, the mystic golden soul actually melted into a golden liquid and merged with the Gold Emperor seal. A ball of golden liquid passed through the Gold Emperor seal and appeared in the martial aperture on Long Chen's right palm. This martial aperture was originally occupied by the power of Long Chen's Scarlet Emperor seal. However, after the power of the Gold Emperor seal entered, the two began to fight for territory. The power of metal and the power of fire fought from the beginning. The result of this fight was that Long Chen felt pain. As expected, the fusion of the 2 Emperor seals was not that simple. Just from the beginning, Long Chen felt as if his arm was about to explode. This made him break out in a cold sweat. In this state, it was already considered that he had a strong will if he didn't twitch in pain. What was there to talk about cultivating? He even had to fuse the 2 powers into the same martial aperture. In the martial aperture, the power of the fire attribute had originally occupied the dominant position. The metal attribute had just arrived and had suffered a serious blow. However, it was able to channel an endless amount of power into the Gold Emperor seal. The mystic golden soul that Long Chen had obtained was a treasure that was many times more powerful than the blue devil flame. Therefore, the metal attribute power was able to hold on for a while. The solution was to let the 2 powers fight each other. However, the one who was in pain was Long Chen. On his right arm, a blood-red flame and a golden light appeared at the same time. The 2 powers were fighting against each other on his arm, fighting for territory and fighting fiercely. Meanwhile, Long Chen was in so much pain that his face had turned pale and he found it difficult to control his arm. What he needed to do was to use the cultivation method of the Gold Emperor Heaven Covering Seal during the fight. First, he needed to successfully cultivate the Gold Emperor Heaven Covering Seal. Then, he needed to keep his right arm in a peaceful state. Even if he wanted to fuse the two battle techniques, Long Chen would probably have to practice it many times. When the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility upon a man, it must first torment his will. Long Chen gritted his teeth. His willpower had always far surpassed that of his peers. At this moment, even though his arm was completely engulfed by the two powers, Long Chen still gritted his teeth and used his martial soul, which had become much more powerful, to control the vital energy in the other 8 apertures to suppress the two conflicting powers. This was the first step that he had to take. Once he had done this, he would not need to endure as much pain. The majestic vital energy had directly separated the power of the fire and the power of the metal. During this period of time, Long Chen had to put his life on the line to successfully cultivate the Gold Emperor Heaven Covering Seal. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble if this dragged on. The fire attribute power in the martial aperture was rather terrifying with the support of the Golden Crow's fire. How could it be willing to let its territory be occupied? However, under the control of Long Chen, it could only stay obediently no matter how powerful it was. However, Long Chen only knew how to cry. Even though he had temporarily suppressed the two powers, he knew that this would not last for long. I'm going all out. Long Chen let go of his hands and feet and threw all of his will into the cultivation of the Gold Emperor Heaven Covering Seal. He had reached a state of selflessness and had forgotten all about pain and torture. The only thing left was his will to fight. Metal is the symbol of sharpness and toughness. It is the symbol of ice-cold massacre. Among the 5 elements, metal and fire were attributes with strong attacking power. That was why there was such an intense battle this time. It was as if two ancient beasts were fighting each other. With the experience of cultivating the Scarlet Emperor Inferno Seal, it was much easier to cultivate the Gold Emperor Heaven Covering Seal. This was especially so in this underground space where there was a thick metal aura everywhere. At this moment, under the attraction of the Gold Emperor Seal, a faint stream of air was gathering towards Long Chen's body from the metal sand in the ground. Every grain of sand contained a small stream of air, but the stream of air formed by countless metal grains of sand was extremely terrifying. The golden stream of air gathered into a golden river and poured into Long Chen's body from the Gold Emperor Seal in Long Chen's palm. The power of the metal attribute grew rapidly in Long Chen's body. With the mystical golden soul as a guide and the power of the underground metal as the main fighting power, Long Chen's hard work gradually formed the Gold Emperor Heaven Covering Seal in Long Chen's hand, just like the Scarlet Emperor Inferno Seal. The two Emperor Seals in Long Chen's hand, one red and one gold respectively, lit up brightly. In Long Chen's martial aperture, his vital energy separated the two powers. The flames on the left soared into the sky while the mystical golden soul on the right exploded with a dazzling golden light. The two primers revolved around the core in the middle, but Long Chen's vital energy kept them apart. The Gold Emperor Heaven Covering Seal had finally succeeded. This meant that Long Chen had already completed half of it today. The remaining half was to fuse the two formed powers. This was a process that required careful coordination. During this process, Long Chen loosened his vital energy bit by bit, allowing the two violent powers to come into contact slightly. Once they had completely familiarized themselves with each other, there would be a huge conflict when they meet again. They might even be able to fight side by side. It'll take a lot of time to fuse the two powers. It'll take at least half a month. Long Chen made a rough calculation. This fusion required tenacious patience, but at the same time, it also required the willpower to endure the pain. It must be known that although the two powers had taken form, the berserk power was still present. They clashed, and Long Chen was in pain. Looks like I can only endure it. In this underground cave, Long Chen began a long process of fusing the two powers. Time passed day by day. Long Chen gritted his teeth and persevered. The two powers quickly fused and the time it took to succeed was slightly faster than Long Chen had estimated. After some time, Long Chen quietly withdrew his vital energy. The blue devil flame and the mystical golden soul were now obediently revolving around the core in Long Chen's martial aperture. At this point, the cultivation of the Gold Emperor Heaven covering seal had been completely completed. Long Chen could feel an even more terrifying power existing in his palm. If these two powers were to fuse together, the resulting attack would naturally be unimaginable. After finally completing this task, Long Chen felt as if he had been reborn. The path of cultivation is incomparably difficult. No one can succeed easily. No matter what you do, clenching your teeth and persevering is the way of the king. Just like now, isn't my strength much stronger than before? The 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm and 2 Emperor Seals. With this kind of strength, Long Chen could do whatever he wanted in the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Chapter 710. Long Chen sorted out his thoughts. My identity is already known, and I also have great treasures on me. For the sake of the martial god steel painting and the profound golden soul, not only will the Feng and Jin clans seek me out and kill me for the treasures, the others will also not let a weakling like me go after hearing the news. Although my strength has increased by a lot, there is still a large gap between me and the peak experts of the myriad lands. I should cultivate to the 6th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm before going out. Just as Long Chen was about to make this decision, Kitten interrupted him and said, "Kid, enough is enough. Do you really think this place is safe? Is there still danger?" Long Chen was startled and asked, "Do you know where the metal-devouring chi of the glazed gold domain comes from?" Kitten said. Long Chen recalled that when he first encountered the metal-devouring chi, it seemed to have erupted from underground. Could it be, in this underground area, 1,000 meters below is a sea of metal-devouring chi? The metal-devouring chi will constantly erupt upwards, causing the so-called natural disasters. Although your position is not close to the metal-devouring chi, it is not far either. Previously, I saw that there was no movement from the metal-devouring chi, so I was at ease to let you cultivate here. However, in the past few days, there has been a lot of movement down there. I estimate that it will erupt soon. Even if you have the profound golden soul, it will not be easy for you to hide underground. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Long Chen was a little speechless. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to successfully cultivate the Gold Emperor Heaven covering seal in advance. Otherwise, when he was cultivating and the metal-devouring chi came, he would probably be smashed into pieces. Since it was like this, Long Chen naturally didn't dare stay at this place any longer. He nodded and said, "Since it's like this, then I'll leave. This primeval cemetery is so huge, and I possess the soul-devouring demon pupil, so it wouldn't be so easy for them to notice me. Moreover, I have the dark gold soul as well. So long as I'm in glazed gold region, then even Feng Jilin won't be able to catch me." After making up his mind, Long Chen used the mystic gold soul and headed to the surface. He had been underground for almost a month. What would happen above? After coming out from underground, Long Chen discovered that it was nighttime outside. He didn't know what kind of place this primordial cemetery was. From the astrolabe, it seemed like this primordial cemetery was in another space. However, this place also had a sun and a moon, day and night, exactly the same as the original dragon sacrificial continent. Therefore, Long Chen guessed that this place was also one of the dragon sacrificial continent. He vaguely remembered hearing someone say that the primordial cemetery was an uninhabited area that separated the myriad kingdoms' territory and the 3 great emperor domains. There's a bloody smell in the air. There's someone nearby. As soon as he came out from underground, Long Chen realized this. In fact, a lot of people recognized him, and they recognized his appearance after his dragon soul transformation, including Feng Jilin. Therefore, Long Chen wasn't worried that he would be pursued once he came out. This place was already very far away from Black Gold City. Long Chen looked around and saw that he was still in glazed gold region. As for the specific direction, he didn't know. However, it was different from the flat land beside Black Gold City. This place was filled with steel like a forest. It was truly a steel jungle. Chunks of thick steel protruded from the ground, pointing towards the endless blue dome of heaven. In front of him, there were countless densely packed steel jungles. These steel jungles had existed for a very long time. There were rust stains everywhere. The bloody smell and the smell of rust mixed together in the air, making people nauseous. Long Chen hastily used his soul-devouring demon eye to observe the situation within 1 li. This steel jungle was very secretive. Each steel bar was at least 10 meters tall, blocking Long Chen's vision. Therefore, Long Chen could only use his soul-devouring demon eye. He looked around and finally found the source of the smell of blood in one direction. There were more than 20 people there, and they were fighting fiercely. As long as there's a place where there's fighting, and the competition is so fierce, could it be that there's something good? Since he had encountered it, Long Chen naturally had to go and take a look. He held his breath and quietly approached that place. Those 20 people were immersed in killing. Very few people noticed Long Chen, who suddenly appeared in the corner. There are so many people dead on the ground. Long Chen was surprised to find that there were more than 30 corpses on the ground. It seemed that there were indeed a lot of things that appeared here, which caused many people to gather here and have a fight. Long Chen looked carefully. His gaze went past the group of people who were crazily killing and cast behind them. Behind them, there was a hollow steel entrance. It was dark and deep inside. However, at the end of it, there seemed to be a blue light that looked like starlight appearing there. This steel cave, from the outside, looked like the entrance to a mausoleum. This place was known as the Primordial Cemetery. Since it had the word tomb in it, the cave in front of him should be a mausoleum. In the Primordial Cemetery, a mausoleum meant a treasure. It can't be anything good. Long Chen was a little curious. His gaze turned to those people who were fighting to see if he could get some information from them. Among this group of people, most of them were in the 6th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. There were also some in the 5th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Most of them were already injured. They knew that it was hopeless to fight, so they retreated far away and watched the battle between the two people in the middle. The two fierce warriors in the middle were fighting desperately under the gazes of tens of thousands of people. Their strength was in the 7th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. In the Primordial Cemetery, the 7th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm could already be regarded as an expert. After all, there were not many warriors in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. The two warriors in the 7th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm were fighting desperately. Who do you think will get the 7th place among these two experts? I think the man in black has a higher chance of winning. He came later and didn't go through the previous fights, so his fighting strength is more preserved. I think the other one is stronger. After all, he has already defeated a warrior in the 7th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. His strength can be seen clearly. It's the last place. Anyway, there's nothing for us to do. There's actually an entrance to the mausoleum here. Who would have thought? What kind of treasure do you think is in the mausoleum? I don't know. But there are 7-star altars in the mausoleum. Even those experts are fighting for it. Could it be the mausoleum of the 7 brilliant star lords, one of the legendary 7 lords? Could there be the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords in the mausoleum? Dream on. Is the inheritance of the 7 lords something that we can see? Back then, the god race and the demon race only managed to become as powerful as they are today because they obtained the inheritance of the demon god Emperor Lord and the White Lotus Fairy. How can a commoner like us have the chance to see an inheritance of that level? One of them laughed. There were dead people everywhere, and only he could laugh. Long Chen carefully looked around. The two warriors in the 7th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm were fighting fiercely in the middle. They must be fighting for the last place to enter the mausoleum. According to them, there were 7-star altars in the mausoleum, but there was only one place that was flashing with blue light. This should mean that the other star altars should have been extinguished after people entered. Is this the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords? Long Chen was also a bit confused. He had heard from Xiao Yu that the treasures of the 5 emperors were only things of legend and might not necessarily be in the primordial cemetery. However, the inheritance of the 7 lords really existed. Although Long Chen didn't know what the 7 brilliant Star Lords were like, to be able to become one of the 7 lords, he must be a top expert in the sky martial arts realm. Such an expert could only appear in the imperial domain. How could the inheritance he left behind be simple? As expected, there were treasures everywhere in the primeval cemetery. A martial god tablet diagram had appeared earlier, and it was seized by Long Chen. After that, he'd just come out from underground when he encountered this place that might be the inheritance of one of the 7 monarchs. Long Chen quickly decided that he would go in and have a look. Anyway, there was still one place left. It would be a waste if he didn't use it. Moreover, Long Chen had already reached this realm. The 2 warriors in the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm who were almost at the same level could be used to test his current strength. When the 2 of them were locked in a fight and the onlookers also wanted to take advantage of the situation, Long Chen walked out of the steel jungle behind them. Here comes another one who wants to take advantage of the situation. Are you kidding me? What can this guy pick up? They were waiting for the outcome of the battle between the 2 warriors in the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm. The best result would be for both of them to be injured. If only one of them survived, then everyone else would have no chance. At this time, they didn't dare to directly charge into the mausoleum because if they did, it was very likely that they would be besieged by the 2 warriors in the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm. They were all warriors in the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm. They could distinguish Long Chen's strength from some minor details. Seeing that Long Chen was only in the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm, they didn't take Long Chen seriously and continued to watch the battle between the warriors in the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm. However, what made them dumbfounded was that this young man actually ignored everyone. His eyes were fixed on the battle and his expression didn't change. He directly bypassed the 2 warriors fighting and headed towards the entrance of the mausoleum. Chapter 711. The black-clothed skinny warrior instantly stood in front of Long Chen and said, "Boy, get out of the way. Don't waste our time, or else you will die." Seeing that the black-clothed warrior was going to deal with Long Chen, the other warrior at the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm relaxed a little. He was waiting for the black-clothed warrior to kill Long Chen, and then he would fight with the warrior at the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm. It basically didn't take any effort to kill a warrior at the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm, so they didn't think too much about it. This young man is really a fool. We don't even dare to get involved in the battle between 2 warriors at the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm, but he actually ran forward like a fool. Isn't he just looking for death? Everyone started talking about it, looking at Long Chen's reaction. At this time, in the face of the black-clothed warrior's question, Long Chen didn't say anything. He quickly responded by transforming into the dragon's soul. In every battle, Long Chen was basically challenging people at a higher level, so the dragon's soul transformation was almost a must for him. Killing people at a higher level had long existed in Long Chen's blood. Until today, he basically didn't fight with warriors at the same level as him. Warriors at the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm were simply no match for him. After transforming into the dragon's soul, Long Chen's body quickly turned into a state of blood-red scales. At this time, the genuine essence flowing in his body had completely turned blood-red. The nature of the genuine essence had been improved to about 10 times the original. Long Chen's genuine essence quickly rose from the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm to the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm. This appearance shocked everyone in a very short period of time. This was still the glazed gold domain, the territory of the Jin clan and the Feng clan. A month ago, a big event happened in the Black Gold City. A young man named Long Chen walked into everyone's eyes. He was mainly famous for 2 things. The first was the matter of the young master of the Shen clan. In this matter, Long Chen was completely a tragedy, but the outstanding thing was that he was able to attack the young master of the Shin clan and escape safely. The second thing was shocking. This young man named Long Chen only had the strength of the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm, but he was able to snatch the martial god tablet painting while surrounded by the experts of the Jin clan and the Feng clan. He was even able to escape safely while being chased by the genius girl of the Feng clan, Feng Jilin. It could be said that not only did Long Chen offend the Shin clan, but he also offended the Jin clan and the Feng clan. Now the people of the Jin clan and the Feng clan were desperately looking for Long Chen. In the archaic cemetery, the news actually spread very quickly. Long Chen's deeds and his appearance were spread very quickly. Among them, the most outstanding was his dragon soul transformation. This state was very special. Therefore, those who had heard of Long Chen's deeds immediately recognized Long Chen. In an instant, their eyes revealed a greedy look. The appearance of Long Chen was the appearance of the important treasure, the martial god tablet painting. The martial god tablet painting was a miraculous treasure that could increase the speed of cultivation by 10 times. Many people had already stagnated at the current level. They hadn't made any progress for more than 10 years. The martial god tablet painting was the hope for every one of them to become an exceptional expert. Seeing Long Chen, everyone's hearts were boiling. There were also some people who didn't know Long Chen. After seeing the other people's expressions, they roughly understood what was going on. Long Chen, it's him, Long Chen. Someone shouted. That shout simply detonated the fuse at the scene. The one closest to Long Chen was the warrior in black in the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm. He originally wanted to deal with the troublesome Long Chen. When he was about to attack, Long Chen had already transformed into the dragon soul and revealed his identity. It could be said that in their hearts, Long Chen instantly became an enormous treasure that was even more attractive than the mausoleum. Especially since Long Chen's strength was not enough to protect such a treasure. Long Chen still didn't realize that this was not the world he was in before, but the primordial cemetery. The people who dared to come here were all crazy people. Long Chen had a great treasure, which meant that no matter where he went, he would be a character that would be hunted down by others. Because he was equivalent to a moving treasure house, who would let go of such a treasure? In the primordial cemetery, any treasure was a chance to survive and become powerful. It was also the capital of whether or not one could move unhindered in the world after leaving the primordial cemetery in the future. In the primordial cemetery, there was only one theme, and that was to kill. After realizing this, Long Chen was no longer naive. The first one to attack him was the warrior in black in the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm. After discovering Long Chen's identity, he reacted the fastest, followed by another warrior in the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Long Chen underestimated their greed. Not only these two experts, but also the warriors in the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm, at this time, actually rushed up together without caring about their lives. Long Chen's eyes quickly became completely cold. Do you want to die? His character was like this. If others didn't have evil intentions towards him, he basically wouldn't take the initiative to hurt others. But if others wanted to kill him, no matter who it was, Long Chen wouldn't be polite. At that time, Xiaoyu took the initiative to say a few words to Long Chen, and Long Chen directly saved his life twice. And now, these people's eyes revealed the light of bloodshed. They wanted to kill Long Chen. Since that was the case, Long Chen wouldn't be polite anymore. The first one to attack Long Chen was the man in black. He originally wanted to finish off Long Chen as soon as possible, put Long Chen's body into the cosmos sack, and then escape without a trace. If he could succeed, he would be awesome. But what surprised him was that Long Chen actually made a move before him. With a swoosh, Long Chen was the first to extend his right arm. Boom! In an instant, the entire metal gravel ground shook. A golden airflow surged towards Long Chen's hand, forming a golden vortex in front of Long Chen's palm. In his hand, the golden gold emperor seal suddenly lit up, emitting a dazzling light. That overbearing golden light made it difficult for many warriors to even open their eyes. What's this? The man in black was shocked. The tremendous aura from Long Chen's body had instantly surpassed his imagination. At this moment, a sharp energy was being emitted from Long Chen's body, like a cold blade. Everyone could even feel as if their skin was being pierced by countless needles. The piercing pain caused many of them to be stunned. In the midst of the crowd, Long Chen emitted a dazzling light like the sun. Gold Emperor, with a flip of his hand, he could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Long Chen suddenly flipped his hand, and a large golden seal suddenly appeared in his palm. It looked like a huge piece of metal. Under Long Chen's control, this large golden seal suddenly flew up. Heaven Shrouding Seal. Gold Emperor Heaven Shrouding Seal. Boom. The large golden seal shot up into the sky and covered the entire sky. For a moment, the crowd felt as if the entire sky had been blocked as a golden light covered the entire sky. At first, they were shocked. However, the terrifying pressure from the Gold Emperor Heaven Shrouding Seal made them feel as if their knees were trembling. The cultivator in black, who was under the effects of the Gold Emperor Heaven Shrouding Seal, found it even more difficult to move. How could this be? He cried out in shock. However, at this moment, under Long Chen's cold control, the Gold Emperor Heaven Shrouding Seal suddenly pressed down like a golden mountain crashing down. It carried a force of hundreds of millions of kilograms as it pressed down on the cultivator in black. The remaining power of the Gold Emperor Heaven Shrouding Seal even attacked the other cultivators. Heaven and Earth Tyrant Fist. The cultivator in black gritted his teeth and used his strongest move. However, he soon realized in despair that the power of the Heaven and Earth Tyrant Fist was no match for Long Chen. Long Chen's Gold Emperor Heaven Shrouding Seal destroyed his fist and pressed down on his body. Boom. The Gold Emperor Heaven Shrouding Seal pressed down on the metallic ground. Instantly, countless metallic trees were destroyed by Long Chen. Not only did the power of the Gold Emperor Heaven Shrouding Seal crush the cultivator in black into a meat patty, it also killed a few cultivators beside him. However, the temptation of the martial god tablet was too great. The people behind continued to rush forward as if they didn't care about their lives. Since the ancient cemetery is so bloody, I, Long Chen, shall become the king of massacre. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll pay them back tenfold. Now that they know my identity, in order to prevent news of this from getting out, I have no choice but to be impolite. Long Chen didn't want to enter the ancient cemetery. If he were to enter, he would be surrounded by the experts of the Feng and Jin tribes. If that were to happen, he would definitely die. Therefore, he had no choice but to be ruthless. Devouring World of Blood. While the crowd was still shocked by Long Chen's power, Long Chen had already used the Devouring World of Blood. Under his control, the blood-red space instantly filled the surroundings. The 10 people who were still alive, including the cultivator in the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm, all realized that there was a terrifying suction force around them. What is this? At this moment, their faces were already filled with terror. The greed they had before had long disappeared. They truly realized that since this young man was able to accomplish such an impossible task and obtain the diagram of the martial god's monument, how could he be an ordinary person? The power of the devouring world of blood made everyone panic. The 10 people in the devouring world of blood looked like they couldn't see anything. They were like headless flies, running around aimlessly. Chapter 712. As soon as the devouring bloody world appeared, everyone was in a state of panic. At this moment, the warrior at the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm suddenly felt a cold aura of death coming towards him. He desperately tried to disperse it, and even directly killed a warrior who was blocking his way with a palm strike. But unfortunately, Long Chen's divine desolation seal still hit his back. In the battle between him and the other warrior, both of them were like arrows at the end of their flight. That was why Long Chen was able to deal with them so easily. Otherwise, he would have to spend a lot of effort. 2 warriors at the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm died in the hands of Long Chen. When the last warrior at the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm was hit by Long Chen's palm strike, he actually howled a few times on the ground and then stopped breathing. When everyone saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. From this, it could be seen that not only was Long Chen not weak, but he was also extremely terrifying. Run, run. Everyone had this kind of emotion. But it was already too late. Long Chen had experienced so many things. Because of his kindness, he had brought himself many crises. This situation was not uncommon, and this time, he would not make such a mistake again. Under his control, the power of the devouring bloody world increased. Those warriors at the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm had to use at least half of their true essence to prevent their blood from going into an irreversible riot. Their strength was instantly reduced by half. Long Chen's strength was much stronger than theirs to begin with. In a situation where the other party was weakened, he was like a wolf that had entered a flock of sheep, decisively and cold-bloodedly slaughtering them. On the draconic sacrificial continent, just the myriad kingdom's domain alone had billions of people. Humans were practically the most worthless thing, so he wouldn't feel uncomfortable for slaughtering them. Survival of the fittest. Since others wanted to offend him, he had the right to do so in order to save his own life and let himself live well. More than a dozen warriors at the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm were chopped up like melons and vegetables by Long Chen. Each of them had a horrified expression on their faces as they died in Long Chen's hands. Many people wanted to escape, but the result of escaping was that they died even faster. More than a dozen warriors, without exception, died in Long Chen's hands in the end. There were even 1 or 2 who pretended to be dead after being seriously injured, but they also couldn't escape the fate of being killed by Long Chen. Under the devouring demon eyes, no one could pretend to be dead in front of Long Chen. Only when there were no more signs of life within a radius of 1 li did Long Chen calm down. He glanced at the tragic scene and shook his head. Without saying a word, he turned around and walked in. This was the entrance to a mausoleum made of steel. It was surrounded by hard steel. He did not know what material it was made of, but it was much harder than ordinary metals and could even be used to forge weapons. The people around him were all dead. Long Chen walked alone in this steel cave, making the sound of his footsteps and even deep echoes. A cold aura surrounded him. The atmosphere in this cave was so somber. Not far in front of him was a disc about 1 meter in diameter. The disc shone with a light blue fluorescence. From a distance, it looked like a star hanging in the sky. When Long Chen approached it, he found that there were a total of 7 such discs, but the color of the other 6 had dimmed. Presumably, someone had already entered through these discs. No wonder they said it might be the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. There's a total of 7 discs. Long Chen mumbled to himself. He walked up to the only lit disc and carefully looked at it. On the disc, there were 7 dark blue spots of light moving about. It looked like the changes of the stars. Who cares what kind of legacy it is? Let's just go straight up. 6 people have already gone in. Who knows, there might be some good stuff inside. The others might have already taken it all. In the great virtual realm, Little Cat stretched his waist and reminded. Long Chen nodded when he heard that. Without another word, he directly stood on the disc. Immediately, the light from the disc intensified. A warm starlight enveloped Long Chen completely. Long Chen felt like he was bathing in a hot spring. A teleportation array. It was obvious that this was a cosmic teleportation array, and it was very likely to be a one-time use one. Under the teleportation array, Long Chen felt his body distort as he headed towards another world. That world was most likely a miniature world. This mausoleum looks very simple, but if there's a miniature world inside, it might really be the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, Long Chen guessed. Thinking of this, Long Chen was rather expectant. If it really was the 7 brilliant Star Lords, the importance of the legacy was even greater than the martial god steel diagram. It was the most impressive treasure in the primordial cemetery apart from the treasures of the 5 emperors. If he could get a share of such a treasure, Long Chen would obviously be willing. The premise was that he had to defeat the other 6 people. Which 2 people had come here? Were there experts in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm among them? If they were in the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm, Long Chen could still manage to deal with them when they were at their peak. But if they were in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm, Long Chen had no confidence. For him, the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm was too strong, especially for someone like Feng Jilin who had an Emperor-level weapon. While he was still harboring these thoughts, Long Chen abruptly arrived at his destination amidst the distortion of space. After he left, the final disc had completely dimmed. The passageway from the primordial cemetery to the miniature cosmos world should have been completely closed. As soon as he arrived, Long Chen was shocked by the surrounding scenery. He raised his head and looked at the endless starry sky. This feeling was similar to the feeling he had when he was on the astrolabe. The resplendent celestial river streaked across the sky, and there were dazzling stars everywhere. Countless stars revolved, drawing beautiful and dazzling trajectories. However, Long Chen stepped on the ground. It was similar to when he was in the Lingwu family star demon prison. The place where Long Chen was standing was a blue planet. This planet was not very big. Long Chen could clearly see the surface area of the planet. He estimated that if he expanded the area of the planet, it would probably only be as big as the area of Wu Emperor City. The planet existed in this vast starry sky. The only thing that could be seen was the blue fluorescent sand on the ground. There was nothing else. This is. Looking at the vast starry sky, Long Chen could even be sure that the place he came to contained the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords. Otherwise, there would not be such a magnificent scenery. Long Chen had to admire his good luck. Of course, this did not mean that he could obtain the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords. There were still 6 people who had been here for a long time. Long Chen used the spirit-devouring demonic eye. The range of his vision could cover 1/10 of the planet. While he was using the spirit-devouring demonic eye, he discovered a weak soul nearby. It seemed to be on the verge of death. He almost died. Was it because of a huge conflict? Long Chen pondered in his heart. After adapting to the gravity of this small planet, he headed towards the dying soul that he had just discovered. The soul-devouring demon pupil could prevent him from being discovered by the enemy. When he was about to approach that person, Long Chen discovered that there were 3 corpses beside the dying person. In other words, of the 6 people that came in, 1 was seriously injured and on the verge of death, 3 were completely dead, and only 2 were still alive. Who were the 2 people who were still alive? Were they opponents or partners? Long Chen was anxious to find out. The person happened to be on his last breath, so Long Chen quickly walked up to him. At that moment, the person was lying on the ground and looking at the sky with extremely weak eyes. Long Chen noticed that there was a deep whip wound on his body. It was this bone-deep wound that had brought him close to death. When he saw Long Chen suddenly appear, a hint of confusion flashed across his eyes. In the end, perhaps because he recalled Long Chen's smile, he could not help but laugh bitterly. "Can I ask a question?" Long Chen asked directly. If the other party did not agree, he could only use soul control. After using soul control, he could still obtain specific information. Yes. Before the person died, he had no more worries. His injuries made it difficult for him to even nod, so he could only move his lips and let out a soft sound. "Who hurt you? Who are the remaining 2 people? How strong are they? Will there be the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords here?" Long Chen asked a series of questions. The person said everything he knew and tried his best to say. Feng Jilin is the 7 brilliant star lord. When he said this name, Long Chen's expression changed. He knew 2 important pieces of information. There was a 99% chance that there was the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords here. But what was more troublesome was that Feng Jilin had come. Not only Feng Jilin, but also the Snow Lady next to her. They were all in the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm, or even higher. Among the 4 of them, only one was still struggling. The other 3 were all dead. In Feng Jilin's eyes, the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords would definitely be his. "Friend, I beg you for one thing," the person said with the last of his strength. "Speak," Long Chen nodded and said. "Kill me," he said with a determined look. Long Chen knew that he no longer had any hope of living. This kind of deathbed struggle would only cause him more suffering. Therefore, it was better to just die cleanly and directly. Chapter 713. Kitten, do you roughly know where the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords is? There's only fine blue sand everywhere on this blue planet. There's nothing else, Long Chen asked doubtfully. The little cat said unhappily, "Back in the day, I didn't care about this kind of lousy inheritance. But now, in order to revive you in Biyao town, I used up most of the power I had accumulated. When I took away the martial god's monument, I also used up a portion of my power. So, I can't do anything about this inheritance now." Long Chen pursed his lips. Trash always had a lot to say. Long Chen could not be bothered with him anymore. He carefully prevented Feng Jilin and Aunt Shay from entering the range of his soul-devouring demonic eyes. At the same time, he carefully checked his surroundings. He wanted to see if there was anything special on the planet so that he could find the location of the legacy. Long Chen knew that even though he had improved a lot, he still did not want to encounter Feng Jilin. It would be best if he could obtain the legacy while avoiding her. As he walked, Feng Jilin and Aunt Shay came within half a kilometer of him. After sensing their presence, Long Chen immediately left until he was far away from them. That was close. If they knew that I was here, it would definitely be another bitter battle. I have nowhere to hide on this blue planet. If I fight with her, even if I can survive, I'll probably have to recuperate for a long time before I can completely recover. Long Chen said with lingering fear. It was not that he was afraid of Feng Jilin. To be honest, Long Chen was not afraid of her at all. However, it was undeniable that she was indeed stronger than him. Aunt Shay was also unfathomable. It was already impossible for Long Chen to deal with one of them, let alone 2 at the same time. That was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. After avoiding Feng Jilin, Long Chen continued to search. He searched bit by bit. The planet was not very large, so Long Chen walked quite a distance. After about half a day, he could confirm that he had already gone through all the land on the planet. However, what puzzled him was that there was only blue sand around him. There was nothing else. Where is the inheritance? Long Chen thought helplessly. However, he was not in a hurry. He didn't get the inheritance, and neither did Feng Jilin. During the search, Long Chen met them several times. Every time they came within a mile of him, Long Chen would quickly leave and try to keep a distance from them. Whatever. Since I'm here, I'm afraid I can't leave without getting the inheritance. There must be an inheritance. Whether I can get it or not depends on luck. Secondly, it depends on my insight. I don't think I'm worse than Feng Jilin in this aspect. Long Chen never lacked patience. If he couldn't finish it in one day, he could persist for 10 or even 100 days. He believed that if he kept thinking like this, the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords wouldn't escape from his hands. He was one of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. What good things would he leave behind? Long Chen was looking forward to it. The things left behind by the White Lotus Fairy and the Demon God Emperor had created the God race and the Demon race. Long Chen understood that the things left behind by the 7 brilliant Star Lords wouldn't be ordinary. Starting from the same spot, Long Chen began a new round of searching. This time, he was more careful and even thought about more things. However, so far, he still couldn't find anything special about this blue planet. Besides the blue gravel, there was really nothing else. Could it be that the mystery lies underground? Long Chen frowned as he thought to himself. On the other side, Feng Jilin, who was wearing a white veil and a long dress, walked in front like a fairy. Behind her was the gentle but charming Snow Woman. She was Feng Jilin's Auntie Snow. Auntie Shui, tell me. We have gone around for so many times. Why haven't we seen anything? Did we miss something? Feng Jilin sounded a bit impatient. The inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords is definitely there. Don't worry. We've already killed everyone who came here. We have enough time to slowly dig through it, Auntie Snow said patiently. She was old and not as impatient as Feng Jilin. Is that so? Feng Jilin suppressed her annoyance. The inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords was just too important to her. That was why she valued it so much. I lost the martial god steel diagram, causing the Feng race to lose a chance to prosper. Now, the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords is only a step away from me. I must obtain it this time. As long as I obtain the inheritance, our Feng race will be able to stand on its own and break away from the god race's shackles. I will become the greatest person in the history of the Feng race. Feng Jilin suppressed her excitement and continued forward. The efficiency of the two of them was slightly higher than that of Long Chen. Auntie Snow, I don't know why, but I feel uneasy. Will we not be able to obtain the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords? This is a chance for our Feng race to rise, Feng Jilin suddenly said as they walked. Silly child, don't think too much. You care too much, which is why you have so many thoughts. Once you obtain the inheritance, you won't think so much anymore. You are the hope of the Feng race. Auntie Snow looked at the child lovingly. Yes. Feng Jilin nodded gently. Her sharp forehead and snow-white chin made a beautiful curve. The two of them continued forward. Very soon, they arrived at the place where they had first arrived on this small planet. At the start, they had guarded this place and killed the 4 people who had come later. They had wanted to kill the last person who had come in, but that person had not arrived yet, so they had left to search for the inheritance first. What he didn't expect was that after 2 hours, there was still nothing to be gained. That's strange. There's still one more spot. Why hasn't anyone come in yet? After arriving, Feng Jilin and Auntie Snow both had confused expressions on their faces. Logically speaking, this place was only so big. If they had come here and wandered around randomly, they would have easily met other people. However, why hadn't they met anyone after so long? They did not understand this either. Just then, they walked past the corpses of the other people expressionlessly. Suddenly, Feng Jilin stopped and looked at one of the people. She could feel a bloody aura from that person. What's wrong, miss? Auntie Snow stopped and asked confusedly. Feng Jilin did not reply. She squinted her eyes and lowered her slender body. She extended her hand and tore the clothes on the chest of the corpse. As expected, she found a bright red palm print. This palm print was not left by us. We don't have the habit of using our palms. Someone came here and slapped him on the chest, Feng Jilin said coldly. Oh, seems like someone has come in. And it's a smart person too. He managed to hide from us, Auntie Snow said coldly. Auntie Snow. Just then, Feng Jilin shouted. What's wrong? Auntie Snow saw that Feng Jilin's expression was a little strange and hurriedly asked with concern. At this moment, Feng Jilin's face was a little ferocious and excited. This worried Auntie Snow. Feng Jilin had always been a little weird since she was young. What was she thinking at this moment? Long Chen. It must be Long Chen. Even if I turn into a ghost, I will never forget his aura. It must be him. That palm print was left by him. He must have taken the last spot. This guy is good at hiding. He must have known that we're here. That's why he's hiding and looking for the inheritance at the same time. Feng Jilin was almost roaring out. One could tell how much she hated Long Chen in her heart. In her entire life, she had never experienced the feeling of being defeated. But this time around, she had tasted it. Long Chen had snatched away the painting of the martial god steel with such a weak strength. This was like a slap on Feng Jilin's face. In the entire One Kingdom, among the billions and billions of people, Feng Jilin was the highest existence. Compared to the people in the Wushu sage's court, her position was so much higher. How could a person like her let Long Chen slap her face like that? That's impossible. How could there be such a coincidence? Young lady, are you mistaken? You're anxious to take revenge on Long Chen, so that's why you're mistaken. Didn't he use the profound golden soul to escape underground? He clearly knows that we're here, but he still dares to come over. He's really bold. That's right. He isn't. If he wasn't, how could he have taken away my painting of the martial god steel? Feng Jilin stood up and showed a cold smile on her face. The wind gently blew her veil, revealing her beautiful face. Unfortunately, such a beautiful face revealed such a cold expression and a monstrous killing intent. All right. Even if it really is a coincidence and it really is him, you should be happy, because not only is the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords yours, the painting of the martial god steel is yours too. Auntie Shui smiled gently. Aunt Shay gently smiled. She was very relaxed because she knew that Long Chen's strength was mediocre. He was only able to snatch Feng Jilin's martial god monument diagram because of his own luck. Chapter 714. Her personality was almost as vengeful as Long Chen's. She had failed at Long Chen's hands the first time, so this time, she would definitely be extremely vigilant in order to kill Long Chen without fail. Let's do it. We know of his existence on this small planet. No matter what tricks he has, we can still catch him. Thinking of this, Feng Jilin acted without hesitation. Feng Jilin danced in the wind. Her long dress fluttered in the air, revealing her faintly discernible fair thighs. They had a sparkling luster, like the most beautiful jade in the world. Her long hair danced in the wind. What a stubborn girl. However, it is precisely because of this that she can be so terrifying at such a young age. Auntie Shay nodded helplessly. She followed Feng Jilin and the two of them instantly disappeared from where they were. They were moving at their fastest speed across the planet. Their method happened to restrain Long Chen's soul-devouring demon eyes in this small area. Long Chen's soul-devouring demon eyes only had a range of 1 kilometer. For them, 1 kilometer was just a matter of an instant. If they were to go in the right direction at this speed, with their speed, Long Chen would probably be discovered before he could even react. At this time, Long Chen turned his attention to the ground. He tried to go underground, but he found that although the ground looked ordinary, it was actually terrifyingly hard. It was even harder than the ground of the glazed gold region. If he wanted to break the ground, he would definitely cause a huge commotion. By then, Feng Jilin and the others would discover him. He also found that even if he used all his strength, he might not be able to break the ground. What should I do? Long Chen crawled on the ground. He used his powerful fingers to gently knock on the ground. Suddenly, he felt a hollow echo from the ground. This situation surprised Long Chen. This small planet exists strangely in this space. Its underground is actually hollow. It's actually a hollow planet. Long Chen was a little speechless. The world was so big that nothing was too strange. After making a little discovery, his mood began to get excited and he began to verify his idea. The sound of knocking on the ground became louder and louder. He listened carefully and made a rough estimate. He was sure that about 10 meters below where he was, there should be a hollow space. In order to test his theory, Long Chen moved to several places. He found that 10 meters below ground was actually hollow. So far, he couldn't be sure that the entire planet was hollow, but at least within 1 mile from him, it was almost hollow. If there really was an inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, Long Chen felt that it should be here. He became extremely excited when he thought of this. The entire planet hadn't had any major movements. This meant that Feng Jilin and the others probably hadn't discovered this strange place yet. Long Chen was the first to discover it. This proved that he could find the inheritance faster. This was great news. However, the problem in front of Long Chen was how Long Chen was going to break open the ground. Perhaps it was to prevent others from finding the inheritance easily. The sturdiness of the blue ground was beyond his imagination. Long Chen believed that if he didn't use his strongest technique, he probably wouldn't even be able to break open the ground. If he broke open the ground, it would attract Feng Jilin and the others. Long Chen's strongest technique was the 5 Emperor Seals. At this point, whether it was the Red Emperor Heaven Incinerating Seal or the Gold Emperor Heaven Covering Seal, he could use them a few times. However, if he were to combine the 2 seals into one, he would probably only have one chance to use it. He had to use this chance to deal with them. Long Chen didn't want to waste it so easily. I don't care. I can't trap the wolf without risking the child. I'll give it my all. Long Chen gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to make his move, 2 strong figures suddenly rushed into Long Chen's range. Long Chen was shocked. He jumped up from the ground and was about to escape. Then, he realized that Feng Jilin and Aunt Shay were only about 100 meters away from him. This range was enough for them to notice Long Chen. Long Chen realized that he couldn't escape at all. Hence, he had no choice but to stop in his tracks. Sure enough, they were a little off in the beginning. However, after noticing Long Chen, they instantly changed their direction. Long Chen. With a swoosh, Feng Jilin, who was wearing a light green dress, stood 10 meters away from Long Chen. Aunt Shay followed closely behind her. After noticing Long Chen, they weren't surprised at all. Instead, they looked angry and hateful. This meant that they knew that Long Chen would be here. Long Chen was curious. He didn't leave any evidence behind. How did they know that he would be here? When he truly confronted Feng Jilin, Long Chen appeared to be indifferent. Only by remaining calm could he resolve the crisis. This was Long Chen's experience. No matter how strong the enemy was, if he lost his courage, he would be utterly defeated. However, if he stubbornly persisted, he might be able to exchange for a chance of survival. You must be wondering how I found you, aren't you? Feng Jilin tried to suppress her excitement. She sounded proud. Of course, I don't think I left any evidence behind. Long Chen was curious. He had been walking carefully along the way. He didn't even leave any footprints behind. How did Feng Jilin find him? Feng Jilin generously told him. When you came here, you hit one of them, Feng Jilin said calmly. Only then did Long Chen understand. So it was like this. No wonder they were able to discover it. Everyone had some oversight. Long Chen was the same. Previously, he had asked that person for information about Feng Jilin, and that person had asked Long Chen to kill him. Of course, Long Chen had done it. However, it wasn't the time to regret. Did you bring the martial god steel? Feng Jilin raised her chin and looked down at Long Chen. Are you kidding me? How could I keep such an important treasure with me? I don't care if you believe me or not. I traded the martial god steel with someone else. If you don't believe me, you can check to see if I have a storage ring or not. A storage ring had the power to seal space. This power was much stronger than a universe bag. At such a close distance, with Feng Jilin's power, she should have found it easily. As expected, Feng Jilin found that Long Chen didn't have a storage ring. She was even angrier. She thought she was much more powerful than Long Chen. Under normal circumstances, people like him should bow down to her. But why was there a person like Long Chen? Even though Feng Jilin was standing in front of him, he didn't seem to be moved at all. After hearing that Long Chen didn't have a storage ring, Feng Jilin felt like she was tricked. Her breathing sped up. Her full chest moved up and down. It was undeniable that Feng Jilin had the same figure as Aunt Shui behind her. The corners of Long Chen's mouth curled into a smile. He looked relaxed, but his heart was cold. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have to fight with his life. My lady, don't be too anxious. Miss, don't be too anxious. Let me test him and see how strong he is. Maybe he is just trying to scare you. I have seen people like him before. His state of mind is not bad, but he doesn't have the ability to match up with me. Miss, don't let him affect your state of mind, Aunt Shui whispered into Feng Jilin's ear. Is that so? Feng Jilin was not stupid. After hearing Aunt Shui's words, she calmed down. That's right. Long Chen was no match for them. If that's the case, I'll catch him and force him to tell me the whereabouts of the martial god steel. I don't believe that the Feng clan can't force him to tell me the truth, Feng Jilin said indifferently. After hearing Feng Jilin's reminder, she felt much better. The more she was immersed in anger, the more she would fall into Long Chen's trap. At this moment, Feng Jilin agreed with Aunt Shui's words. She stepped back and stared at Long Chen to prevent Long Chen from escaping. Aunt Shui's face was cold. She took a few steps forward and looked at Long Chen. So far, she couldn't see anything special about Long Chen other than his strange beast warrior transformation. With your strength, to be able to make my young mistress so angry, you can already be considered to be quite capable. However, people like you usually don't live long. If you can tell us the whereabouts of the martial god monument map, I don't mind asking my young mistress to spare your life. However, if you don't tell us, without a doubt, you're dead. With the methods of my Snow Lady, I will definitely make you die a very miserable death. Aunt Shui paused and said, Don't doubt me. Look at this. As she spoke, she took out a piece of snow from somewhere. As soon as she took it out, the surrounding temperature dropped a lot. Aunt Shui took it and showed it to Long Chen. She said, This is the Snow Lady's unique snow talisman. As long as I plant this snow talisman in your body, you'll be like a mortal falling into a world of ice and snow. Your meridians, bones, and blood will be frozen for 49 days before you die completely. Before that, you'll suffer endless torture. I'm not trying to scare you. If you're willing, you can give it a try. Tell me, where is the martial god tablet diagram? The last sentence was Aunt Shui's goal. She wanted to get the whereabouts of the martial god steel without bloodshed. Chapter 7:15. She was a famous expert in the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm. She was even stronger than the twin brothers of the Jin clan. In Long Chen's current condition, he had no chance of winning against her. Even if he devoured the bloody world, it seemed that it would have no effect on her. What's your decision? Auntie Shay added after asking. Long Chen didn't change his expression. Aunt Shay's words didn't scare him. He said indifferently, The map of the martial god steel has been sold. I don't know where it is. It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. You. Aunt Shay's face darkened. She was such a beautiful woman, but her face darkened at that moment. It didn't match her. Aunt Shay, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him as soon as possible. Kill him as soon as possible. If you keep talking nonsense with him, I'm going to kill him. Feng Jilin's cold voice came from behind Aunt Shay. Aunt Shay's expression changed. She knew that Feng Jilin was afraid of Long Chen. She wanted to kill him, so she didn't talk nonsense. She said decisively, Yes, Mississippi. Please wait a moment. After she finished speaking, her gaze changed. Her originally black eyes now looked like two snowflakes, appearing where her pupils used to be. A cold aura emanated from her body. Long Chen's surroundings seemed to be filled with a vast expanse of white snow. This woman was called Snow Lady. Her attack was related to snow. Boom, boom, boom. While she was waving her fingers, snowflake-like blades appeared on her body. They were all attacks made of spiritual ether. They were very lethal. Long Chen's expression changed. When he saw his opponent's attack, he didn't say a word. He immediately retreated. He didn't use the blood escape technique. He only managed to escape about 30 meters before Aunt Shay chased after him. Long Chen didn't really want to escape. He just wanted to put some distance between him and Feng Jilin. He could tell that Feng Jilin, who had the invisible whip, was much stronger than Aunt Shay. If she attacked first, Long Chen wouldn't feel as much pressure. After running more than 30 meters away, Feng Jilin did not move. Long Chen could take advantage of this time to deal with Aunt Shui. The 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm was too far for him, but Long Chen still decided to give it a try. His genuine essence was at most at the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm, but he had to face a strong practitioner at the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm. It could be seen how crazy he was. You want to escape? Go to hell. Auntie Shay quickly caught up with him. Her face was gloomy and the snowflake blades that filled the sky danced around her. Under her control, the countless snowflake blades suddenly condensed in front of Long Chen and formed a beautiful and huge white peony flower. Snow peony. With a loud bang, the peony flower that was completely made up of snowflake blades suddenly attacked Long Chen. The snowflake blades that filled the sky instantly covered the earth and sky. Long Chen's eyes were calm. He mobilized all the genuine essence in his body and rushed towards the peony flower that was made up of snowflake blades. Red Emperor Burning Seal. The flames were filled with scorching heat. This was the best way to deal with Auntie Shui's attack. In terms of combat skills, Long Chen's Emperor-level combat skills could definitely restrain Auntie Shui. However, in terms of quintessential essence, the gap between him and Auntie Shui was huge. Under Long Chen's control, the fiery red seal that was burning with crimson flames suddenly collided with the snow-white peony flower. Suddenly, there was a burst of tremors. Under the extreme temperature of Long Chen's flames, many snowflake blades completely melted. However, even more snowflake blades directly shattered Long Chen's Red Emperor Burning Seal and attacked Long Chen. The Red Emperor Burning Seal had already consumed a small part of Long Chen's genuine essence. The 5 Emperor Seals consumed a lot of genuine essence. However, at this critical moment of life and death, Long Chen didn't think too much. He used the Red Emperor Burning Seal again and finally withstood Aunt Shay's attack. However, the huge power still shook Long Chen away. He fell on the ground of the star. He only felt that his blood was surging and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It could be seen that Aunt Shay's strength of the 8th level of the Earth martial realm was not just for show. Long Chen had even used a royal-level combat skill. Aunt Shay might have just used a casual move. Long Chen was shocked and Aunt Shay was even more shocked. She had already known that Long Chen would have a royal-level combat skill. Today, the power of the royal-level combat skill had exceeded her imagination. She was an expert of the 8th level of the Earth martial realm, but Long Chen had been able to withstand a move from her. How had Long Chen done it with such little strength? To be honest, Aunt Shay had only used a casual move. In reality, even people of the 7th level of the Earth martial realm would find it difficult to resist her move. With Long Chen's strength, he was only barely able to defeat an average cultivator in the 7th level of the Earth martial realm. For example, the 2 cultivators who were already at the end of their strength. If it were some of the 9 clans with powerful clans behind them, it would not be easy to kill them with just royal tier battle skills. Long Chen gratefully crawled up from the ground. He looked at Aunt Shay in shock. After a moment of shock, Aunt Shay praised him. "Kid, you're really not bad. You've greatly exceeded my expectations. However, if you don't speak, I won't be so polite next time." Long Chen smiled and pointed at his crotch. He said, "Damned woman, the martial god tablet is right here. Will you reach your hand in and take it?" His words were extremely shameless. Aunt Shay, who was old and had seen many men, was fine with it. However, behind her, Feng Jilin's expression became even colder. In her eyes, Long Chen was an out-and-out shameless scoundrel. Compared to Wu Guanyu, this despicable person is nothing. I really don't know how such a person has the right to live in this world, Feng Jilin thought gloomily. Auntie Shui was stunned. She looked at Long Chen, who was slightly injured but didn't show any signs of fear. Killing intent flashed in her eyes as she said coldly, I won't put my hand in, but I will smash that part of your body into pieces. Long Chen grinned and said, it seems like you are a violent woman. Your husband or lover must be miserable. Kid, you're asking for it. No matter what, Auntie Shui was a person who cared about her reputation. Long Chen's repeated humiliation had touched her bottom line. At first, she had told Feng Jilin not to be angry, but now, even she could not control herself. Calmness had long disappeared from her mind. She could not care about anything else. She directly attacked Long Chen. This time, she was prepared to launch an even greater attack. You've finally lost your mind. Deep in Long Chen's eyes, there was a flash of hope that his plan had succeeded. It was his bad luck to come here and meet the two of them. However, no matter how bad his luck was, Long Chen wouldn't accept his fate so easily. If he was going to die no matter what, Long Chen wouldn't mind giving it a try. If he gave it a try, he might have a chance to win. What Long Chen had said was just to induce Aunt Shay to lose her mind. When Aunt Shay lost her mind and rushed towards Long Chen was ready to attack. At this distance, Feng Jilin won't be able to save this woman. Long Chen thought. Then he used his forbidden skill, which he didn't dare to use often. Long Chen's original realm was the 7th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. This time, Long Chen's goal was to kill Feng Jilin and Aunt Shay, so he didn't hesitate. He didn't use the first blood sacrifice, but the second blood sacrifice. The second blood sacrifice could raise his strength to the 7th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. With the support of the dragon's soul transformation, he could possess the genuine vitality of the 8th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm for a short period of time. However, the price was that after Long Chen used it, his cultivation would fall back to the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. That was the realm he was at when he first came to the Archean Cemetery. If that was the case, Long Chen would basically lose the strength to protect himself with the precious treasure. However, Long Chen didn't regret it. If he didn't do that, he would definitely die here today. Instead of dying now, it was better to see if he would have a chance to live in the future. Most importantly, as long as he killed Feng Jilin and Aunt Shay here, it might mean that the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords would belong to him. As long as he got the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, Long Chen wouldn't have to worry about becoming stronger. So what if the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm was the 3rd level? Long Chen had been able to make it back then, let alone now. Thinking of that, Long Chen used the second blood sacrifice without hesitation. This was the most powerful reason why he dared to talk to Feng Jilin like that. When Aunt Shay attacked Long Chen and prepared to kill Long Chen with the last move, Long Chen looked indifferent. At that moment, he suddenly opened his arms, as if he was defenseless and ready to die. He's courting death. Aunt Shay looked confused. Long Chen opened his arms and closed his eyes. He completely ignored the attack of an expert in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Wasn't he simply courting death? Feng Jilin, who was not far away, also looked confused. What was Long Chen going to do? Soon, they knew what Long Chen was going to do. As Aunt Shay approached Long Chen, a blood-red flame suddenly appeared on Long Chen's body. The blood-red flame quickly engulfed Long Chen's body and rose to the sky. That wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that as the blood-red flame burned, countless blood-red dragons roared and swam above Long Chen's head. During this process, the spiritual ether on Long Chen's body rose rapidly. Oh no, he's actually getting stronger. Feng Jilin looked shocked. I recommend Sky Devouring Divine Emperor, which will be available on April 1st. At the same time, I ask for your support for my friend's new book, Moving Heaven. Chapter 7:16. Auntie Snow, be careful. At that moment, Feng Jilin realized that something was wrong. It was normal for Long Chen's strength to increase. Many people had ways of squeezing out their potential to increase their strength. However, Feng Jilin had never seen someone like Long Chen, who could increase the strength of his spiritual energy dozens of times in a short period of time. In Feng Jilin's eyes, the current Long Chen was a complete lunatic. There were simply too many miraculous things about him. His blood escape technique and the method of burning his true yuan were extremely terrifying. Long Chen's spiritual energy had increased to the same level as the two of them in a short period of time. Auntie Snow, who was next to Long Chen, was also stunned. At that moment, a vast and terrifying power came from Long Chen's body. This power was filled with the smell of blood and slaughter. In terms of its nature, it had already overwhelmed Auntie Snow's spiritual energy, which had the characteristics of snow. Right now, Long Chen's body was covered in faint dragon markings. His eyes were completely filled with a blood-red glow. He looked like a super ferocious beast from ancient times crawling in front of Auntie Shay. Auntie Shay found herself trembling when she saw his cold, murderous gaze. I can't be scared. This kid is definitely trying to scare me. How could he have such a strong power? This must be an illusion. Auntie Snow quickly warned herself. At that moment, Feng Jilin had already reminded her to be careful. In order to avoid any mishaps, Auntie Snow quickly displayed an even stronger attack towards Long Chen. At that moment, the countless dancing snowflake blades formed a muscular tiger. The size of this tiger was 10 times larger than the previous peony. The white tiger roared and suddenly pounced towards Long Chen. Its body was much larger than Long Chen's. Countless snowflake blades flew towards Long Chen. At that moment, the flames on Long Chen's body slowly weakened. However, at that moment, Long Chen's spiritual energy had increased to the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm. The explosive power filled his body. It even squeezed his body until it was about to explode. Long Chen had never possessed such a terrifying power. At that moment, he finally understood the difference between him and Feng Jilin. He also deeply realized how lucky he was to be able to survive their attacks. At that moment, he felt the majestic power in his body. He felt as if there was an ocean in his body. Endless power exploded in his body, creating huge waves that rushed towards Long Chen's meridians. Long Chen was anxious to vent this power. Otherwise, he was afraid that his body would directly explode and he would die. At that moment, Auntie Snow's attack was already coming towards him. It's the first time in my life that I've possessed such power. I'll start with you two women. It's not that I'm ruthless, it's just that you're pushing me too hard. Inside Long Chen's body, countless divine dragons were roaring. Long Chen raised his head and looked at the earth-shattering white tiger that was pouncing towards him. He revealed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, the Red Emperor seal in his hands suddenly burst out with a fierce light. A blood-red flame instantly enveloped Long Chen's arm. This was the fire of the Golden Crow. Although the color was the same as the blood sacrifice fire that Long Chen had just used, it was actually different. The fire of the Golden Crow and the blood sacrifice fire fused together and both flew towards the Red Emperor seal of the 5 Emperor seals in his hand. The Red Emperor seal burst out with an unprecedented light. Long Chen formed a seal with one hand and suddenly struck it. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, an earth-shattering Red Emperor seal of the burning heaven was suddenly struck. It was still the same move, but the power of the Red Emperor seal of the burning heaven was dozens of times stronger than before. Even its size had increased by dozens of times. The earth-shattering Red Emperor seal suddenly smashed down. Countless blood-red flames suddenly converged and turned into illusions of blood-red divine dragons that shrouded Auntie Snow. How is this possible? The power of Long Chen's attack could only be possessed by someone in the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Moreover, it also contained the power of the fire of the Golden Crow. In addition, the Red Emperor seal of the Burning Heaven was originally an Emperor-level battle skill. In terms of level, it was superior to Auntie Snow's battle skill. Under this attack, Auntie Snow was defeated without any suspense. Long Chen's majestic Red Emperor seal of the Burning Heaven directly shattered Auntie Snow's White Tiger and directly melted it into water. Then, the endless remaining power, like a huge hand descending from the sky, directly grabbed the charming Auntie Snow. No! The woman had a horrified expression on her face. The soaring flames had burned her clothes clean, and her snow-white body had gradually turned into black charcoal. All of this happened too quickly. Feng Jilin couldn't arrive in time to save Auntie Snow. This was Long Chen's cleverness. He had humiliated Auntie Snow at the beginning. After knowing that Auntie Snow had lost her mind, she had been lured by Long Chen to stay at least 50 meters away from Feng Jilin. To Feng Jilin, 50 meters was only a matter of time, so she hadn't cared. They had only thought that Long Chen had a lot of strange tricks. They hadn't expected that Long Chen would have such a way to increase his true energy. Because of all sorts of unexpected things, Auntie Snow was currently completely under Long Chen's control. If they had joined forces, Long Chen believed that even if he used 2 blood sacrifices, he might not have been a match for the 2 of them. Therefore, he had schemed against them, separated them, and then risked his life to kill one of them when they least expected it. Only by killing one of them would Long Chen have time to deal with the other. After all, his blood sacrifice couldn't last long. If he didn't kill the other party, and the power of the blood sacrifice disappeared, Long Chen would definitely lose his life. Being merciful to one's enemy was being cruel to oneself. Although Auntie Snow was also a great beauty, Long Chen wasn't interested in her. He was only afraid of her. Therefore, when he controlled Auntie Snow, Long Chen didn't even think about it. The huge Red Emperor seal of the Burning Heaven covered her and then crushed her to death. A great beauty was killed by Long Chen with the Red Emperor seal of the Burning Heaven. Nothing was left. The power of the Scarlet Emperor's Burning Sky seal was too great. Hence, Aunt Shui was completely dead at this moment. Naturally, before she died, she had a look of disbelief on her face. She had lived for so many years. She had gone through countless schemes and killed countless people, yet she had survived them all. Furthermore, she had been like a fish in water. How could she have imagined that a small junior would possess such a heaven-defying technique? He had killed her before she could even react. Unbeknownst to everyone, the famous guest Snow Lady of the Feng clan had actually died at the hands of Long Chen in the 7 Brilliant Star Lord's tomb. She was probably the person with the highest status among the 9 clans who had died since they entered the primordial cemetery. The 2 brothers of the Jin clan had successfully escaped because Feng Jilin had gone to chase after Long Chen. Feng Jilin had watched helplessly as Auntie Snow died in Long Chen's hands. At that moment, she felt like the sky was about to collapse. It was not because she valued Auntie Snow. That woman was only one of the women her grandfather had played with. However, what was more special was that she had been by Feng Qing's side for over a decade. Feng Jilin was not even 20, so she was very familiar with Auntie Snow Lady. Auntie Snow Lady seemed to have always been around when she was growing up. Even though Feng Jilin did not think much of her, it was undeniable that Auntie Snow Lady was indeed an important figure in the Feng clan. She held some status in Feng Jilin's heart. However, when she was not paying attention, Long Chen had taken her by surprise and killed her. First, he had unexpectedly snatched away the martial god Steel's diagram. Then, he unexpectedly killed the Snow Lady. Feng Jilin's impression of Long Chen had already been firmly engraved in her mind. Feng Jilin's hatred for him could no longer be described with words. She had never thought highly of Long Chen. She only felt that he was a sacrificial pawn in the hands of the divine race's young master, Wu Guanyu. But now, Long Chen had firmly suppressed her every time. Her heart was higher than the heavens. How could she endure such humiliation? Long Chen. Feng Jilin felt as though her body was about to explode as she looked at the young man shrouded in blood-red flames. Similarly, the surging spiritual energy in her body was like the sea under a storm. An invisible whirlwind appeared beside her body and swept across the entire planet in an instant. On this small planet, the entire planet was swept by an endless gale. The raging winds caused Feng Jilin's robes to flutter violently. The veil covering her face was blown away by the wind, revealing her exquisite features. Without a doubt, the reason why Feng Jilin was betrothed to the young lord of the god race, Wu Guangyu, was because she not only possessed unparalleled strength and status, but also because of her extraordinary beauty. In the entire Myriad Kingdom's domain, this level of beauty was enough to make all living things fall head over heels for her. The only flaw was that the girl's face was filled with murderous intent. Her eyes had already turned blood-red and were bloodshot. A dense murderous aura erupted from her body and transformed into a gale that surged towards Long Chen. Long Chen raised his head and looked at the girl who seemed to have gone crazy in the air. He knew that he had completely angered her. This was good because Long Chen wanted to take her life now. Chapter 717. This was the first time Long Chen was facing off against one of the most outstanding geniuses of the Myriad Kingdom's domain. He felt a sense of excitement in his heart. His blood was boiling. This Feng Jilin is definitely much stronger than the Snow Lady. The stronger the opponent, the hotter Long Chen felt. I must kill her in the shortest time possible. Long Chen smiled coldly. When Feng Jilin attacked him, he also attacked Feng Jilin. A great battle broke out at this moment. You think I don't know? The power in your body doesn't belong to you. No matter where you got it from, it's not yours. You can't use it perfectly. But I'm different. Feng Jilin's cold and confident voice came from the front. At this moment, the crazy whirlwind had completely hidden her. She used her powerful agility battle technique to change her position. Long Chen actually couldn't find her in a short time. She guessed correctly. If she guessed that Long Chen's power had a time limit, it would be perfect. She could directly shake off Long Chen. When Long Chen's power was exhausted, she could casually kill Long Chen. But she couldn't guess. Under the hatred of Auntie Shue's death, Feng Jilin chose to fight with Long Chen. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The violent winds surged, and the blue gravel on the entire blue planet rolled rapidly, exposing the hard blue ground. It was unknown what this blue ground was made of. It wasn't metal, but it was much harder than ordinary metal. 3,000 phantoms. Immediately, Feng Jilin used the special technique of the Feng clan. Instantly, the winds surged. Phantoms appeared in front of Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. The 3,000 phantoms were too fast, but Feng Jilin was even faster. They were all mixed together. It was hard to tell which one was Feng Jilin. But Feng Jilin didn't know that to Long Chen, this was no obstacle. He had the soul-devouring demonic eyes. As long as Feng Jilin still had her soul, Long Chen could use the soul-devouring demonic eyes to pinpoint her position. 3,000 phantoms rushed towards Long Chen at the same time. Each of them had the fighting capacity of at least LV6 of the Earth martial arts realm. After killing one, another would appear. It was as if they were immortal. They desperately wanted to kill Long Chen. Long Chen waved his fists. Basically, one punch could kill a large number of the 3,000 phantoms. However, the 3,000 phantoms were endless. If Long Chen continued like this, he would only be restricted by Feng Jilin. In the midst of the 3,000 phantoms, Feng Jilin's eyes were filled with madness. Her beautiful face was ruined. She attacked Long Chen. The invisible whip was in her hand. Long Chen already knew that she was holding the formless whip. Although the formless whip was formless and invisible to the naked eye, it truly existed. The aura of an emperor-level divine weapon couldn't escape Long Chen's senses. Moreover, Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eyes were able to predict Feng Jilin's movements. At that moment, Feng Jilin, under the cover of the 3,000 phantoms, approached Long Chen. She didn't say anything. After seizing the opportunity, the invisible whip was like a long snake, attacking Long Chen. Long Chen knew that she was going to move. He had already thought of a way to solve this. World of devouring blood. The blood-red space instantly filled the surroundings. Feng Jilin was also surrounded by Long Chen's world of devouring blood. The world of devouring blood was very terrifying when the true essence of the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm was used. Feng Jilin was a warrior of the same level as Long Chen. Her true essence had already reached the critical point of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. However, at that moment, she had to use a large amount of true essence to suppress the boiling blood in her body. What's going on? Feng Jilin was stunned. She didn't understand that this strange red space could actually affect her blood. There were many kinds of strange powers in the world, but how could such a power that could affect the enemy's blood exist? The main power of the world of devouring blood was actually the transformation of blood into qi. If Long Chen's cultivation was 2 or 3 levels higher than the enemy, no matter how many enemies there were, Long Chen could directly devour their blood through the air. The ancient blood spirit dragon was indeed worthy of being called the dragon of blood and slaughter. It could be imagined that when Long Chen's strength reached its peak, if he used the world of devouring blood, as long as it was within the range of the world of devouring blood, wouldn't all living things be turned into dried corpses? Blood and slaughter, that was probably what it meant. In the ancient times of the dragon sacrificial continent, the 10 great ancestor dragons were all heaven-defying existences. The dragon of blood and slaughter was already like that, not to mention the dragon of time and eternity, the void dragon. Long Chen's world of devouring blood suddenly appeared, causing Feng Jilin to be unable to react in time. At this moment, her invisible whip was lashing towards Long Chen. Long Chen's sudden world of devouring blood caused her control of the invisible whip to deviate. The invisible whip brushed past the top of Long Chen's head and didn't hurt Long Chen at all. What kind of strange technique is this? It can actually make my blood boil and go out of control. Feng Jilin's mind was in a mess. At this moment, she could only use True Yuan to suppress the boiling blood. Otherwise, if the blood broke through her body, she would really die. The amount of True Yuan that she could use immediately decreased by a lot. This caused Feng Jilin to frown. It should be known that the invisible whip required a large amount of True Yuan to be used. Now that her True Yuan had decreased, her fighting strength had also decreased. The world of devouring blood had achieved Long Chen's original goal. When the world of devouring blood was displayed, Long Chen had instantly pounced towards Feng Jilin. Victory and defeat were always determined in an instant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Long Chen struck out with the gold arch heaven covering seal. Compared to the scarlet arch heaven burning seal, the gold arch heaven covering seal's specialty was its speed and sharpness. It was like an unsheathed sword that immediately pierced towards Feng Jilin. The gold arch heaven covering seal that was unleashed by Long Chen was not any weaker than the scarlet arch heaven burning seal. In fact, its attacking strength was much stronger than the scarlet arch heaven burning seal. Looking at the gold arch heaven covering seal, Feng Jilin's expression changed slightly as she recalled how Aunt Shui had died to such a technique. Long Chen's terrifying technique had left quite a shadow in her heart. She had to admit that Long Chen was indeed the only opponent that she had met in all these years that could make her feel fearful. Where does this power of his come from? Can he always have this kind of power? Perhaps this is his true strength. Feng Jilin's mind was in a complete mess. However, her great hatred still drove her to fight Long Chen head-on instead of pushing him away first. She wanted to see just how long Long Chen could last with his power. Do you know how to use a royal tier battle skill? After Long Chen had used the gold arch heaven covering seal, Feng Jilin let out a cold laugh. She temporarily put away the invisible whip and immediately began her own actions. In midair, the winds surged violently. Feng Jilin floated in the center of the gale. A vast amount of true yuan circulated within her body. Strands of faint green light circulated around her body. At this moment, Feng Jilin straightened her arms and opened her palms. Her arms moved upwards. At this moment, Long Chen saw that while her arms were moving, there were actually countless illusions. Circles of light enveloped Feng Jilin. It felt as though Feng Jilin's shoulders had countless arms growing out of them. The densely packed arms lined up on Feng Jilin's shoulders. It looked like a pair of wings had appeared on her back. A vast amount of true yuan circulated on every arm. At this moment, quintessential essence erupted. All the quintessential essence surged towards Long Chen. 1,000-hand seal. There was a total of 1,000 arms, and each arm contained a wind seal attack. Altogether, it was 1,000 attacks. The 1,000-hand seal truly lived up to its name as a royal-level battle skill. It was completely capable of resisting Long Chen's Golden Emperor Heaven-blanketing seal. When Feng Jilin used the 1,000-hand seal, Long Chen knew that his Gold Arch Heaven-covering seal was not enough to take his opponent's life. Feng Jilin was indeed much stronger than Auntie Shui. The two royal-tier battle skills collided with each other in midair. The densely packed 1,000-hand seals collided with Long Chen's Gold Arch Heaven-covering seal. Wind and metal collided in mid-air and immediately, sharp sounds of friction could be heard. Long Chen could feel that a total of 1,000-hand seals had directly struck his palm, almost completely shattering his Gold Arch Heaven-covering seal. The result of this battle was actually an even match. The Gold Arch Heaven-covering seal was extremely powerful, but the Feng clan's famous 1,000-hand seal was not to be trifled with. 1,000-hand seals had completely nullified Long Chen's attack. Long Chen was shocked, but Feng Jilin was even more shocked. She had originally thought that her 1,000-hand seal would be able to nullify Long Chen's attack and injure him at the same time. She had never thought that it would be far from enough. She had not even completely shattered the Gold Arch Heaven-covering seal. With a whoosh, Feng Jilin dodged the aftershock of the Gold Arch Heaven-covering seal. One of them was in the sky while the other was on the ground. The two of them faced each other and their eyes flickered with a cold light. Long Chen had already noticed that the battle between the two of them had caused a 3-meter deep pit to form in the ground nearby. If the pit was around 10 meters deep, he should be able to find the secret of the 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance. However, Long Chen frowned deeply. The power of the Gold Arch Heaven-covering seal was not enough for him to kill Feng Jilin. Of course, Feng Jilin could not be killed either, but the problem was that Long Chen's vital energy could not last much longer. If Long Chen did not manage to kill Feng Jilin would be able to kill him easily. Chapter 7:18. Therefore, he only had one chance left. If he could not kill Feng Jilin with this strike, then he would be completely finished. If he could kill Feng Jilin, then he would succeed and even obtain the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Long Chen was not very familiar with the last move because he had just learned it. He was not sure if he could execute it, but judging from the current situation, this was his only chance. Regardless of whether he could succeed or not, he needed to try it one last time. Since that was the case, Long Chen became extremely calm. His devouring world of blood was still firmly controlling his opponent. Meanwhile, Feng Jilin had just recovered from the attack of Long Chen's Gold Emperor Heaven-engulfing seal. She stared blankly at Long Chen, her eyes filled with shock. Long Chen's heaven-defying abilities had already made her panic. However, this panic was quickly drowned out by her cold-bloodedness. He's already exhausted his limited abilities. He's no longer a match for me with the final move of my ocean continent. Although it's a great experience, he's not from the 9 great clans after all. He doesn't have the same capabilities as me. Feng Jilin took a deep breath. Her beautiful face was now filled with madness as she glared at Long Chen with her blood-red eyes. Long Chen stood on the ground. Long Chen's eyes were very calm. Compared to Feng Jilin, he was much calmer. At this moment, Feng Jilin took out the Feng clan's emperor-level weapon, the invisible whip, from her storage ring. Long Chen could not see the invisible whip at all, but he could sense its existence. Feng Jilin still has other tricks up her sleeve. Long Chen squinted his eyes. At this moment, Feng Jilin looked at him coldly. Her lips curled into a faint smile. She only said one word to Long Chen, and that word was, death. After she finished speaking, she swung her invisible whip. Feng Jilin's movements were extremely fast. What surprised Long Chen was that she actually used the 1,000-hand imprint again. However, this time, she used the invisible whip. Countless palms appeared behind her, but this time, it seemed like each palm was holding an invisible whip. The 1,000-hand seal had 500 palms on the left and 500 palms on the right. But now, the 500 palms on the right were replaced by countless shadows of the whip. These were not ordinary shadows of the whip, but the invisible whip. One shadow of the invisible whip could already severely injure the Jin clan brothers in the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. With 500 shadows of the whip, Long Chen wouldn't be left. This was Feng Jilin's strongest attack. In the entire Feng clan, she was the only one who knew that move because it was a move that she had figured out herself. Normally speaking, even a cultivator in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm could die under that move of hers. It was the move that Feng Jilin was most proud of. It was also the reason why she could be mentioned in the same breath as other strong young cultivators. The 1,000-hand seal and the invisible whip. Such a terrifying idea, only a genius like Feng Jilin could use it. It had to be said that she was indeed a genius. At that moment, 500 invisible whips poured down. The dense shadows of the whips and the sound of the wind made people's hair stand on end. Long Chen raised his head. His entire sky was covered by the shadows of the whips. The most terrifying thing was that these whips were invisible. Long Chen could only feel their power, but he couldn't see their shadows. Long Chen shut his eyes in the face of such a terrifying attack. He was not seeking death, but such a powerful attack would disturb his state of mind. At this moment, Long Chen was already preparing to unleash the Golden Emperor Heaven Engulfing Seal and the Scarlet Emperor Heaven Incinerating Seal at the same time. This was his strongest attack. Of course, this kind of fusion was full of danger and uncertainty. It was also Long Chen's first time using it, so he didn't know if he could succeed. He also didn't know if he could defend against Feng Jilin's terrifying attack. Everything, give it your all. Under the endless shadows of the whips, Long Chen's true qi went berserk for the last time. He gathered all of his true qi into his right palm. A small martial aperture was filled with the power of the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Boom, boom. Long Chen felt that this martial aperture was about to explode. In this martial aperture, the blue magic flame and the mysterious golden soul were spinning rapidly. Under the control of Long Chen's martial spirit, the blue magic flame and the mysterious golden soul were connected to the 5 Emperor Seals in his palm. Among the 5 Emperor Seals, the Red Emperor Seal and the Gold Emperor Seal lit up at the same time and burst out with a much more terrifying brightness than before. Boom, boom. That crazy power burst out. Suddenly, 2 colors of light appeared on Long Chen's arm. The blood-red flame and the fierce golden light each occupied one side. In the beginning, these 2 kinds of energy were fighting for their own territory. However, under Long Chen's control, it was very thrilling. The 2 kinds of energy maintained a certain degree of balance. Under Long Chen's palm, a king's seal appeared. This illusionary king's seal had 2 shadows. One of them was the blood-red king's seal of fire and the other was the gold king's seal of metal. Under Long Chen's persistence, the 2 great king's seals made a buzzing sound and started to fuse. The power of fire and metal fused together at this moment. Long Chen's arms trembled. Only he knew how much power he was controlling in his palms at this moment. Boom! The two great king seals blended under Long Chen's control. At the same time, Feng Jilin's thousand-hand seal and the shapeless whip fused together and attacked. He still has this attack. At first, Feng Jilin didn't see anything strange about the fusion of the two emperor seals. At most, it would double the power of the original attack. However, she quickly realized that she was wrong. The fusion of the two emperor seals did not just increase the power of the attack by 2 times. The two strongest attacks collided in midair. Such a strong attack was beyond the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Ordinary people in the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm couldn't have such power. Long Chen felt like he had been sucked dry. He could only stare blankly at the result. It was his last struggle. The power of the shapeless whip and the power of the two king seals collided. The power of the shapeless whip was huge. The 500 hand seals were just snacks. The other 500 whip shadows were the real power. At first, the power of the 500 whip shadows pushed Long Chen's two king seals back. It moved towards Long Chen. Seeing that, Feng Jilin smiled because it meant that Long Chen's attack couldn't rival hers. However, very quickly, she couldn't smile anymore. At this moment, the power of the two great sovereign seals suddenly exploded under the stimulation of the other party. The two great sovereign seals had fused very closely before, but now that they exploded, the power was simply unimaginable. Long Chen even felt the entire small planet tremble. There was a certain moment in the space where he was located. Under the explosion, the entire planet moved a certain distance to the side. It could be seen how strong the explosion was. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound kept exploding in Long Chen's ears. Before, it was Feng Jilin who was laughing. Now it was Long Chen who was laughing. Although the power of the shapeless whip was strong, Long Chen's power of the two king seals was even stronger. The strong explosive power swept towards Feng Jilin and extinguished it instantly. When the power of the two great emperor seals disappeared, the planet stopped shaking. This ultimate confrontation had caused the surface of the planet to explode. Countless blue smoke and dust swept up into the sky, blocking Long Chen's vision. Long Chen no longer had the strength to look at Feng Jilin's situation because his own situation was already quite troublesome. After using the two great emperor seals, Long Chen burned 2 layers of true qi. He had already used up all the power that exploded out. There was not a bit left. At that moment, the time for the blood sacrifice had already passed. The true qi in Long Chen's body quickly declined. Very soon, he was only at the level of the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm. In the martial arts realm, the regression of pure qi wasn't a real regression. If it was only pure qi, Long Chen could absorb the blood of a few beasts to make up for it. But it was different now. He was in the martial arts realm. The key to the martial arts realm was the martial spirit. Long Chen realized that the regression of his strength would really cause his martial spirit to change. The martial spirit of the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm had already started to show dragon scales. But at that moment, the dragon scales that gradually appeared were rapidly fading away. His martial spirit was in an injured state. Long Chen suddenly felt dizzy. His martial spirit didn't decline, but it was injured. This kind of injury would cause the same effect. His martial spirit could only control the power of the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm. Only when his martial spirit recovered could Long Chen recover the power of the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Before, he didn't dare to use the blood sacrifice because he was worried that the regression of his strength would cause his martial spirit to change. Now he finally knew. Sure enough, his martial spirit would be injured. Fortunately, his martial spirit wouldn't degenerate and return to its original appearance. The martial spirit evolved by Long Chen's understanding. Long Chen's understanding of martial arts still existed. It was just that his martial spirit was injured. Long Chen's head was dizzy and his body was weak. At this moment, Long Chen was extremely weak. He made him feel a great sense of crisis. He quickly asked, "Little cat, what's my situation now? Can my martial spirit recover?" Kitten was actually the one who knew Long Chen's situation the best. It knew the magical power of the ancient blood spirit dragon and the specific situation of Long Chen. It didn't know what the blood sacrifice was before, but now it seemed to know. Chapter 719. In other words, Long Chen could recover his realm by searching for medicine that could nurture his martial soul. This kind of medicine suddenly reminded Long Chen of Lingxi. When he and Lingxi first got together, Lingxi was on the verge of death. It was because Long Chen found medicine for her to nurture her divine soul that she survived. Martial soul and divine soul were inextricably linked. Moreover, they were both a type of soul. Medicine that could nurture the divine soul could also nurture the martial soul. The reason was the same. I wonder what level Xiaoxi's strength will be when she recovers to her peak state. Back then, she honestly said that she was very lazy and didn't have the heart to study. However, after she recovers, she seems to be very strong. Long Chen suddenly thought of this. Of course, now was not the time to think about these questions. After performing the fusion of the two great emperor seals, Long Chen was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Under their destruction, the surroundings were filled with smoke and dust. He couldn't see Feng Jilin's situation at all. Long Chen was almost dead. Was Feng Jilin still alive? After thinking about this, Long Chen's heart trembled. He quickly used the soul-devouring demon eye to look in Feng Jilin's direction. If Feng Jilin was still alive, the next person to die would be Long Chen. After using the soul-devouring demon eye, Long Chen was a little nervous. He was worried that Feng Jilin would still be lively. After all, she was born in the Feng clan. The foundation of the clan was too strong for Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen was extremely weak. His heart was beating faster because of nervousness. In that moment, Long Chen was stunned. The result was slightly out of his expectations. In front of him, Feng Jilin was indeed still alive. However, Long Chen was not too worried because he could feel that Feng Jilin was already heavily injured. She was probably the same as Long Chen and did not have much strength left. This situation was very normal. The fusion of Long Chen's two great emperor seals was extremely powerful. However, the fusion of Feng Jilin's formless whip and thousand-hand seal also exceeded the power of ordinary king-tier battle skills. Under the power of the fusion of the two great emperor seals, she still managed to resist with difficulty. However, the tremendous attack still caused her to be heavily injured. At this moment, Feng Jilin's face was deathly pale. All the meridians in her body were either broken or ruptured. Wounds of various sizes appeared on her body. Her clothes were blown into a mess by the wild wind. Occasionally, her snow-white skin would be exposed. She was currently slowly climbing up from the ground. She was even a little unsteady. Long Chen's situation was much better than her. Long Chen only used up his spiritual energy and his martial spirit was injured. However, Feng Jilin was already injured all over. In the last exchange, she had used up almost all of her spiritual energy. Originally, he could have killed her, but he didn't think that he would still be a little bit lacking. Right now, Long Chen was only in the third level of the Earth martial realm, so he didn't dare to act rashly. The blue dust that filled the sky dispersed very quickly. Long Chen and Feng Jilin faced off again. Right now, Long Chen had used up all of his energy. He had already returned to his original appearance and removed the dragon's soul transformation. This was the first time Feng Jilin had seen this somewhat delicate and handsome young man whose eyes were filled with determination like a man's. It was this person who had killed Auntie Shui, who was in the 8th level of the Earth martial realm. He had even heavily injured her, a prodigy of the world. No matter what, Long Chen had already completely succeeded. Feng Jilin's attitude towards him had already gone from disdain to neglect to now fear. Right now, this young man clearly only seemed to have the power of the third level of the earth martial realm. However, his face was still indifferent and calm. She couldn't see any flaws. This made Feng Jilin think that he still had many special techniques. If he wanted to, he could instantly change into an extremely powerful state. The two of them faced off for a while. They were both thinking about how to kill each other in the end. However, at this moment, their gazes were attracted by a place between the two of them. In their last confrontation, there was a violent explosion. This violent explosion hit the ground and directly blasted a huge pit in the extremely hard blue ground. At this moment, Long Chen and Feng Jilin saw that in the deepest part of the huge pit, there was actually a hole about a meter wide that pierced through the air. In this hole, there was actually bright starlight showing up. Long Chen and Feng Jilin's expressions both changed. It was very likely that this was the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Clearly, the two of them didn't have much power and didn't dare to easily fight each other. However, when the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords might appear, the two of them could no longer remain calm. Long Chen's gaze darkened. The cave was relatively close to his position. He fully unleashed his speed and ran towards the huge pit. Because of the decline in his power, his speed dropped a lot. On the other side, Feng Jilin also moved. Although she was heavily injured and the slightest movement would cause extreme pain, for the sake of victory and the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords, she gritted her teeth and fought with Long Chen. 3,000 phantoms. In pain, Feng Jilin gritted her teeth and condensed a phantom with her remaining vital energy. She charged at Long Chen. Her 3,000 phantoms were much faster than Long Chen's. Before Long Chen could react, the power of the 3,000 phantoms slammed into his arm. Fortunately, the power of Feng Jilin's 3,000 phantoms decreased after being injured. This phantom did not have the power to kill Long Chen, but it knocked Long Chen to the ground. This way, Feng Jilin had enough time to enter the cave before Long Chen. Damn it. Feng Jilin had taken the lead. Long Chen felt aggrieved. He hurriedly leapt up and did his best to kill the phantom. Without another word, he charged towards the cave. Following closely behind Feng Jilin, Long Chen also leapt down. There was a feeling of emptiness. Suddenly, Long Chen stood on something solid. He felt as if he had stepped on a suspended wooden board. He suddenly sank and swayed so much that he almost fell to the ground. After arriving here, Long Chen quickly looked around. He saw that what he was stepping on was actually a small astrolabe. This astrolabe was exactly the same as the astrolabe that Long Chen had used when he first came to the archaic cemetery. It was just that the diameter seemed to be around 10 meters. The golden runes, ring by ring, expanded outwards from the center like ripples on water. Immediately after, Long Chen saw his surroundings. What shocked him was that inside this blue planet, there was actually another starry sky. Of course, this starry sky was only a small one. In Long Chen's eyes, those shining stars in the distance were probably just some giant blue gems. Inside the blue planet was a small starry sky. As soon as Long Chen landed on the astrolabe, it began to move. It seemed to be heading towards the center of the planet. Just as Long Chen had imagined, the entire planet was hollow. Soon after, Long Chen saw another astrolabe not far away from him. And on that astrolabe stood Feng Jilin. When she saw Long Chen jump in, the void actually formed an astrolabe under his feet. Feng Jilin's face was filled with hatred and disgust. At the same time, there was also a trace of fear. Without a doubt, this was the tomb of the legendary 7 brilliant Star Lords. She had come here with Long Chen, which meant that Long Chen wanted to fight her for the inheritance. The inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords was even more important than the martial god steel diagram. The diagram had been taken away by Long Chen. Feng Jilin definitely could not let Long Chen take away the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. To her, Long Chen had already become a terrifying person. Her severe injuries had been caused by Long Chen. She had lost almost all her power. She had thought that she would die at the hands of Long Chen, but fortunately, Long Chen seemed to have lost even more power. The two astrolabes, one in front and one behind, moved quietly in the starry sky. The astrolabe under Long Chen's feet quickly caught up to Feng Jilin's astrolabe. The two astrolabes moved in the same direction, side by side. Long Chen looked at Feng Jilin in fear, while Feng Jilin looked at him with hatred. "I'm very curious. How much fighting strength do you have left?" Feng Jilin's gloomy voice rang out towards Long Chen. Long Chen smiled faintly and said, "When we get there, you can try." Feng Jilin couldn't see through him. Feng Jilin had thought that Long Chen was pretending to be calm to coax people. Then, Long Chen's strength suddenly increased. He killed Auntie Shua and injured her at the same time. Only then did she know that Long Chen had the ability to be calm. So, at this time, Long Chen was almost out of fighting strength, but Feng Jilin was still coaxed by him. So, Feng Jilin frowned and didn't dare to make a move. "Who is this young man? He can even block my 1,000-hand seal and the invisible whip. Is it only Wu Guangyu who can deal with him?" Feng Jilin lowered her head and thought. She was injured. She knew that if she made a move, her injuries would worsen. If she couldn't kill Long Chen, she would expose her current weak state. That would be even worse. The two of them were at the end of the road, but they were both worried that the other would see through them. Feng Jilin didn't dare to make a move, but Long Chen didn't dare to make a move. In fact, if they really fought, if Feng Jilin didn't care about her injuries and fought with all her might, she could kill Long Chen. But she would also be badly injured. The two of them didn't talk anymore. They followed the astrolabe and moved forward in the endless starry sky. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.